I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we can control the laws of nature as electronics.
you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. Fun day yesterday, and hopefully a little bit more on the horizon. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here today by Dan, yet again. Hello, Dan, as well as Roy. Roy, how are you doing today? I saw that you were doing a watch party yesterday. How did you join the matches?
Of course. I love the matches. I think we're off to a pretty good start in the league. I mean, we were kind of seeing a little bit of everything. We're seeing women, we're seeing underdogs, we're seeing overdogs, we're seeing like reformed of orgs. We're seeing so many exciting things happening here in the league. You have to be excited.
We do love women. We do love women. Dan, another great day. Challengers ahead. How are you feeling today?
Play on the main broadcast yesterday. I'm not gonna forget it. 520 ACS, 399 ACS. I don't know what teams are gonna do, but they need to keep the same numbers today.
Yeah, considering that was the very first day of Challengers and being able to see people pop off in the way that they did, crazy stuff. And with us still kind of discovering a lot about some of these players and some of these teams, I'm excited to dive into today. Of course, looking at the teams that we have here in Challengers and how things shook up yesterday, we'll bring up our bracket. Of course, we just got to broadcast 2 matches on our mainstream. The other 2, thank you to all the wonderful watch parties that were covering them. It's going to be TSM, Burger Boys, Trust and Plug, and Rankers, Roy, to be starting off our first day with some dubs.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, shout out to TSM as well because they looked amazing in their debut. I think a lot of these orgs are sort of getting criticism for like taking risk on these like sort of this new talent, right? And there's like, oh, are you guys trying to win? There's so many levels of criticism, but I think they're starting to show that like maybe they're onto something with the way they looked yesterday, and not even just them, but as well as Plug and as well as Rankers. Like all these players are sort of starting to pop off, and like the skill ceiling is really starting to form here in the first day.
Yeah, I love the fact that we got to see right from the get-go. Because, I mean, the first day, especially with the amounts of moves that were made in the off-season, if it kind of took a week for everything to get settled, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. But already there's a lot of people that we need to be keeping our eyes out for. And we're going to have 4 wonderful matches ahead, of course. 2 are going to be covered on this broadcast. The others with all of the watch parties. So keep both tabs open. Watch them all. It's going to be a great time for today. But as for us, I mean, we're talking about things changing and stuff, and we're going to get to see that right off the bat with this first matchup. It's going to be M80 going up against Hakikimori, which this is an exciting one for 2 reasons. First off, M80, such a storied name in our challenger scene, but this is a whole new look. As for Hakikimori, when we're looking at all these different paths that you can make it to challengers, try your path to pro, this is one of our premier teams that qualified. So exciting stuff. But first off, Dan, it's M80. This is not the M80 that we followed for the last 2 years.
It's crazy because we saw them not really making it through Ascension. They got eliminated. They didn't make it to that VCT tier 1, and then we thought that was gonna be it. We didn't know what was gonna happen. A couple of the players went everywhere. I mean, we have some of the players in VCT America, some of VCT MEA, even the coach. So they build a completely new team, which is the one that we're looking at right now. And technically, this is not the full team, right? But this is the roster that is gonna be playing today, and it's some names that we've known for a little bit before.
Sorry, my internet's going crazy yet again. It's a crazy time up here in small time Canada, but yeah, a little swapperoo, but should be exciting. And when we're looking at, we'll talk about the new parts of the team in a minute, and a new part of the team, but not necessarily a new player to challengers from M80. We got to talk about B-Dog first. I mean, Roy, B-Dog is someone that we've got to talk about a lot in these past iterations of challengers on Turtle Troop, a team that we got to see a lot from. So seeing him come over to this roster and see maybe this transformation of all these players and how they come together, I'm super excited for this.
Yeah, honestly, I think I am as well, because I mean, he's been at the top almost all of last year. Like they were completely at the top. It was really until playoffs and Ascensions that they sort of started struggling, right? But up until then, this team was considered an overdog team, Turtle Troops that is. But now you're seeing players like B-Dog and We Did that are sort of combining with players like Okeanos and Bao, and it's like you're sort of creating this sort of dynamic where you have like very experienced coaches with Psycho and Drew Spark, and then you have this sort of like upcoming talent combined with like sort of these like veteran players in tier 2, but these are all still young, very capable players. They're very talented, and the skill ceiling is just very unknown right now, and we don't really know what to expect. Is this team going to be popping off to some level that we none of us could have foreseen, or is this team just going to be like an average team in Challengers? Is really hard to say right now. But yeah, B-Dog, great player. He's very flexible. He's able to play so many different roles as well, which makes him an extremely valuable player to this kind of team.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at when we are seeing a couple of these newer players to this tier 2 level. I am looking at players like B-Dog to really be able to step up and provide that sort of direction for the team. Whether it's a role you want or not, B-Dog, I don't know. But definitely when we've gotten to see what he was able to do with Turtle Troop Dan, I think he's more than capable of being able to help out a couple of these other players while also be able to perform for himself.
Yeah, I like that you bring up the roles as well, because we've seen B-Dog throughout play a bunch of different things. I mean, we used to see him sometimes on the Jet and be like, okay, what is going on? Then going a little bit more into that Brimstone that I remember so well. And now he's playing in that Breach. So he's been going across and he's been playing all these different roles. And he's always doing it to such a high level. I want to see a little bit more of that Breach. I want to see a little bit more of that Initiator. But if he brings back the Jet, the Brimstone, you know, I'm not mad.
Whatever iteration today, I'm like, it'll be interesting with how the team is today, considering that we are seeing Sato not playing today, and then of course Vita coming back. So it'll be a little snippet of the team, but maybe not a full picture. But it should be exciting nonetheless. And of course, we got to talk about the other side. And when we talk about unknown quantities, this is maybe one of the biggest unknown quantities that we have here, Roy. Akihimori. This is a team that qualified through Premier. Huge congratulations to them, because there's a lot of talented players out there, but we just don't know too much about them as of this moment. This is going to be a big opportunity today to show us and all of Challengers what they got.
I mean, this is what we're trying to build, right? This sort of pathway where these players that can literally come from ranked are able to qualify into tier 2, and they're able to sort of display themselves and sort of set the tone to be the upcoming stars that could potentially take over VCT in tier 1 within the next couple of years.
This is everybody's friend group's dreams. Like, this is what everybody wants to happen. You just make a team. Hey, everybody's kind of good, and you make it all the way to Challengers. It's cool that we have these names that we don't know so well, because it gives you just more opportunities to first get to know them and see how far they can make it. I mean, already making it to Challengers is not easy at all. We have a lot of well-known teams, well-known players that have played since the beta, pretty much, trying to stay in Challengers and struggling to do so. So when you have all of these new players coming up, it's a question of, okay, what level are they going to show us? How much are they going to improve? How much support are they getting around them as well?
You're not kidding whatsoever about this is every friend group stream. Every time they see me on Challengers, I have a friend that @s me in Discord and is like, I'm going to qualify through Premier. Like, that is what they've been working towards. Wish them the best of luck, by the way, because that would be absolutely so sick. But to see that this was a group of people that were able to come up through that path is absolutely amazing. And we do have a little bit of stats from the players, so we can start to get a little acquainted with them. First up, we have to talk about Bowie. So again, we didn't necessarily get to see what they're made of, but like, my first impressions of this, Roy, is like, all right, Bowie, pretty okay, pretty good.
Yeah, just a casual 1.2 KD, 234 ACS. You know, just some slight for the boy. Like, yeah, that is so insane. These are amazing stats. And again, I think the unknown quantity that this team brings to the table is what makes this league so interesting, because we really don't know what to expect. Like, yeah, you could have good stats, but you could also be playing, you know, against players that are very bad. But like, this could also translate very well in this league, where like these kids don't really have much to lose. Like, Kaiser is another player that's on this team, right? He's 16 years old. Like, these players are so fresh to the competitive circuit. They're so fresh to the league. They have so much to gain and so little to lose, and I think that's going to be sort of their superpower.
I mean, you were talking about Kaiser 2 to us beforehand, someone who's, I mean, for years has been kind of looking at this, right? Like, that's so cool now. He's in tier 2.
Yeah, okay, so just a heads up, I've known Kaiser since he was like 14 years old. He used to message me on Twitter like, Strong Legs, follow me on Twitter.
That's what he sounded like, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a voice recording. That wasn't even me, to be honest. But yeah, like, and then I was like, listen, you qualify for tier 2, I will follow you back on Twitter. And then he messaged me not even a week ago saying, Strong Legs, he posted me the team page. He says, I'm in tier 2, follow me back. And I was like, all right, you earned it, let's go. That's just like, that's amazing. That is so crazy.
And now you get to sit here and talk about this game after. So that's a cool little circle. So I'm excited to see what he's got.
Me
But
too.
another person of the team that we got to be looking out for, we got to see a lot of star duelists yesterday, and we got to talk about Demi, who we believe is the duelist of this team and the numbers that he's been able to be putting up so far. Dan, we've been going crazy about ACSs. It isn't a 520, but still pretty good.
Okay, this one doesn't count. What counts is what he's going to be able to do today. That's what I want to see. And I think it's really cool because Demi has been playing a lot of Neon as well. Has been playing pretty much every duelist that you can ask. And that is something that we're seeing more and more in VALORANT. The duelists that are not only just a jet one trick, a race one trick, but they're able to play at least 3 of those duelists roll to perfection. So Demi, it seems like he's one of them, and also is really good on the Neon. I wish the picture was the Neon as well because he's been playing it a lot more, and I want to see if they're going to be running with this Neon meta. We've seen it for example, 100 Thieves, a team that were able to find that comfort in the Neon and make it work around a few of the maps, and it's in a meta right now where you can take advantage of that. You can take even advantage of the tempos of what Tejo is doing, how slow his utility is, and then just run it down, have some good synergy with the team, and see if they can make it work that way.
I'd be excited to see that. I'm just excited to see this team in general. And of course, expectations. I'm hoping that this team can leave quite a good impression today up against some players that have been in this challenger scene and really been putting up a fight. And for M80, I mean, this is the rebuild of the roster. This is the first look at what they're trying to build for today, and if they can go for Ascension 3rd year in a row. But getting underway with the series today before Roy's cat hijacks the stream over here are map picks and bans. We got to see some fun ones yesterday. Kicking off this series, Hakikimori, Dan, they're going to be taking us to Split.
First map being Split, one that we haven't seen just yet on the main broadcast. So this is one of those maps where I'm like, okay, people have been innovating a little bit. We've seen the Chamber getting played, but how much do you want to innovate, and where's the meta gonna settle? That's one of the things that I'm gonna be looking for and what they're gonna be running here. But I like the Lotus and the Fracture. I talked about the Neon coming through for Demi. Those are some of the maps where you can play that Neon.
And I'm just laughing looking at this M80 Lotus because, of course, this is a different roster, but I just get flashbacks of the old M80 roster.
Comp.
Yeah, like some of the crazy comebacks they had, and sometimes like these crazy clutches Niswa had on Lotus. I don't know. I feel like Lotus has been such a storied map for them, Roy, so that'll be fun.
No, it's really interesting that you bring that up as a point, because I've actually been having the same thoughts. Is M80 going to be taking pages from their previous strat book, or are they going to be making a whole new book with new players to like fit a new style of, you know, obviously every team dynamic is completely unique. It's sort of hard to copy paste strategy and copy paste certain things that might have worked for previous iterations of this roster, right? So it's like, what style are they going to be adopting, especially when we're headed so heavily into like a Breach Tejo meta and like just like ultra utility compositions? Like, are they going to be playing into that? Are they going to be playing into their old playbook? Like, what is really happening within the realm of M80 here?
I mean, seeing the players, I feel like we're going to keep with that M80 firepower that we know and love, which should be fun. So using that as an opportunity to talk about our predictions with these players and what we've gotten to see out of them so far, even if this is a new roster. I know that I had to say for predictions that I thought that M80 was going to be taking this series, and I don't know. I feel like I'm not going to be alone in this one, Dan. I feel like we just don't have enough on Hakikimori at this moment, and yeah, that's a clean sweep.
The unanimous curse. No,
we're not. We don't have that power, guys. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I think M80 are okay. If M80 lose this match, they like it's. I want to say it's almost impossible for it to happen, but maybe I'm jinxing it a little bit more.
Really?
M80,
not even 10% chance?
It's fine. Look, don't worry about it. M80, they're the favorites. And yeah, we're talking a lot more about what Demi is able to do, what the individual players on the other side are able to do. But when you have such a strong roster, even when you were bringing that one change for today, at least, of we did playing, you should be the favorite, and you also should be showing why you are the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, you have Weeded as a sub. Like, if that's not a super sub, I don't know what is. Like, oh no, we have to play with Weeded, one of the top statted players from last year. Like, how terrible!
So
like, like he's just insane. So I think they're completely fine on that end. But to me, I don't sleep on the like the team that has zero org pressure and like zero like pressure to perform and like sort of these like level of expectations. I think there is a psychological benefit to being such a deep underdog like Hakikimori is, and I think they could surprise us. We really don't know what to expect, so I'm always leaving 10 to 20% chance room for error that maybe we're all wrong and this team is super cracked and they're the future.
Yeah.
They might be. They very well might be. So hopefully we'll get to see if they are heading into our series now. Split our first map. And for our agent, let's bring up the agent select to see. I mean, Dan, you were talking about this squad of Hakikimori and this duelist, the fact that we kind of highlighted that Raze, he's had some strong neon. I'm looking for a strong performance today, but we're going to see the double duelist. Okay.
Yes. I actually, every time I see a double duelist, even if it's not the greatest, I'm happy. But I like the Yoru. I like what they bring here. They're still running with that Cypher, with the Breach. And then on the other side, we have this modern composition that we're looking at a lot more. Like you were saying, Roy, is that Breach and that Tejo being played.
Yeah, with the Astra as well, it just adds so much global presence and so much global utility, and it's so many layers of map control that are available to them as well, which makes it a very dynamic composition with a lot of both offensive and defensive power.
Well, this is going to be the first look at both of these teams. The new roster rebuild for M80 and that past the pro through Premier for Hakikimori. It's time to head over to our split. First looks at them, and that's going to be with your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Sierra and co. What an interesting game. We have an M80 team, obviously featuring B-Dog, who's been very busy, Wyatt. You know, just casually went out to the Riot Games Arena, slapped down 2G in VCT, come back down now, of course, to join up with this team, this M80 roster that have reformed again with the goal, as always, to ascend, going up against the team Hakikimori, as far as we know, with one of their first officials now on the docket.
Surely the third time will be the charm for M80, Mitch. They've tried multiple years in a row, have barely come up short in some pretty tragic fashion, but entirely new roster, as you mentioned. That is the biggest difference. How good will they be compared to a team that had EU, John Cutie in the past? Like, they just, Xander just moved up to 100 Thieves as well. Nismo still playing at Challengers, has always been one of the top players. They have had the known best of the tier 2 scene, but have gone for a different approach this year with, Bao, also famed player from Trust and Plug that beat 100 Thieves in the offseason. We'll never stop calling back to that. But we'll have to see. It's cool to see M80 going for a different strategy as far as the roster building this year, but will it pay off?
Okeanos as well. On Blinn, looked like a young rising star last year in Challengers. Arbo has to get off the side pretty quickly. That fault line is going to be a bit of an issue. B-Dog, though, gets snarled up in the midst of it. Okeanos drops here, goes low. Paint Shell's problematic. CNQ at least able to find some progress here for the defenders. Now it's a retake scenario with Weedid and Barn Bao having to try and salvage, and this is pretty straightforward on a crossfire. So now Garpa falls there. It's going to be out to Weedid. Oh, the boy's back. He's so back, baby. Nicely done. Little Cacciarino for a pistol out of M80.
Nice little adjustment with the classic. Always nice when you get it in that fully automatic mode, when you can just left click, right click. Very nice from the super sub dubbed by Roy on the desk, and you do have to call him that. I mean, we did last year with Turtle Troop. For a lot of the season, would definitely, at least for me, say that he was the best player on that team. And it was just due to the unfortunate circumstances with his health that he had to take a back seat, but was in phenomenal form. It's really exciting to see him back this year.
And a great start already on that Tejo. We're going to be watching very closely to see how M80 look to derive value from it. We see a lot of like aggressive usual use on that A side of the map, taking control, much like this. Very similar to how we saw it in VCT Americas. That will obviously allow M80 to exercise some influence over that far extremity of the map and narrow down the odds here for Mori.
It's just a push-up from Caillou, the IGL of this team, actually. Maybe you would look at one of the players with a bit more experience on the top end of Challengers to be doing that, but no, it is the new blood in the team that is controlling the game plans, and that is cool to see him in. For the scenes to thrive, or you always end up needing a new crop of IGLs. Who's going to replace Finesse when he's gone, Mitch? That's the question.
That's it. I do like that. M80, yeah, a change of tact, right? Going for like the real young, unproven roster, primarily at least. And Hikikomori actually heading back over to the A side of the map here. Oh, I see. Yeah. Perhaps they were looking at recovering that weapon of Ghost and maybe worried about someone camping there. Unclear if that was actually anything worth getting, but either way, heading over towards the A site now. I see the gate crash also used. That will allow Brain, God help me, to get into the backside, and he does. He's on the plant, but Okeana's going to catch him out, and there's no support. The rest of Hikikomori are stuck in A main.
A lot of kills for the aforementioned IGL, really close to the Rolling Thunder. Probably won't have it in this bonus, but listen, I suppose it's a situation where it could come up if he finds a kill, maybe grabs an orb, right? We'll have to see. This is important for Hikikomori, the, definite severe underdog in this game. The team coming up from the premier qualifying system. This could have been you and your friends, chatter, in the Twitch chat. This could be you next year. Going up against M80 in the first round, a perennial favorite.
Again, this is a Swiss competition this year in Challengers, so teams are playing other teams with the same record or near enough. We might get paired up or paired down depending. So we're going to find that like the competition for Hikikomori starts to become a little bit more, I guess, balanced to some of those other teams that are struggling to find wins they might run into. If, of course, that's assuming they don't win here. Too early to call. They looked pretty decent in that pistol. They had a big advantage that last round. Not very inspiring, but here through mid, they're going to be slowed down by that Nebula setup. And Arbo wants to peer a little bit closer towards ropes. But ultimately, they are going to have to walk up through this util. So it's a dark cover to the left, allowing them to go over towards drop.
Yeah, there is a timing window right now that they can get past with the fault line and guided salvos not being currently available. So have to wait a little bit longer for M80 to get those recycled, have them for some kind of retake situation, perhaps.
Heaven control established here. Bow pulling out pretty slowly in that dark cover there, just splitting up the defenders somewhat.
30 seconds left.
Okay, trips are on the side here. Surely we're going to see someone caught in those. Bow has just tucked himself into elbow now. Kaiser back on the side. It should allow for a plant here. It looks like Hikikomori did get caught by that trap as they crossed. No ability to play off it now as an aftershock is going to go straight at the planter's location. Kaiser's going to lock it down. Only able to find the one, and it's up to Ghost. Off the side, and Weeded cleans him up.
What a shot from Weeded at the end. Good utility from M80. Coming back in there, though. That grab well into the aftershock put Garpa in a really awkward situation, forced him to have to go towards elbow, where Bao was just chilling with the Bucky. Easy free kill, easy upgrade in the weaponry for the two remaining players. Weeded close to that Armageddon. Tough round for Hikikomori to lose early on.
I think also, like, there's going to be an element of them needing to get used to playing this breach Teo composition, or playing against it, rather. That aftershock on the plant location, this one here, really messed them up. You see how Kaiser had to lock it down as much as possible by screens, and we did with a clean finisher.
At least with that Yoru raise, they should have some ability to try and get past a lot of that utility that would be launched into a choke point at some points, but regardless, it's difficult. Teo's a pretty good agent, I've heard, and Ghost just died somewhere for free with a fault line missile.
He crashed into ropes, I think. At that point, Okeanos is just essentially waiting for him. Elsewhere, Ghost dies to the Tejo util on that A extremity, just can't get out of it in time. Might have been caught in a fault line and then subjected to the guided salvo wire. Either way, it's a pretty gross combination of util. Not much to really write home about here in this round for Hikikomori, is they don't have any weaponry to speak of, but yeah, really getting shut down by some pretty fundamental stuff from M80.
Yeah, they try and scramble into the B site at the end, but ultimately they just have stingers, and M80 are playing long range, holding the angles, getting the freest imaginable kills. And yeah, that definitely looked like it was a fault line into the missiles, little combo over towards A main. Have to be super weary about that. It's really common to try and pick off that one extremity player, typically having the Cypher there. Ah, perfect, the drilling has begun again.
The drilling.
I'm not sure if that's transmitting yet again, but there's some renovations like under me.
Yeah, it just feels like we're doing an event in Brazil. Like, don't worry about it too much. That's fine. We did this out by screens. I mean, this is just a little too slow from Hikikomori. They are grouped up over towards that A main, but M80 just able to peer in. They're literally just swinging these corners and plucking players from the attacker squad out of the round.
Yes, here we go. Keep going, Mitch. I've been subjected to the sounds of apartment renovation below me since 7 a.m. both today and yesterday. Not ideal. Not ideal.
I just think it sounds like a bad cello player, honestly. Like it's not the end of the world, really. Weedy there. I'm gonna walk away with 3 kills in that round. And why, if there was a game where you were to be subjected to this, then allow it to be this one. That is fine. Hakikimori there, another gun round falling flat, and much of it is just the anchoring.
I mean, yeah, luckily they're renovating this before one of the Ascension finals this year, October. So around then. Yeah, luckily this wasn't happening during a 2G M80 last year.
That would be the unfortunate way. Yeah.
Oh my god, man. All right, anyway, it's over. Surely they won't start drilling again. And we focus.
Look, it would be fine if it didn't sound like a herd of cattle. You know, it would be easy to shrug off, I think. But,
I also appreciate that they chose to work on the room directly below my little office here. Oh my god. All right, anti-eco. Let's stabilize here. Okeanos, he's making it look easy. He was really good last year as well, over with Blinn Esports when they qualified into Challengers halfway through the year in the
look, White,
relegation.
He made it onto the chat list, so you know he's a big deal.
Oh, he did? Wow.
Yeah, the chat list, yeah. He tweeted out a bunch of obviously tier 2 players he thought that should be highlighted. Okeanos absolutely one of them for a darn good reason. We got to see them a bit last year as well. We were quite impressed, even if Blinn had their struggles coming into the year halfway through, obviously through that promotion relegation. And yeah, I enjoyed them. I thought they were great.
Blinn were a pretty solid team, but you could definitely tell that, you know, at times for a player of Okeanos' caliber, man, if he was inserted into a roster with more experienced supportive players, then, you know, he could shine even more. Maybe this is going to be the opportunity for him to do so, though. Not really sure exactly how the roles are going to work out when Sato returns. We'll have to see. Oki has been playing for ages, though, and he definitely has a large agent pool, so might not always be on the duels, maybe flex to it sometimes. We'll have to see, but listen, if he's on it full time, I think he's definitely going to pop off this year.
Absolutely. Yeah, Oki's played a bunch of stuff. I mean, I played a bunch of Chamber when that was, you know, when that was relevant. He's also starting to come back, you know, into contention a little bit more recently. Pretty standard walk up here, folks. Okeanos just getting tucked in that corner and Kikimori losing much of this map control. There's M80 with every, you know, for good reason, brimming with confidence here, but also sitting on a lot of these really powerful retake ultimates. So should they actually want to give some space, they'll be able to retake it with a degree of confidence.
Rolling Thunder available. Abo one away from getting the showstopper online for this round as well. So opportunities for Hikikimori to get onto the board. It's been so difficult to work through the oppressive utility that M80 have. I just at this point still believe you got to be running that Teo, man. Are you at a disadvantage? Okeanos rocket actually whips, goes a bit right. He's caught alone. Lovely satchel
so
though.
good.
Oh, come on.
He's just flattened him. That was absolutely clowning. Beautiful work there with the blast pack to obviously knock Kaiser's aim astray. 3 kills in the end for Okeanos. Talk about damage done. Make it 4 for the round. And oh boy, this is a baptism of fire for Hakikimori. And that is not an understatement, folks. Coming out of Premier. Now, in fairness, it's not their first technically official. They actually played under Astane Anarchy, and they tried to qualify for stage 3 of Challengers last year. They fell out in the round of 64, but this is definitely their harshest competition yet.
It's tough to go up against M80 in round 1. I love how Okeanos plays that in B main, using the utility to isolate the fights. That's really cool. Little satchel for the bounce back, while the other player, the Cypher, was pushed away because of the rocket.
So not much here to work with in a round like this. Stingers and Sheriffs for Hakikimori. And B-Dog doesn't want any of it. Taking throw at the grab well pretty much straight away. Arvo takes a bunch of damage coming in though. The paint shells from up above, you have to assume, found their mark. Abo there, but a Ferrari peaked that one pretty comfortably with the stinger, but Barnbow has it locked
One enemy
from
remaining.
rafters. 3 kills for the Cypher. And will be there to clean things up. And we're looking at a genuine possibility of a 12-0 half.
Unfortunately, the weaponry just isn't there. Sometimes you can get a cheeky little kill with the stinger like that, just kind of rounding the corner quickly. And if you get the dink and the hit punch onto the guy with the, with the rifle, you can get a kill in a situation like that. But yeah, unfortunately, again, it's just M80 flooding in quickly, playing at range with the rifles, cleaning things up so easily. They are rolling, and when you have Weeded and Okeanos both shooting, dangerous squad.
Ghost up to CQ there. Setting up some of that breach util, or maybe just preparing for a faster hit through A side. We haven't seen that from Hikikomori for a while because of that Teho breach combination on the A side. It's definitely made them weary. There's a camera.
I must wait.
Brain, there we go. Cleared out. Aldo sees a lot. Sees obviously the Yoru is trying to sneak up, but I don't think that Brain is going to have the opportunity to go for some sort of offensive gate crash forward. He's only on light armor as well. Okeanos takes a hit. Backs out of there very quickly. Nice use of the blast pack to avoid the fault line that would have potentially threatened to catch him.
Yeah, a dangerous peak, honestly. I mean, he's certainly feeling confident. Is he just going to swing this as well off an intuitive timing, take another duel? It looks like he wants to, and he's punished for it. He's getting a little ahead of himself. Obviously, they are up 8-0, but listen, once you start to get too confident, that's where you can be exploited. That's where the mistakes will be found for Hikikomori.
Isaac gets in the backside here straight away, but will be spotted out by the stealth drone.
Spike down
Weeded, though, may not be aware just how close they are towards them. Oh, it doesn't matter. Kaiser tries to come in with the shorty. It's not enough. Weeded is going to be an issue. Tucked in the elbow, yet to be cleared. Brain is able to get onto the site now and at least threaten a plant. Weeded swings straight into his crosshair. It's up to B-Dog. His player profile, by the way, does nothing to show just how tall this guy is. It is ridiculous. He's massive. See if he can
He's like
replicate that
tall,
stature
bro.
in the server.
I thought the image was photoshopped when I saw the Furia lineup.
No, yeah, he's just massive. Also, the rest of Furia were kind of short. Offense, guys. A little short
Stellar's
kings out
6
there.
foot. That's not too short.
Stellar's 6 foot, really?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
so B-Dog is just that tall.
Something like that. Yeah, he's just that tall. He's
He's
going
like
to
7
replace Embiid on the Sixers because he's injured again. They need him, man. B-Dog is he's kind of chilling right now in the server. Hasn't had to do a whole lot. Most of the time when you're playing Astra on this map on defense B, your job is to not die and just run away and wait for your teammates to come in to help you. Playing like pretty passive most of the time when you're that solo anchor.
I mean,
Cool to
let's
see him
not-
on a different role though. Again, he is super flexible.
Let's not let Hikikomori's first round in challenges just go by unmentioned, by the way. That was M80. In fairness, Okeanos really active around the map, but swinging into a lot of held lines.
Bro.
The Vuvuzelas are back, folks.
Yeah. Hey, just some excitement for Hikikomori getting their first round on the board.
I think the best part is you just can't fight through it. Like, it just throws you off every single time, brother. We've got to get you ready for that real, stadium feel, brother. This is great training. Rolling Thunder catches one. It looks like a gate crash out there by Brain, but Avo actually I like this, pulls out the showstopper to dissuade any follow-up on that. No one, obviously, to connect with it, but still, map control ultimately goes over to Hikikomori despite them having suffered a Rolling Thunder from the defenders. So they got mid. Dimensional Drift gets Brain also into Heaven now to check and clear that out. There's no presence whatsoever, but a decent amount of util from Bao on this A side.
Yeah, just keep going, man.
Okay.
just keep going. I'm staying muted for a moment here.
Okay, no worries.
He's really going off down there.
30 seconds.
Garper and Kaiser have crossed to the site, and there is one trap wire left up, but it's closer to Bao. Tough to play off that. How do M80 get back in? They do have a Cosmic Divide. No corpses, of course, to feed to a neural theft right now, so it will have to be the old-fashioned way. They don't really have ramp control. We did this threatening some Heaven control. He's gotten there with B-Dog for the time being. Here is that Cosmic Divide now. Now they don't have to worry so much about ramp. Kaiser, though, dealing with some pressure on the side. It's an aftershock that catches him out in the end. Brain, Zach here at elbow, able to win things out with the shorty, and it's up to B-Dog, who has, that's why I put it, been straight chilling in the server up to this point, but he knows where Avo is. He knows he drops down and finishes the job. And he's got plenty of time to go for a defuse. M80 back to their winning ways in this first half.
Unfortunate. That was so close for Hikikimori. B-Dog, a little bit too good. Real opportunity, especially when it's to drop down. And maybe I could go see. I can go find out what the construction guys think about this game if we need their take as well. Walk downstairs.
Cross over to the apartment below you and get there.
get their take. Oh my god. Do you guys think that Sato will they be better than we did in this roster, or what? What do you guys think?
Much to say. That's interesting. You know, they've been very vocal up until this point, Wyatt, but yeah, perhaps he's just stumped them with that question. Either way, here's a push up, of course, over on that A side. So this is what the Teo comp is always threatening to do. Obviously backed up with fault line, or sometimes just great aim. Okeanos gets off. He's got free there. 10 health left to work with. It's up to Garpa. Now, guts it.
M80 are playing this like it's a little bit of warm-up in aim labs, if I'm being honest. We did is just so confident. A little bit of supporting utility from IGL Caillou, but mostly just more confident in the aim than anything, ready to take the duels.
Oh, man. So the first kill, obviously, is backed up with the fault line. The rest, though, Weedy just hangs around and says, I think I'll win. I think I'll win. Again, it is a anti-eco play. But M80 not really playing the traditional anti-eco style into it in terms of giving space and holding crossfires. They just take the fights, win them out. Still, of course, sitting on that Armageddon. Weedy has not had to use that, I think, at all this half. He is dominating the server.
M80 again, just going back to this three-man setup in mid, playing 2 male, 1 vent. B-Dog passive on B. They found a lot of success locking down mid here. And if Hikikimori go exploring, they might get boomed.
Timing not quite there for Okeanos. Check. Sua catches that Arbo. Knows as well there's going to be pressure from the right side. Flashpoint, though, is going to get them in. Brain, though, cops the flash from the top. A minute with Kiyu, I think. Here's that Armageddon coming on through. Garpa has absolutely nowhere to go. I think there was a special delivery as well from We Did, just to make things even harder for the breach. Ghost will be revealed. Inside Sewer and oh, buddy, there is a large amount of ordnance being leveraged here. Ghost gonna try and hold it down, my guy. Gets the 3K. The round is still online. 4 points of health left, and B-Dog is on the chase, but Ghost is giving his team a chance.
B-Dog can hear the rotate right now. Doesn't really matter. Gets the spike, should be able to get into B on time. B-Dog to the position.
All right, Ghost is going to get there. 17 seconds left of the round. Going to make a plan happen. B-Dog has all 2 of his stars to work with, and Ghost is just too low. Backs away, and B-Dog puts him down. And Glimmer of Hope snuffed out on this first half as M80 win themselves 11 of those 12 rounds.
That's a shame. They at least could have had one for the highlight reel. They could have at least had one little Twitter post with the voice comms there.
You just clip that and fade to black after the 3K. Don't worry about how the rest of the round went. Don't worry about it.
No, you can put it in the middle of the montage, but it can't be a solo clip.
Yeah, true.
You can throw that in at like, I don't know, 54 seconds, quick little clip.
Yeah, like
transfer, and keep it moving.
Yeah, as soon as you get to the Bridge of Numb by Linkin Park, I think that's when that clip goes in. Not too shabby. Nice little spray down.
Could always bring back Let the Bodies Hit the Floor.
Oh, that would be
classic.
Amazing. That's crazy. Damn, dude. Those are the days. Second half of a split coming at you, folks. Hikikimori's first game in Challengers and their first official as this roster. It has, I'll give it to you straight, folks, been a stinker. It's been brutal. M80 really seemed to have them covered in every aspect of the game. But in fairness, M80 are vastly more experienced. Players that have been around for quite some time, even in various Tier 2, Tier 3 teams. So this is honestly an important experience for Hikikimori to gain.
That really is the key, right? I mean, this M80 team is just, they've got a ton of individual skill, a ton of matches under their belt against a team that's just getting into Challengers for the first time.
Oh dear. Nicely done for Arbo. I'm going to wrap all the way through, catch Okeanos out in mid. Still, though, most of the action is over the A side of the map here. Brain has his punctured by We Did. set up there in heaven, and it's just going to be Ghost very, very low stat screens here.
Planted.
Ooh, okay, that's a lot of util to clear that part of the map. And now the post-plant M80 have the enviable position of having screens completely under their control.
Little Nate here could do some big damage if Abo tries to clear the corner.
It'll be extremely based. Well, sometimes you just straight face check those. Kaiser drops down here. We did very low. Still able to win it out. Man, the guy's got plot armor. 4K for Weeded on the pistol and M80 on map point.
He really was just running about the map with no regard for what happened to his own life. I think he just pushed straight through a smoke in heaven alone. That's when he won the duel against Brain, and then just continues to run around. Yeah, let's just go fight screens, couple missiles,
I think
clear out Ghost.
Mori
Sure, cool.
just realized they have the timeout function available to them here. So I guess it's as good a time as any to make use of it when you are trying to not lose the game. Here's this Ambrosia and a Qubit Academy game. Ambrosia looking pretty good on Pearl so far. Had some, I would say, pretty high hopes for this Qubit Academy squad. You know, Redux on this team, Nismo, Scuba, T-Dog. Really no names, but they are having some issues against this Ambrosia team who, you know, I would not say have like the most known names. Screwface is on this roster for those that sort of may know them. And they made it to the quarterfinals recently of one of the HyperX off-season tournaments, the Fun Have a HyperX Momentum Series. So they've at least started to make a name for themselves. So we'll see how that Qubit Academy attack side pans out.
Also, Rob Moore said on Twitter that we were all sleeping on Ambrosia in the prediction graphic that was posted. So he's aware of something that we are not. I am not a dedicated Ambrosia watcher like Mr. Robert Moore of Sentinels.
I mean, yeah, the guy, Rob Moore is actually in the source. Yeah, the guy, he's got his fingers in every pie, so to speak. But I mean, yeah, we saw Ambrosia in stage 3 of VCL, and they lost to TSM 2-0 in that group stage. So we're waiting to see some, you know, bigger results from them. That would be one of them, I think.
Let's see if Hikikimori can get a big result, though, and win a second round with this very, very tragic bye. At least they did take the time out, though. You know, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago or today, or is that how the saying goes?
Second best time is now, right? Yeah.
Second best time is now, something like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
These guys have 2 timeouts, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. 2. So have 1 available. Maybe they win this round and take another timeout. I would do that. That would be the ultimate flex. Talk about icing the kicker. Here we go. Okeanos. Blast back into the site. Abo tucked here. Is clone. And is not clone. In fact, Brain does go down eventually, but Garpa gets involved here. Kia was the ghost player and is hit by the paranoia. It's happening. Just the way we drew it up.
Unless
30 seconds.
B-Dog
on the pacifist run. Okay.
Yep, he is on the run to the free A site.
And that is going to be Barnbow joining him soon enough. A lot of this Cypher util, though, dispersed over the A site, including a camera.
Yeah.
So.
That's what I was going to say. That cam could be quite a nuisance
10 seconds
later in the
left.
round. I mean, if they're going for that full 4v2 retake and they spot one player with the
Spike
cam
planted.
and ping them with it, the round should be good as done at that point, frankly.
It's pretty dirty for B-Dog. The angle he's taken inside heaven here. But he's heard all of this now. And he does have his Asper's util. Little suck. Garpa trying to get across. Yeah, trap wire, not an issue for B-Dog now. He needs to reposition somewhat. They're very much playing off the side. We do have a Bulldog and a Spectre here for the M80 players. Tough around the window. Let's see how... Oh, okay, never mind. Bow was low. B-Dog doesn't opt to go for the trade. Kaiser, though, sticks around. The defuse happening while we talk about this. So Kaiser more than happy just to keep B-Dog busy and send him to an early grave. Mori get their second round. If you guys don't call a timeout now, I'd be really disappointed. That would be so shad.
I'd love to see the timeout come through. Oh, they just stack the right site. Quick to fight on beat together. Pretty good retake as well. I do like how Kaiser played that delay, the distraction that you mentioned while the spike was being stuck by Ghost. Was worried for a second. The double heaven setup with the spike planted for M80 was a good decision, but Kaiser plays it well, locks it up. The slow climb back. Or at least, honestly, they'll probably just feel good if they win some more rounds and make it even a little bit of a closer game for their debut against one of the top teams.
From their perspective, probably the more rounds they get to play, the better here. They'll thrown up mid. It's a hero rifle for Okeanos. Oh, God, there's a gap! Okay, Flash came in at just the right time. Brain just gets out there with the use of his own fragment. I like that. As B-Dog and Bao, last two players left, and only a Sheriff and Classic between them.
One enemy remaining.
It really was the ideal flash. Oki was so locked in on that little angle. 1 millisecond later, if that flash hadn't come through, definitely would have gotten the kill onto Garpa, but drops the hero rifle. And this one's over. Hakikimori, they're back.
Already in the game. Okeanos and Q down to 800 and 750 credits respectively, so the economies are a bit weird for M80. Now you're not in a real hurry to end the round.
30 seconds left.
Spike obviously is in mid, so there's really no chance of Val recovering that and doing anything with the round. Flawless here for Hakikimori. Get themselves their third round on the board. Starting to build that economy now as well.
And honestly, they need to play with some whimsy. I'm going to say it. Play with some jolly fun. You know what I mean? In a game like this, when you're an underdog of this magnitude, you just take what you can get. Have a good time. That was a good mid-fight. Maybe get another round on the board. Win a little gun round, you know?
Okay, so we do have just some light arms on a couple of these M80 players. Outside of that, we've got plenty to work with. Arbo completely unbothered by that Teho U2 that flew over his left shoulder. But opts to pull out of mid.
Boostio spray to the game. That's interesting. Didn't know that.
I hope he gets a cut of the earnings from that. Arbo caught out. That's fault line. Classic stuff. Now Heaven Control solidly under the feet of M80. And that is a Armageddon. Oh, this is going to force Ghost out into the sunlight. Bam! Out of the town square. That is brutal.
And now 3v5 on the retake. Look at the positioning from M80. Bao's just chilling in mid. Should be able to catch the rotate. Does Kaiser check this? No, he doesn't. Just distracted, trying to get into Heaven too quickly.
All right, Brains has to flash himself in and go for it, but Bao just rips him a new one. Clearly unbothered. And there it is, folks. Split goes the way of M80, a 13-3 result. And like I said, a true baptism of fire for this Hakikimori roster, who've had the daylights beaten out of them, at least on this first map. And it's all important experience. Mr. River?
Yeah, it is important experience. You can't describe it any more accurately than baptism by fire. This M80 team, quality pickups to form this new roster. Weeded is looking fantastic at the moment. They were shooting. That wasn't even their map pick. We're going to Lotus next, which is... I'm excited to see more of what they've got in store for us. A little teaser of what we can expect from M80 in the future when they get a little bit further in the Swiss stage, play against some of the other top teams moving forward. But hey, so far so good.
Yeah, Lotus was a classic M80 map last year, albeit with a completely different roster. So I am interested to see what they have cooked up for us on that map. And
yeah, do they run no duelists again with like a Sage?
The triple
deadlock?
Sentinel?
Probably not, but
no, that was a classic though. Good times, good times. We'll be back after the break, folks, with a little bit more of this first series of the day. M80 so far look to be the stronger team. Can Hakikimori get back some rounds on Lotus? We'll find out.
you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
All right, I know Wyatt's apartment complex is a complete work in progress right now, but M80, this is looking like a completed project ahead of us. Even with the super sub having to step in, strong victory, 13-3 to be starting off. Roy, I mean, it was like they could do no wrong at some points, honestly. And they're just running it down. Like, they're having fun. They're winning.
Yeah.
Looks good.
I mean, what can you even really do when the super sub is absolutely destroying you at every possible turn? Any outcome that looked somewhat winnable for the Hakiki Mori side, it felt like Weeda was just right there, ready to flood, ready to use util, ready to get multiple frags. And like, it really just did feel like the M80 show from start to finish.
And like, there was a lot of Weeda. We'll be talking a lot more of them too. But even just looking at the other pieces on this roster, Dan, there's a lot of changes going into. This is a brand new M80, but everything seems to be flowing pretty well already.
I mean, this is a good match for them to start. We didn't even see a lot of those set plays at the beginning of the rounds where we talked about the utility, we talked about what this composition could do, and it was really good, right? But we didn't. It seems like they didn't really need to show that playbook that much. They were honestly just running it down in so many rounds and getting away with it. Especially we did was so good. You mentioned it when we were mentioning it in the green room. One of those rounds, he just walks out A main, gets 3 kills, and those were the plays that we were seeing constantly. Even towards mid, it was a Mori that just could not get any space, any map control to work around. And for the other side of M80, it feels pretty good because you're having fun. You're doing a little bit of aim training as well with all those duels that we got to see, and you win 13-3.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think the relentless aggression by M80 didn't really allow Hakiki Mori any sort of space to maneuver or sort of kind of execute any sort of play, right? But I do want to point kind of a little bit of attention to the fact that M80's composition was just so oppressive on their defense side, giving them so many options to stall, to flood, to retake. And as soon as they got on the attack side, it felt like the same exact pace was happening on there too, where it's like they're walking up and then exploding with just so much overwhelming amount of util. And it just really did feel like it almost impossible for Mori to even have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, for M80 heading into Challengers, this is a perfect little warm-up, whereas Hakiki Mori kind of seemed like they were thrown into the deep end, honestly. They're going up against what should be one of these top teams. They're going up against this terrifying composition, and they're going up against this weeded Tejo, Dan. I mean, we didn't necessarily get to see the most coming out of them this time because of everything up against them. Ghost did have a couple of nice little kills, though, which I'll call out, but it was just a tough one across the board.
Okay, it's time for the ACS check of the day. Feeling pretty good. 369 for We Did, and then 331 for Okeanos. I'm not mad about it, and there's a pattern here in Challengers now.
What's that?
I mean, all the duelists are crazy, and everybody's getting over 300 ACS, which is more than EC and VCT Americas half the time. So.
Dude, I thought you were gonna say the team with the higher ACS is probably more likely to win. I was gonna be like, okay, just stop. Just
well,
stop.
that too, you know, sometimes.
Yeah, just sometimes.
Once in a while. You're talking about all the duelists having over 330, and I'm looking at We Did there with the 369. I'm like, yo, I want to see the duelist circle then, if that's what we're comparing to. But maybe one day. But we did want to talk a little bit more in depth of those two players, the two top players coming out from M80. Of course, We Did is the sixth man on the squad, though absolutely performing. This, like, some teams you see a sub and it's like, oh no, but no, you see a sub and you're like, hell yeah, it's We Did, Roy. This is awesome. And Okeanos, goes for this team. Great opening performance here today.
Yeah, Okeanos is a player that we didn't really get a chance to talk much about, but he is such a strong mechanical player. Like, even if you watch his clips on Twitter or like on socials, like, you can just tell that some players make the game look easy, and it's sort of that make the game look easy kind of mark that shows their true strength, right? Because their aim is just so crisp, it's so consistent, their crosshair placement just looks perfect all the time. And I think Oki's going to be a really standout player within this team dynamic because he's going to have so many chances to shine. And not only that, but he sort of has the blessing of many roles. Like, he can be cracked on any role you put him in. He's a very strong duelist. He's a very strong sentinel player. Like, really, it feels like no matter where you put Oki, he's such a strong mechanical player that it really won't matter much for him.
I mean, even looking back at where he came from, when we got to see him before, it was Blonda's Blinn Esports team that Blinn Esports was a team that, yeah, maybe they didn't go all the way, but we were actually really impressed across the board with the quality of players coming out from that squad. So to see him now with some of these more veteran players that we've had here in Challengers and seeing how things are already started in their very first game, first Challengers appearance is awesome. They'll have to see that hopefully continuing on forward for them as we look into the next map of the series. This is where things get even tougher for Hikikimori. We're talking about, you know, they're going up against this tough composition. They're going up against this M80 squad. Then they also just lost their map pick and now headed into Lotus. This was M80's pick. And we talked about this M80, the storied stuff beforehand, Roy. And yeah, the firepower still seems there for the team. This is probably going to be really terrifying for Hikikimori fans.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to remind that Hikikimori literally just got absolutely stomped on their own map pick, so it's not boding very well for the second map. But I do want to circle back to the topic that we were having before, which is this sort of shifting meta, right? With you know, agents like Teho coming out who have so much global utility. I think we're going to see a shift, and I would not be surprised for M80 to run it back with something extremely similar on Lotus.
All right. I mean, hey, I was a fan of the We Did Teho dance, so I would be so for that. But even no matter what they're bringing out, the confidence just seems to be there today for them. So I'd love to see Teho in just like this new composition, but even still, I think they could run it down 5 duelists. Like, they're just looking confident.
Run it 5 duelists, that'd be crazy. But
I want to see the We Did duelist star. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he plays so well. We just talked about it. He plays so well, no matter what he's running, might as well. But it's a team and it's a map specifically that I want to talk about because I feel like we're not seeing enough of Vice. I'm wondering if one of the teams are willing to run it. We've seen pretty much every single sentinel on this map. Now, especially recently, everybody's experimenting. We're continuing to see a little bit of the Killjoy, but they struggle a lot against the Teho. We're seeing some teams still playing the chamber for other regions, and it's a couple of those options that they have. But I think Vice is so strong, especially because we've talked about that duelist for Hikikimori running and liking that neon. So Vice is a good way to isolate that neon, take it down, and especially if you're not used to playing up against that in scrims, is going to be at Nightmare, and that's a good opportunity for M80 to take advantage and close it out.
That'd be cool to see. I always love some good Vice gameplay. It's so obnoxious when we already got to see a pretty obnoxious M80 to go up against. And again, expectations going into this next series. This is a really just tough one to be starting off for Hikikimori. I mean, again, it is a tough first map for them. You're going from being this premier team to now having to adapt into a team environment. So looking at who they're up against, I would like to see like these individual player performances being able to rival on the other side. But Roy, when we're going back through a couple of these replays from this map. It was just, it's a tough one. I mean, you could not have the deck more stacked against you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can just tell that all the M80 players are firing on all cylinders. But I think on the other side of the coin, I think Lotus is just a much more straightforward map. It really does feel like the formula and the way the map plays out on that map just is extremely simplified, and most teams are pretty caught on to how the map flow happens. So I think if there is a map where you're gonna have a chance and you can kind of control where you team fight and how you team fight, I think that Lotus is a very good map for Hikikimori to have a chance at that, and maybe get a kind of a good start, sort of like snowball from there, and have a chance to combat M80.
Especially too, hopefully now a little bit more warm in the server. This is the first time that, like, again, going into, like, talking about these players, this is the first time we get to see them. These are players that have worked up and made this way through Premier. So, you know, if I was all of a sudden being thrown into a Challengers match and I was having to go up against Weeded and B-Dog, I would just alt F4. Like, I couldn't do it, Dan. So maybe, you know, get a couple of the nerves out, and we can see a little bit more revitalized now into this next map. And you're talking about a Vice you wanted to see. Let's pull up the agent select and see if maybe we can get something fun for you today, and a little bit of fun here for M80.
Please, Vice. Please, Vice. I want to see more Vice. Again, we haven't seen it enough in all of the regions, and I think it's such an overpowered agent. Yes! Oh my god, they listened to me. They listen. Both M80 and Hikikimori are going to be running this Vice. And no Neon, actually, for Demi, as we talked about. He's been playing a little bit of that Neon. It's going to be both of them playing the Raze Roy.
Yeah, I think Vice is a very good pick into this current meta, just because her util is just so much harder to predict than it is for Cypher and Killjoy, where the counters and kind of the optimal placements for the util has sort of played out. So I think Vice is a very good pick, and it's really good for us to sort of point it out, because it's going to be a key factor for the counter utility and stopping site hits.
Well, I'm glad we get to see some good agents coming on through, and hoping for a bounce back from Hikikimori. Hoping as well that the construction crew at Wyatt's is on their lunch break so we can get a nice clean match. It's over back to our casters to take you through Lotus.
What's the verdict, Wyatt? Are they on their, like, union-sanctioned breaks right now?
I think they are, actually, yeah. They might be, if I go take a peek outside, they might be opening the lunch boxes, having their packed sandwiches at the moment. They might be chilling, because I'm not hearing anything right now. I think we're good. All right. We're in the clear, finally.
Honestly, I'm a little disappointed because it was hilarious, but hey, that's fine. We've got a game on our hands here, of course. This is not Hikikimori's map pick, obviously. M80 choose this one and keep this Taeho composition rolling. Also, like, Dryad justifiably excited about seeing both Vice picks, rather, on either side here. So curious to see how that agent comes into play, because we've seen, obviously, Killjoy be forced out a bit on this map in general, but also against Taeho, and Cypher may be losing some popularity somewhat too.
The Vice here is pretty cool, honestly. I am a big fan of the agent, especially, yeah, it's in this Taeho meta. Vice is just a really great go-to sentinel, because destroying that utility is not not really an option when you compare it to Cypher trips, KJ mollies on the ground, that type thing.
We're going to walk up here through this smoke, but the paint shells are going to dissuade Hikikimori for even bothering for now. They've all pulled back from this A side of the map. Ghost here on the other side of this sheer won't have any backup should they commit, at least not for 7 seconds or so, and Bow's about to get real busy. Yeah, not much you can do about this one. You'd think you'd just be overwhelmed instantly, but Bow's actually able to extract some value from that engagement. 1 kill picked up by the Vice. Geo ready here on the site now is that Aftershock is going to prevent Hikikimori from pushing in, and a smoke thrown in their way. So now, guess what? It has to be B.
Yeah, they're going to try to get in. That paranoia timing could be good.
Yeah, let's try to swing this. Ghost is going to bring them down, but B-Dog is there for the trade. Weedog and B-Did have a bit of a crossfire. Weedog and B-Did? God help me.
B-Did, Weedog.
B-Did and Weedog, baby. Oh. Brain go up on heaven was gut, but the Q's able to deal them a mortal blow with that Ghost. Ghost. And they ain't doing much about this for the time being. Forced back by that salvo. Weedid's probably going to push up in the smoke, go for some right-click action. I'm here for it. Or just waiting. There it is. Right-click gets the job done. A little bit of a tap on the spike to draw them out, and M80 get on the board first.
That's a tough little situation there for Ghost. That was a good little two-man hold. Bao took a large risk being out all the way in C, if he didn't get his kill, then they might just be cooked on the round. And this is going to be the potential opening for Hikikomori. Will M80 do a little bit of trolling? Will they get too confident because they smoke them on map 1, throw some players away in silly positions, and then all of a sudden, maybe Hikikomori are able to get a couple rounds that might be their way in?
Defense side Lotus is the kind of situation where you can be punished pretty badly for those. Okay.
Yeah, well, Okeanos, I don't think he's going to get punished on this round, but maybe on round 3. We'll go back to the well
All right,
over now.
We'll check back in with that narrative after that. For now, it is about the Reaper going from door to door. As Okeanos here is more than happy to hold the line, and you even got to be careful of those shoulder peaks because everybody on Hikikomori obviously dies instantly to a shot from this Outlaw. Ghost is the most forward line here on this A part of the map, as M80 been happy to pull back from rubble entirely. The trap play here is B-Dog and Tree probably to set up a swing for Weeded. That smoke, though, will make it a little more challenging if no one is lit by this drone. And that's an orb tap. B-Dog has heard this now, has to issue that there are some people. He's probably waiting for this door to open, and he might actually just take this fight himself. Yep, okay. Hold line for himself, not bad. Only the one, though. Weeded wasn't really in a position to get involved quickly enough for his liking. And Okeanos has been closing the net slowly. There's Brain going down. Ghost might be forced to move here with the banking of this paint shell off the door. And they get caught once more in the sights of the Rays.
And at least up until now, oh, hey, they did get another kill. But I was going to say, they only lost the player with the pistol, B-Dog. But they're going to lose one weapon. The damage has been secured. They got a couple orbs. I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it's like an Outlaw Phantom. I think Weeded has to keep the Ghost in the round like this, so not the most auspicious of outings on this bonus round. Oh, man. Yeah, as soon as that dark cover plumes, Okeanos is ready to take a shot. Ooh, buddy. This is the kind of series where a player like him can really shine, I think.
Definitely. The level of individual talent he has. Wow, this is so aggro with the Outlaw. Pushing up with the Outlaw. That's all right. And again, this is... we're heading into silly territory.
As predicted, starting to see some odd... what is this push up on the C side? My goodness, yeah, Ghost would have been done from front or from behind, either way. Not much they could have done about it. Now that the A side completely open, Razorvine does slow things up a little bit, but Kaiser already got ahead of it. And so now it will be M80 having to retake from quite far back.
Spike planted.
You can't really find a timing to flood. So even watching stairs. Great ultimate. Is that going to catch both of them? It misses. Oh, no.
Doesn't catch a single person, Wyatt. Not great here. Hikikomori needs to double down at the end of this round. Kaiser, that's an important kill to take. Teleporting across over towards the spike, but they are quite low. 55 health to speak of. Barnbow and Okeanos have rifles to their names. They have to clear that haunt, and well, Brain swings into a 2-player hold. Now, it had to be Kaiser to get the drop on them, but it's a gun round. It goes by the wayside for Hikikomori. And M80, again, continuing where they left off on split.
Feels like in that 2v2, Hikikomori are just trying to do a little bit too much. So much repositioning that really wasn't all that necessary with the plant position. You know, not to nitpick too aggressively, but Kaiser could have maybe just fake TP'd, stayed in tree. Then they have a pure crossfire with him and the other player that was over and drop, Brain, and then they just weren't able to swing together. It really sucks for them, though, that breach ultimate just didn't connect onto the players and stairs. Otherwise, the round would have been done. Like, that early ult was the win con. Doesn't pay off, sadly.
We have a Marshall in the round for Bowie. I think we was calling him Brain for the last couple of maps, but either way, your boy, Van Okeanos, he tries to creep up on that C side of the map. Again, quite punishable. That does leave M80 a little more thinly spread as they've opted to dedicate 3 players towards this B site. Still a lot of Vice util at C, definitely enough to slow things down. Some of that Razorvine does get cleared.
Yeah, Bomba was on the fast rotate, playing towards C. How risky does he play though, Abo? There's just not enough util to support him on that. Satchel in, at least straight it out there.
Oh, buddy, Garp is in trouble. He knows it. Almost drops. Razorvine combined, of course, with their guided salvo. Pretty deadly. Kaiser getting back in the Hall's direction is very, very low. At least a rifle, though, to their name. They were able to recover that. As Bao eventually was brought down on this C site. What's the plan here? QOR has no util left. And Razorvine finally clears will allow him to walk up now with a dark cover. Means he can get back onto the site. B-Dog's going to set this up at the flashpoint now. Once again, playing off his own util. Going to be caught in the fault line. Tries to double back, but here comes the push. Still, Weeded is there. Time to Ghost and Bowie. Time is short. And 10 HP is all he has to work with now. It won't be enough. M80. Another close one. Only 2 players up at the end of the round, but still Hikikimori pull up short.
I love that they synced up that paranoia. We did paranoia with B-Dog's flash coming through the wall. Just easy triple blind to take all the space back on site. Force Hikikimori to have to push back into them when they're holding the angles. Small little util combo, but it really paid off.
They didn't have to ask for much more there. So that last round, of course, is Okeanos pushes up into Brain's line. This is solid fighting, solid doubling up here on the site. Oof. Okay.
Unlucky.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Just too low on the HP. That wasn't even the full buy, though, for Hikikimori. So they've got that coming into this round. They have the Steel Garden to maybe force a player back off the site. Maybe try and get Bomba out of here so they could get a free C site. But they have really struggled against the Razorvines. They've been so effective at slowing the hits, allowing M80 to rotate their defenders over to help the site anchors.
Ambrosia. That one's getting closer up on your right there. As Weeded is downed by Ghost, but Okeano still wants to push the issue over at A. There's that sheer wall baited out. This allows at least Barnbow to move up onto the site should they want to challenge. Paranoia comes through, but it doesn't catch them. Still, they can't win it out. The fault line was a little bit late, but Arvo's able to win the duel anyway. Here's QOR, though, back in action. Flash here is going to come out from B-Link now. This is going to be a huge problem. And Harper caught out by an aftershock. They are absolutely corralled here over towards this mound area, but Ghost has done well in this round, extracting 3 kills. And just gives up a bunch of damage to QOR there. 8 health to work with.
I have the spike. 30 seconds left.
He is locked in. That was a sick flick shot. Well, he was stuck in the corner. The taps this round are crazy.
He's going for this.
Oh,
unfortunate. There's time, of course, to rotate to a different site, right? But Ghost feels like he doesn't want to second guess himself and just commits to C.
Oh, too bad. That's the second time now we almost had a sick clutch from Hikikimori that's denied in the 1v1. The initial kill is so good. This play in the mid-round from M80 was awesome, though. The breach ult coming through the door from B-Dog as Okeanos is pinching through spawn, and then they have the rotate Caillou into sight. That was a really cool play. Would have been a bit cooler if Ghost bailed them out with another headshot, but a really nice effort regardless.
Could have gone either way. Still looking for that first round, Hikikimori. Some spam through the box there is definitely taken Weeded low, but he's still able to get a kill and get out. Absurd. Razorvine thrown down. This will further slow up Hikikimori. And their options are limited. QOR pushing up here as well on this A side. Suffice to say, he has pinged out the Vice.
Sends out the stun just to try and apply a bit more pressure. Retain control of Rubble doubling up now. Flash dodged.
That Ghost being dealt with the would-be star of the previous round. And again, 52 seconds left of the round. Kaiser could be instrumental here in trying to open a path towards B, but there's a wrap here from Okeanos. He's going to catch him out. Garpa trying to double back. Okeanos, rather. Pulls out the grenades. Oh, he's just going to flatten them here. There's just nothing Hikikimori can do. Not with these weapons, folks. And M80 getting very, very close to a critical mass of ultimates. And they haven't felt the need to use them.
Left.
No spike to hand here for Kaiser.
Watching Okeanos is like a TDM POV right now. We're loading into Drift, and he's playing Raze, just satcheling around, taking duels. I mean, he's just maxed out confidence. Feels like he's the best player in the server right now.
You might be right.
Definitely maybe.
Finishes the job. Flawless round here for M80. 6 defense side rounds. Not usually the favorite half of this map, not in traditional metas, but things are a little bit different in the Tejo Bridge era. And yeah, look at these ultimates, man. Everything but the Rolling Thunder to make use of. And Akikimori make a timeout use here. They've got, a Nightfall. So that Steel Garden as well to try and rely on here. But I think it's really going to be a big question of, guys, can we punish these pushing off sites constantly, right? Weeded was in a pretty far forward position outside of B main last round. Almost got spammed down through the box and audaciously takes a swing, gets the kill, and gets out. And then there's the engagement that happened on the A side of the map where Q just forced Ghost away and eventually killed them. Like, where is this Hakikimori team supposed to find edges early in the round?
They definitely need to do a better job of locating the Vice, finding the Razor Vines, breaking those, getting the wall out faster, because when it's come down to the actual executes, the moments where they're trying to hit the gas into the site, they're slow to a halt. That has happened multiple different occasions, so they have to locate that util, break it earlier in the round, and then maybe go for a rehit. Like, early in this round, your one-off orb for your showstopper, all right, maybe we make a play towards Mound. Bow has been set up on C a lot. Get that orb pressure, try to get that util out early. Like, here comes our hit with the showstopper, and then you could slow the game down, maybe re-hit later, leave someone to explore elsewhere. They're opting to go towards A. I mean, a similar thing could occur here. We'll see. It depends on how aggro M80 want to get off the salvos that just deny that early space.
So once again, that early util salvo has made things really slow for Hakikimori. They still get a fault line to rely on, and of course with that breach util, so they've just waited out this early exchange. No one's getting across though to rubble just yet. That's been carefully cleared. All the time in the world here for M80 to push up on these other extremities should they choose to do so, but instead they're just containing right now. And there's a safe pick for Q that sees the walk up.
You don't ready to flash, but with the smoke going down, I think the little play through Baby Door is going to be null and void for M80. Yeah, over towards C, they just have that Arc Rose flash going off for information towards Mound. They're going to call a rotate for Okeanos. He's on the way towards A. Abba with the first blood.
Hotline came in. This is not too shabby though. Kiyu's close enough to avoid the showstopper. No, the classic takes the kill. Ghost can afford the showstopper of Okeanos now. They're trying to go towards the B side. Time is pretty darn short. Hakikimori unsure. Do they go back to A? They did get a kill there earlier on. It was Weeded that fell. And they decided to end on that part of the map. B-Dog still establishing some presence here. And Stairs is going to be something you have to fight for. Here's that Steel Garden now. Vinebow needs to make use of it, needs to run and take these engagements, and so he does. Nightfall, it doesn't matter. The weaponry is just better. Hakikimori's buy gets effectively nullified by that Vice ultimate.
That Steel Garden was perfect. Hakikimori weren't able to get their players out the way in time when the flood came back in from M80. It was a good pivot back to the A site from them. That round was so winnable. It is so tragic that showstopper didn't find the kill onto Q and Baby Door. How does he go 1 for 1 there? He doesn't have a gun. He was reduced to the classic, bro.
Just straight misses.
He got Steel Gardened.
B-Dog's looking
was
he turned anti-flash? He was looking the wrong way. I'm not even sure what happened. Look, pretty chaotic round. Does M80 allow Hakikimori, or rather give them enough rope to hang themselves with as they play back on most of the map? An operator here for Okeanos. The Haunt can force him back. Here's the pitter-patter, little footsteps heading in the Mound direction, and it has to get even more ground. Razorvine buys some time. Paranoia won't connect. TP across here for Kaiser. They are serious about taking this fight, but Bao is ready to deal with the Omen. He's out of the picture. He's stunned up briefly. But Okeanos has his eyes trained on that waterfall position. Rolling Thunder, can you scale now into waterfall? No, Bao's going to be able to take Abu down. Full stunned, by the way. Still able to win it out. TU here should be able to get involved, and that's filthy. That is absolutely sickening stuff from M80.
That util usage to deny the push off the Rolling Thunder into Waterfall was beautiful. The stun and then right into the paranoia go the Mori players trying to push forward. That was so good from M80. They're really making it look absolutely effortless. They've had a lot of great little on-the-fly utility decisions that have locked up rounds, pushed them over the edge when it felt like Hikikomori had a chance. Players are a bit too experienced, a bit too cerebral. They're just used to this environment. They're making it look easy.
While we're on a pistol round here, take note that this Cubit Academy Ambrosia game might be headed to overtime here. Uber and Co cannot salvage things. Gonna push up here. This operator getting value is there's just a lot of contacting. Why? We're seeing from Hikikomori in such a round. Yep, contact. That one, though, Kaiser's able to win out. Oh, buddy. Occasionally, right, like we saw the Horde on Mound, but I did force Okeanos off the line, forced him back to the side. So it's not as if Hikikomori are contacting every part of the map, but on a round like that, without the money to invest in the util, without enough util to just use more frivolously, we've got to play things out that way. I think Cubit are going to win that first map. That is crazy. Oh, no.
Oh, is that a 2v4 they're about to win? Unless
I think so.
Coburg goes absolutely stupid when the Cosmic Divide drops.
They're doubled up here to punish a defuse attempt.
Oh,
Oh, buddy!
Oh, there it is.
Man! Rob Moore! He was sandbagging the whole time, bro!
They were down by a lot early on when we checked in before, weren't they?
They were,
I can't remember the
6-1 down, bro.
Yeah. Tough start, but they run it back.
Hey, well, if Cubit Academy can do it, can Hikikomori do it? 9-0 down in this Lotus map, second of the series course. And they are just getting churned. Well, they make for good mulch here on the grassy fields of Lotus. 10-0 here, obviously still in this first half, but Hikikomori have been able to find nothing to give them an edge.
These M80 guys seem pretty all right.
They seem pretty decent. Good shooters.
Kind of mid-team on it. Mid, if I'm being honest. This is a little bit too easy for them. These guys are pretty good, man. They are pretty good at the game. We've seen a couple rolls early on in this first week, which, you know, that could be the case as we're just starting the Swiss system. But it's making me really excited to see M80 and TSM yesterday, how good they look like. These two teams clashing, if they're both 1-0, that's a juicy prospect.
Yeah.
A tantalizing game on offer.
And if we don't get that kind of matchup in round 2, then in round 3, when we got all our 2-0 teams or whatever 2-0 teams are remaining, that's when it becomes much more likely, right? So it becomes increasingly more likely that we get these, star-studded matchups in challenges as time goes. So you're guaranteed to get them, folks. Here, once again, same play. Like, notice this containing by M80. It's just a shoulder pick by Q to get information. They use some util here. Like in this case, obviously, it's the stealth drone, but sometimes also the salvo just to buy more time. We did just, okay, maybe an ill-advised fight to take there. Hikikomori really trying to push their way into tree. They're going to get there, overcoming Bao as well. And it's only Q who can really interject at this point, and he's smoked off here in Baby Door.
Dog is on the fast rotate. Okeanos has the op, but Showstopper will be the key for getting back in this site. Can he find anything? Doesn't look down at the set. Oh my god. I can't believe it didn't get the kill.
Brother.
What?
Well, it's been customary, at least so far in this series, for Hikikomori to eventually find a round where M80's, overconfidence gets punished. Okeanos tries to showstop it to the site with an operator in hand. It's pretty hard to see that working out well. And again, like a lot of individual fights taken, Weedy tries to fight there through door. I think there was at least some util to try and set him up. Q got smoked off. There was no one at stairs as far as we could tell. Yeah, that was smoked off as well.
Wait, I need to see this rocket.
Wait.
That stuff. Bro's no Sturmy. You know what I mean?
Sturmy! Oh my god. The TNT reference, bro. Come on. Oh, that's crazy.
Well, that's it. Sturmy was
Was it Quake?
Was it Quake? Yeah, that was Quake.
Okay.
That was Quake. No, I didn't hit him with like the MG
Sorry.
mic.
There's Stir and
The
then there's
rarer
Sturmy.
reference.
Yeah. It might be. All right. Last round of the half here. We got Steel Garden available here for Barn Bao. And now waiting to have an opportunity to make use of it. TP on the side for Kaiser, though. Bao is... okay. Sat on the other side here, ready to charge into the site while those primaries are disabled. Bao wants to fight. Shorty getting put to some use here. Zola for Hikikomori grouped up. Trying to flash themselves back into the fight. They should have their primaries back now. They're low. No plant here. M80 just corralling them, taunting them, playing with their food, as it were. Rain tries to fight his way through there. Ghost with an op, finds one, and there it is. It's 11 1/2. Another tough game for Kikimori. Like, I won't mince words with you folks. We've seen a couple of the same sort of defaults played into M80.
Do you want to try and convince the viewers that this has been a close game?
No. Maybe
Okay.
10 years ago as a caster, I might have attempted that, but I think we can all see that this is brutal.
Not particularly close at the moment. M80, they're looking pretty good. Looking pretty decent. On all of the executes, they've just contained the entire Hikikimori team in the choke. Not one player got past Ben. Everyone from M80 were just able to flood him together. Bombao was running through that seat. Like, I don't even think he realized he was seized. He just kept running forward. He was trying to get past it by sprinting. Yeah, this is, listen, it's tough when your Challengers debut is against M80. What more can you say?
Hey, you are in this league until promotion relegation, so plenty of opportunities here to make up for lost time, and you're in a Swiss league, so you do go up against opponents who also suffer defeats in their first week. Gives you a chance to, again, experience that more balanced competition, as time goes on, giving that opportunity to gain confidence and get those key reps.
Here.
Guys are with the...
Most importantly, perhaps, they haven't gotten 13-0 on either map.
Okay. Yeah, to some that actually means something. That's true.
They can walk away without being the first team to get 13-0 in Challengers.
Bow moonlighting is an initiator there with that Arcaro's placement. To set that up for the post plant here. Flash his team in should they need it. Sees here, but no follow-up. Looks like maybe Demi doesn't really have any paint shells to speak on. Here comes the raw fight, something that M80 have just been incredibly good at over the course of this map. When push comes to shove, they come out on top. Garpa, nice little double there from Upper. We did want to take the challenge. He's no arsener, that's for sure. Garpa takes him down. And it's Ghosts V2 in a post plant to avoid series point coming up. And it's going to be a ring around the rosy for the time being. B-Dog likely has heard this. Ghost has nothing to look at. Fault line, doesn't hit, doesn't matter. Q will finish the job.
Some decent shooting. Kind of taking advantage, at least for a moment, of M80 trying to play that so aggro, just get the round done. Some good shots from Garpa, but unfortunate. Dropped too many players prior to that. So much time being dwindled off the clock. There have been a couple moments where some of these players, look, they can definitely shoot. Ghost has had some nice little individual shots, dual wins here and there. We just got to see this team develop. It's too early on for them, too strong of an opponent. But when they get down into that next part of the Swiss stage, play against another one of the 0-1 teams, get some more practice in, some more experience, playing in these more important high-pressure games, maybe they can begin to piece something together.
In terms of this match, folks, the writing essentially on the wall. Does M80 look like they've decided they'd like to clean things up here with a pretty slow start to the round, pretty stately. Elsewhere, Barnbow with the Bulldog is pushing up on that A side of the map. We'll be running into his opposite number, Ghost, who's been the standout player, I think, for Hikikimori over this map. A pretty respectable impact over the game. This C-Stack might have worked out, but M80 do sniff it out.
A lot for Ghost to do over on this side. Let's see if he can step up. Has done it a couple times. Has the Sheriff.
Narcros just flashes the players moving into tree, but there's nothing really to make use of that hindrance.
30 seconds left.
Okeanos here, paint shell's pretty nasty, and immediately Ghost just gets slapped down. These stingers need to be made use of here for Kikimori. Brain, the only one who's able to find anything with it. 3 versus 2, and Arbo is the sole player on Upper for the time being. This should really be a matter of course now. Arbo looking to try and challenge. B-Dog handles them, and it's just Kaiser. Clean as a whistle for M80. A 13-1 finish to the series. Split was a little bit closer here, but it's very, very hard to see how Kikimori was supposed to find their edges early in these rounds, or even in those clutch scenarios. M80 definitely the victors here in a very one-sided matchup.
Yeah, they're looking pretty decent headed into this season. Not a bad debut. We did just comes in as the sub. Sato's not here to play just yet and kind of goes crazy running around the map, just taking every fight on both Split and Lotus, winning 99% of them. Yeah, I mean, M80, they just look really solid, at least so far. I want to see them get pushed, tested when we get into the next section of the Swiss stage against the other 1-0 teams. That will be really interesting to see. And on the opposite end for Hakiki Mori, tough to debut against a team that was in back-to-back Ascension finals. Obviously, new players, but an org that commands respect, can get the top prospects. They have done that this year. And Premier, hey, it's about growth. This was the first match for them in Challengers, qualifying out of Premier. They've got to just keep at it, keep working at it. They're going to have a chance in the lower part of the Swiss stage. So we'll see if they can step up next week.
That's right. Of course, we'll have some words from our desk to sum up the game that was and move on to our second and final game of the day in just a moment. So stick around, folks. This, of course, is VALORANT Challengers North America. Don't go too far.
All right. I mean, we're hoping to see this M80 rebuild come out of the gate swinging. And Dan, I think a little bit of an understatement for that series. That was a pretty dominant 2-0, pretty dominant Lotus coming out from them.
It's one of the fastest series that we've seen in Challengers, and I don't even mean it just because we just started Challengers. I mean even the Challengers that we've had last year and before. It was insanely fast. It was an M80 that came swinging. They knew exactly how to play around what the other side was bringing of Heki. And again, they didn't really, it feels like they didn't really have to show that much. They were just running down every single time and getting those kills. It was a pretty easy match for them.
Hey, I would like to say that TSM versus Winthrop was equally as fast as this match was. Hello, 13-5, 13-1. Come on. But
a little
no,
like dig at Winthrop before we move on. Dang, right? Okay.
Hey, I'm just trying to raise up the bar for Hikikimori here just a little bit. Okay, I do see the potential though. They are cracked. They do have the aim. I think in terms of like, you know, macro and strategy, yeah, they were a little bit outmatched by M80's powerhouse, but I think overall there's potential, and I'm kind of excited to see their development over the next few weeks.
I mean, even just the org name going into this, M80, there definitely is a pretty high standard we're holding them to, and seeing the players on the squad, even if they're all new to kind of playing this game with each other, Dan, they're still players that we've praised that on their own individual teams. So even if we didn't necessarily get to see too much in the strat book, we might have to wait till next week. The way they're all still able to coordinate and some of this in the server, I think, was just really nice. A really nice welcome to Challengers for them.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we're talking about M80 and how insanely good they did, but I mean, Hikikimori just had such a difficult match. It's not that they're bad, it's not that they're terrible and they can't do anything. It was just a hard match to play, especially your first match on the main broadcast. You're playing against an M80 that sure is not the same core that made it to Ascension last year, is not the same M80 that we're used to seeing now for the past 2 years, but it's, as we mentioned, very well-known players that have proved themselves individually and in different teams for the past couple of years. So for you to come from Premier having your first match against M80, it's okay. You take this as a learning experience, and Roy, I hear that you learn the most when you're losing, so
Yeah, I think so as well. I like the optimism, Dan. Let's go. But I do want I do want to point the attention to Okeanos, obviously. If you don't know who Okeanos is, I think you will by the end of the split, to be honest. He was one of the highest stated duelists. He's right beneath Armada, who was obviously competing on NRG now in VCT. He was also performing insanely well in that league as well. So, I mean, Oki is a very strong player, and he's shown it here. He popped off in both the first map and the second map as well. And I don't think this is going to be the end of his reign as a top performing player in the league, to be honest.
Absolutely not. I mean, it was someone coming from Blinn Esports that we had talked about then, and being able to see him now with this core being on M80, I think was super, super nice. And glad to see that call up too, and that we'll be able to see more from him, because I think it is an absolute shame that more people don't talk about him. And I do want to give a shout out over on Hikikimori's side. I feel like that was a really difficult matchup, but Ghost had some really nice shots in there. And for Hikikimori, when this is still a learning phase for the team for what these players are capable of, I think that's a hard one to really call when we see them go up against the super team at M80. But call out what we can, and I'm excited to see them play again next week. But back over to M80, because we will be having an upcoming interview with them. We can talk a little bit more about this young superstar here, Dan, to talk a little bit more about these, because this is someone already in this first map who's really performing.
Yeah, Okeanos was pretty good, pretty consistent as well. And as Rory was saying, if you don't know his name, you're gonna know it soon enough. But he's been playing for a little bit. If you've been watching Challengers since last year, at least you've heard of Okeanos and how well he was doing. We talked about what he did on Blinn, and this was a collegiate team that we were like, okay, but are they gonna be good? Because we've seen collegiate teams that when they go against these tier 2 teams, they can't really put up a fight against them. But Blinn, we were like, okay, they're really good. They're one of the best, and Okeanos was a big reason why the team was doing so good, and now part of M80, one of the strongest organizations that we have. You need to put high expectations for him, and he's living up to these expectations too.
Yeah, I mean, this was a Blinn that the core still did really well yesterday. A couple players stolen away, Okeanos being one of them, and already performing on this new squad. It is really, really nice to see. And when there is this rebuild, M80 looking to make that same run that they have, to see this duelist just be popping off already, definitely, I think, a really good sign for this M80. As for us, well, we were talking about Okeanos, but time to talk to him and head over to our interview. First off, hello, congratulations on the victory, an early night. Hello, how are you feeling after
How are
that
you?
Challenger stuff? Oh, good, thank you.
We're doing good. We're doing well. I'm feeling happy. It's been a really long off season, so having a game like this to be able to ease into the season is like a really good blessing, and we're excited.
I want to talk about this team because this M80 squad, this rebuild, is something that a lot of us have been talking about and we're all really excited for. So talk a little bit about the squad, how everything is meshing, because things looked really clean today.
So when Sato gets back, you won't see me on Duelist anymore. I'll say that first and foremost. Whenever he gets his visa, he gets the Duelist rights. He gets to have fun. I completely believe in this kid. He's like a superstar, 100%. I'll be playing the flex role more often. Shout out to We Did for subbing in. It's only been 1 week of practice for us since we started so late. And so some things are still yet to be refined. So I'm happy we showed off and we're dominant today. But like what we showed today is just like 5% of what we can be, right?
And that's a super exciting look. And I want to talk a little bit more about you going into this Lex position. How are you feeling about that? Because when we've talked about you in the past, when we got to see Blinn Esports and stuff, we got to see you more in this duelist role. How are you feeling now that you'll have the chance to play everything?
I'm confident going into it. I've always been like a super hard worker when it comes to this. Like Drew tells me what agent I want. I'm already botting. I'm looking up lineups, like what I need. And to top it all off, like at the end of the day, like you just have to shoot your gun, right? So like you have the same gun on every character. So like there's no difference. I'm not setting high expectations for myself, because if you set high expectations and you don't meet them, you just come crashing down. But I'm just going week by week, whoever we play, whatever agent I'm on, just focusing 1 week at a time.
Okay. I like that mentality. Is that a similar mentality to M80 now with this Challengers run ahead, now that I found out you only had a week of practice going into this? Like, how are you feeling about M80 and this run to try and make Ascension?
I'm super confident going into it. Drew and Don, Psycho, he told us like it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? So as long as we get points and just keep culminating wins and wins, all that matters is like we just qualify for Ascension playoffs. We do well, and that's all that really matters. Just take it a week at a time. We're not like, say we do play next week, and we're not thinking about the week ahead. We're not talking about, oh, if we win next week, we're gonna play Qbert or whoever. It's just a game at a time, step by step.
All right. I mean, this was definitely a good beginning step here in Challengers. Thanos, thank you so much. Excited to see you next week on the Flex Roll. Have a good rest of your night, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, again, our first games, maybe they're cursed on the day. Another quick victory here, and M80 going to be the victors there. But we will still have another matchup. It's going to be QOR going up against SAT Esports after a short break. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Challengers North America. Even as a first series on the day, Dan, a little reminiscent of yesterday. I feel like this next one is about to go the distance. We got SAD Esports going up against QOR, and this is exciting because these are players, a lot of them that we've gotten to see before, and there's a little tweaks to the chain, like the teams too.
Yeah, this SAD Northwood core technically playing and making a few changes here, but remaining the same as we used to see. And they've been playing for quite some time. I think of Benji, for example, 2 years ago playing at the right arena for the collegiate grand finals, and now making it all the way here. It's cool to see these collegiate players that now are actually joining these tier 2 teams that we've heard of for some time. That SAD team that we saw last year is going to look very different this year. And on the other side, QOR also having some players that we've seen in Challenge, right? We think of Logan, we think of Darkest, and we think of what they're going to be able to do today, because I feel like out of the matches that we've had for the main broadcast for the past 2 days, this should be the closest.
I 100% am with you there. And looking at the very first roster, looking at SAD Esports, this has been a team that we've had here for a little bit with a couple of different looks. We got to right away get introduced with this team with way back stage 1. And then since then, a couple of different looks, but still keeping the core here. We're going to be able to see Ferbsa, still be able to see Dip here, Roy. With Darkest leaving, that's a little sad, but I've been impressed with who's been stepping in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's this sort of benefit of having like the same core for a while, right? They have the experience under their belt now. They kind of understand how they want to play the game, right? Obviously the meta changes and the maps rotate, and things do evolve, but overall the identity of the team should remain pretty consistent. And I think that sort of consistency is going to allow this team to have a pretty tactical, a big tactical depth in terms of how they want to approach maps, and as well as role diversity and sort of a deep playbook, and something that they're going to need to contest some of the best teams in the league. So I actually have really high faith for the SAD Esports side, and I think their players are very strong and very capable and extremely dynamic.
What's nice too about the players coming into this team is this isn't something that's unfamiliar. I mean, a lot of these players have played, there are a bunch of different teams, but they have played together quite a bit in the past, whether it's been with Dip, whether it's been with Ferbsa, whether it's been with both of them. So this isn't a team that's now having to come together. Oh no, how do we get the synergy? We've gotten to see that synergy before. So I think that's definitely going to be a benefit for today. So talking about that core remaining, let's first talk about Ferbsa, because Ferbsa, the very first time was introduced to him, Dan, was as a sub. Then we got to see him on a team, a lot of hype, and just a really consistent player overall.
Yeah, really cool. Like you said, really consistent player. And I'm excited to see what this team is able to do and how they're going to be able to play around Ferbsa, because it's one of the names that when he was part of different teams, we were bringing up the most. So it's one of those dealers that we're kind of paying attention of. Okay, at any point, this can be the main topic of conversation for challengers. We're just kind of waiting to see if this is going to be the roster that is going to make it happen.
I think it's very possible that this is a dark horse team, and I think Ferbsa is going to be at the helm of that potential movement, right? Because a little known fact about Furby, but he's an extremely vocal player, and he's a vibe merchant as well, and he plays a duelist, so he kind of calls, he sort of says what he wants to do. He's very assertive with what kind of plays he likes to do. He's very comfortable doing that, and he likes to keep the energy up. He's not really a tilt kind of player, so even when things are going wrong for them, he's still going to be able to uplift his team both in terms of performance and in terms of energy. So that's kind of a massive asset to any team competing in this league, in my opinion.
And I think just like such a strong piece of the team too, considering in the past we've gotten to see him more on that sentinel role and really just being able to clutch up when necessary. So when we are looking at this team, even if they are familiar with each other, now having to face challengers as a team, I think that's going to be so important. And talking about that other mainstay that we got to see last year, I just talk a little bit about Dip, because Roy, Dip was someone as well. I mean, this was always been one of those dark horse teams, even when they had a stint where things weren't looking so well. We were always kind of impressed with these players. So I'm glad to see Dip back.
Yeah, Dip's been around for a while, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he's also the IGL for this roster, right? So this person is not only putting up insane stats, but he's also IGLing. So it's kind of a rare thing to see, especially in a young talent such as himself. So I completely agree. I think he's a very valuable asset to this team.
Yeah, that'll be super, super nice. So now that we are going to be able to see this team come together, we got to then start talking about the other team, because when we're calling back to that roster from that get-go, one of the players missing that we did get to see with this core last year was Darkest. And Darkus is still competing, but now just for the other side here, Dan. So I kind of like that we get to see sort of that face off from the get-go.
The synergy and the players is, I mean, we already none of them have a picture, so they're one.
Yes,
they're one
characters.
team. They're one person. But Roy, actually, I mean, you know Darkus pretty well. So
Yep.
what do you think about the team that is surrounding him this year?
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of this roster, to be honest. The only unknown quantity for me is Timotino. I've never really been on a team with him, or like I don't really have insane insight into how he is as a player. But in terms of Darkus, in terms of Logan, Nerve, and Snarly, I'm quite familiar with what they bring to the team. And Darkus is, in my opinion, one of the most underrated flex players. He's extremely dynamic in the roles that he can play. He can fill control, or he can fill. He's kind of like the Chronicle of the team, right? He can play flex characters, Breach, KO. He can play controllers, and on top of that, he puts up insane stats, and he's one of the most vocal players that I played with on a team before. He's extremely vocal, and just like the way he controls the team, the way he sort of controls late round dynamics and sort of maneuvers these sort of chaotic situations is super important in a team like this.
I mean, definitely. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say that he's had some great moments last year. I think we sell it constantly. This was a player that, I mean, first time I heard of Darkus, it was when you were playing with him, Roy. So now seeing him continue to compete and continue to have these great moments, it's really cool to see. I'm just wondering where we're going to put QOR this year, because last year was kind of that mid-table, and even where in those teams where we've seen Darkus is, you know, doing pretty good, having some great moments, but also trying to see themselves at the top constantly. So that is something that I'm going to be paying attention to with this team.
I mean, someone that I'm paying attention to, and Roy, this is the one person you called out as someone you do not know too much about, is Timotino. This is someone too. Darkus tweeted out like, yeah, I joined this team to become a support player for Timotino.
Yeah.
And looking back, I feel like this is a player that you're talking about Dark Horse team. This is like the Dark Horse player. Like, I think Timotino can be really exciting if he shows up in the server today, Roy. I think the last couple games were a little bit slow, but I think that there's massive potential here.
Yeah, and when I was saying that I don't know much about him, I literally mean in terms of his presence on a team. But I've played ranked against Timotino before. Like, I've seen him in the depths of ranked, and he's an absolute demon. So yeah, I think I'm not really surprised to see these the stats that we see on the screen. He's an absolute demon. So I'm kind of expecting him to sort of settle into that role on his team, hopefully with the support of Darkus and with Dip IGLing, and the flexibility that the core roster brings should hopefully enable him to become a top performing player.
Yeah, in my notes, I have his name underlined, bolded. I'm excited to see this Challengers if you did today. That is for sure. Yeah, no, I feel like there's massive potential here. When you're looking at teams, it's always like, do we think the team's making a run, the players making a run? And this is exciting. And going up against this known quantity here, Dan, that is Ferbs. Even just looking across the stats, I think just shows a little bit more true to what we can maybe expect coming out of this duelist today.
This is a great matchup for both of these players to prove themselves. We already saw it yesterday. Jerwin, one of those ranked demons, prove himself, do insane and trust and plug and have an insane ACS at the end of that map of Fracture. But now it's time for Timotino to show what he got. We've seen a little bit of him. We might have heard a little bit of him, but now with the official first match on the main broadcast, it's a whole different story. And as you said, going against Ferbsa, known quantity, a player that we've heard of before, a player that we've seen before. But he's also trying to find that consistency and trying to stay at the top. So I really, really like this duo. I think it's the most exciting one that we have for this week.
Yeah, and I think a part of Ferbsa that kind of goes undiscussed as well is, I mean, he might not have the craziest ADR and the craziest KDs, but his first bloods and his opening success chance has always been really impressive. And I think that's going to be a sort of a key factor here between him and Timotino, because they're both good at that.
Yeah, I am so excited for this. So let's start narrowing in a little bit more on this match and talk about the map picks and bans that we have ahead of us. I'm hoping, regardless of how this goes, we get to see a 3-map series so I can see those two face off on Fracture. But Roy, we're sending it off to Lotus first. It's going to be QOR's pick.
Yeah, Lotus is a very interesting map, guys, because it's a map that, yes, is very familiar. Nothing really has changed on it in recent times, but the meta itself has evolved so much and there's so much room for interpretation to how teams want to approach it. And I would not be surprised to see them lean heavily into either the breach or the Tejo here and kind of abuse these like very utility heavy compositions.
I mean, any team that's been making that change over to the Tejo that we've been able to see, Dan, has had some good success so far. So I'm hoping that we get to see these teams already trying to keep up with this meta. But overall, Lotus, we get to see, hopefully, like, we'll get to see a good bind. But I don't know. I think this one's going to be so close.
I don't know. I mean, we're talking about these compositions. We're talking about the meta, the device, the Tejo, all these things. But it's, what, only 2 days ago, SAD Esports, they played this map on a third-party tournament, and they were running a pretty standard composition, I would say. So I feel like we can be expecting that more than not.
Boo. All right. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe those 2 days were very fruitful in being able to spice it up just that little bit.
It would be cool.
I'd be down for it. I'd be down for it. But our predictions going on for today. I think this is going to be our closest series. We've not been very shy about that. And I think this has been our most indecisive
Splits.
desk as well. All right, Roy, we're in the same camp here. We think QOR's taking it.
Let's go, Sierra. It's 2v1 right now against Dryad, so
Wow.
that's good.
That's crazy.
We lose that fight as soon as we send it to casters. They outnumber us, Roy.
This is gonna be fun when I'm right. This is gonna be so fun when I'm right.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, why are we on each side of this? Then you're the odd one out. So you say when you're going to be right. Why? Where's the confidence?
Why? Because this Northwood team that we saw last year and this core that they're building around is a core that was consistent. They were trying to, again, break it and make it to the very top, but the basis that they had, the foundation that they have for this team is great, and I want to see more of it. And again, I mean, you guys were saying it too. Forbes already approved duelists, and on the other side, we just still have our questions about what they're going to be able to do. So, I mean, you guys said it, and now you're predicting against it? I don't know.
No, okay. No. So... I think this is going to be so close, and I will happily be wrong on this either way. And my actual original prediction was for SAD Esports, and then I went and changed it a few minutes.
Sierra.
I went and changed it a few minutes later. I'm so split. I think if Timotino shows up in this server and gets that support that Darkus is talking about, I think they win this game. I think if they do not have this duelist, who should be the star duelist, start to really step up and pop off, I think that this should be a SAD Esports win. I think it literally just comes down to this duelist on the other end, someone we don't have nearly as much tape on as we have Furbza. And if he shows up, I think QOR takes it, Roy, honestly.
Listen, I don't care if you predict and you're wrong, but flip-flopping like that, zero conviction is crazy.
What do you mean zero conviction? I sat here. What do you mean zero conviction? Where is this coming from? I'm going through my notes. I'm going back and forth. Like, what is this? That's crazy slander. Crazy.
No, I think the truth, the one thing that is definitely true though, from your like kind of choosing one side, then realizing, okay, maybe this is going to be close, is the fact that this is going to be close. Like, there's really no other way to put it. I would be absolutely shocked if this was like a 13-5 or like kind of what we just witnessed with M80 or with TSM. I would be absolutely shocked if it was that result.
And you just jinx it. Thank you, Roy. Thank you.
Oh,
You're not one to talk, Dan, on the desk, James. What do you mean?
We've turned on each other. We have turned on each other.
Was I wrong about the last match? I was not. It was, guys, it was a stomp. I said M80 should 100% win, and they 100% won. So I have pretty good win rate on these predictions. Well, actually, no, I didn't get the
guys,
win
rate. What you do not know is the second Dan says, yeah, this team's won this round, the round is instantly lost. Instantly.
They don't need to know about
now.
that, Kira.
They're getting to know. Don't worry.
Crazy.
But all right, before this breaks out into an all-out brawl on the desk and we start throwing hands, we're waiting for our players to get into the server zone. Perfect opportunity to go get some water, get a snack. We'll be right back with SAD Esports and QOR after this. face-off of QOR and SAD Esports, and it's going to be starting on Lotus as our agent select is ready and time to getting underway with this series. I know we had talked for SAD Esports, it might not be a spicy one, but Dan, I was double checking what QOR had, and there might be a Taeho. They played it recently. I'm hoping so.
Oh, yeah, there it is. QOR is going to be running this Taeho Breach, but they're going to be running it with the QOR, which is not something that we're used to seeing a lot. And then for the controller, it's going to be a Viper and an Omen. Yeah, I don't think we've seen this combination just yet. And for SAD, yeah, they're keeping the composition that we saw them play 2 days ago.
Right, all right. I mean, hey, when Mutino was playing the Yoru when they played this recently, it was good. Roy, what do you make of this going up against the SAD Esports squad?
I actually kind of love QOR's composition. The lack of Sentinel going in for the Viper as the sort of pseudo Sentinel agent, I think is a really good option because of the fact that Taeho is just, or not even just Taeho, but Breach, Raze, Taeho, Sova, those agents are extremely annoying to play against when you're a Sentinel player. So them opting off the Sentinel, yes, might weaken their network information, so to speak, but it's gonna give them a layer of sort of kind of an advantage to the counter picks.
All right, well, we get to see something a little bit more chill versus all the chaos that QOR has to offer. First map in what should be our closest series of challengers. Let's get it underway and head back over to Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, crew on the desk. Yes, SAD Esports versus QOR used to be a middle table matchup, I guess, back in 2024, Wyatt, if you think of it. Tougher end to the season for QOR. I think they only get one win in their group in stage 2 of challenges. Whereas SAD actually end up competing in the playoffs and getting knocked out in the first round of the lower bracket, but they run into, I've got like M80 and TSM back-to-back or something like that. So pretty solid roster, and one that we thought got way better with the addition of Ferbsa and Dip.
Yeah, a lot of changes for these two teams headed into 2025. Little trade of Darkest going from SAD over to the core team. I definitely respect him very highly as an upcoming talent. Very much in agreement with a lot of what Roy said about him on the desk. I'm excited to see more of him this year for sure.
Shadows traveling. Kind of like this Breach Taeho look with that traditional like Viper lurk wall over towards the A side of the map, and immediately we see a SAD pull off that site entirely as soon as C starts to get walked on. Logan flattens Ferbsa though as soon as they try and peek out from door here. That'll have to be toggled yet again to get the defenders into the game. Dodge that paranoia as well. Logan, surprised not to see him come away with that one, but the damage was enough that Darkest could follow up and finish Dip. There's only 3 left here for SAD. Snakebite's going to keep them out of the site for the time being now, but they run headlong into the defenders. I already have a feeling this is going to be a scrappier game as SAD on the retake just trying to get their pick of the litter when it comes to these duels.
Logan screaming, pleading for help. Anybody, please, anything. He's just fighting a 1v3 at door. Everyone else is like trying to take space forward in other parts of the map. They completely hung him out to dry. He goes down, and then the retake is coming in from multiple angles. They would have needed to then win the fights in Waterfall, but Atsuzi had like a good wide swing there with the classic. Well, Benji peeked kind of close. Yeah, took that initial duel, and then great little double swing there.
They smoked Logan off the site as well. There's the dark cover there, so they can't help him. Logan is completely isolated against like the 2 or 3 players that are trying to make their way out of B-Link.
Cool to see one of the teams actually just fully pick up the G2 comp that we saw them run against Cloud9, kind of destroy Cloud9 with its core, with this Viper, Yoru, Taeho, all that. We'll see if SAD can best them without a Taeho of their own. At some point here, I am going to demand that someone provides me a statistical analysis of how many times teams with no Taeho have beaten the team with a Taeho on a map.
This is just anecdotal.
Love to know.
If I'm thinking from like VCT NA, I haven't seen a whole lot of the Taeho-less comps win out, honestly. This is a more traditional look from SAD, right? This is kind of what we always used to see on this Lotus map. Breach, Raze, Sova?
Funny enough, it's kind of what QOR used to play on this map actually last year with the Sova. Brooks was looking clean with the Outlaw. Was definitely impressed with him when he joined up with the SAD team last year. The desk were highlighting him as well. He was putting up some ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, I mean, both Ferbsa and Dip, like I said, when they came into that team,
30 seconds
they looked
left.
really good. I think that might even have been when Bob was still on the roster. I'm not even sure, but Yeah, they definitely were like, a middle table team, whereas Core in that stage 2 were struggling. They avoided relegation. That wasn't sort of an issue. They were just outside of that. But yeah, look, not the greatest showing, I think, from Core to sort of finish their season. Here, not a great start, but again, that pistol sort of goes against them, even though it looked like they had a decent edge. Herbster just knocks heads together there, holding that C site with the Outlaw.
A couple players look like they were going to have light armor into this, so some potential for danger if the attackers get into the wrong angles.
We have it well held on that B site. The Core had to pivot that way. Now, though, gun round here for the attackers. And Timo goes down to a paint shot from Ferbster, apparently. Might even have got a tag on him there. It's unclear, but immediately Core start to move out into A. They do have that Viper wall to work with. And they're right up against the door here towards Tree.
Yeah, he definitely ate that Outlaw shot right into the paint shell. That is a little bit unlucky, but nice setup from Sad to use as much util as possible to deny that early entry into A rubble. They definitely don't have the best comp for that, certainly not compared to Cores. So it can be tough to take early fights there.
Brad has really slowed down now as that Tree door is open again. The Viper walls come down. Zerona with the buck, he can't afford to push out of here. Playing off their own fault line would also be unadvisable. Znali, though, deals with Ferbster. That was a trade over on the site. Remember, this is a bonus here for Sad. Paranoia hits, though. This is an opportunity for the Sheriff to go to work. Snarly might have had a chance to recover, but Zerona descends upon them. And now a player advantage for the defenders. Rip Benji, concerned that someone has pushed all the way back in towards that defender side sport. Will be much slower to get towards upper, but there's still time. And a player advantage for Sad.
Util as well. They've got a couple smokes. Zerona still has one flash to try and scale back into the site. Clock's dwindling a bit. They've got to go soon.
They're going to flash out of this smoke white. Here's Nerve about to get busy. Tuzi's not ready for it. Oh, Logan catches them. And that was up to Benji. From that high ground, spots Logan. But they got a better weapon and they're just healthy enough. Decent bonus here for Sad, but they do give the attackers their first.
Timings there just a bit off. Benji not ready to accelerate out of heaven to get the instant trade. Might have gone otherwise if things were just synced up a little bit tighter there in that moment. Decent effort, though, from Sad. A lot of damage done. I like that isolation a bit earlier on where they used the paranoia. It was, just after this, where Snarly got that kill, they isolated it with the paranoia and then the jump out with the Bucky. That was nice to find the advantage, but ultimately squandering it.
See that Teo Util's just going to deny everything on Core's side of that Viper wall away from the defenders. Sad had no interest in really competing, though, for rubber this round. They give it up now, though. Of course, they still have a full buy. Whereas Darkest is down to a stinger, and there's a lot of half armor here on the side of Core after only one gun got taken out of that first buy round.
So we're going for that early round B trap setup. Doesn't find anyone. Ferbster maybe wanted to push deep into spawn. Ops to not. A site vacant. Headed towards a full retake. It's going to be tough to clear out Snarly back rubble. This should be a good position for him.
Yeah, it's always a good spot to be set up in. Although it is telegraphed, it's often looked for. Deep just got ruined there. Line well held by Snarly. And that wall gets to come up and be a real nuisance here to the defenders. They're pushed up against it. Logan, saver of the last round, not able to overcome Ferbster this time around. And that door is constantly being toggled. Making sound, obscuring footsteps, all the rest. Timo flashed out, but Nerve fails him out. Still Ferbster, point blank with the pistol with the right click connects. Now Nerve should be able to fight a second here comfortably enough, and Ferbster somehow Ferraris him. And gets his primary out. There's no time for a defuse here, though. The Core are going to get 2 in a row, and that was Sad's buy that now is gone for naught.
Ferbster going down as well. All right, well, you got some damage. I mean, sure, we'll take it. A bunch of ult orbs, I guess. The tiniest of consolation prizes for Sad losing their buy round. I really like how Core were playing off the Viper wall, even though they started doing a tiny bit of trollery with the door. I think the door got Logan killed. I mean, it looked like it pushed him just a little bit. Yeah, unlucky, but still, that was a good pivot in this setup where they had a Snarly, way back towards spawn side of rubble. Then he gets that first initial contact. They bring the wall up. They swing out together. They controlled rubble really well there. That was the pivotal moment.
This time, Sad want to fight for this. Tuzi, though, tries to TP onto the top of rubble in his cord. Still, Dippy's there with a pistol. Not too shabby. Zerona also getting involved, and what a round to make use of the showstopper. Takes QOR down to 2. But if you're going to spend ultimates, you want to turn them into a winning round. And I think Sad asking for a thrifty now after that exchange could be tough. But Rebenji's timing could have given him a 1 versus 1 if not for this Omen TP to safety. Snarly now can group up with Nerve and get a big plant.
That was a lovely little transfer from Nerve.
Spike planted.
And you should be able to recover a rifle here. Get that upgrade. Does so. Doesn't want to head over towards Baby Door, though. Circle back through B main. Nerve and Snarly, they just need to double up, trade this out.
Where better?
Should be so winnable from the position they're in Baby Door.
Yep, just double up in Baby Door.
I mean, at that, Nerve has a paranoia still. There's just no way they should
literally.
be losing this.
There's even mollies he can bank off the wall. Snarly's just going to check this. Hard checks it. There's the snake bite. And that is going to force Benji to take a ton of damage. And he doesn't have any time. He's going to push ahead of it. Pretty open and shut case there for QOR. 3 attack rounds already been built up after having lost the pistol. QOR stringing them together nicely. But here is another buy coming up for Sad.
It could have been disastrous if not for that nice transfer from Nerve, though. 1 versus 2, the last man in rubble. That was really crucial. What's going on the other one?
Oh, they're
What
on
do
the
we
verge
have?
of winning the
Ambrosia. And, oh, yeah, they are quite close. The Qbert Academy.
I can see why Rob Morris is gassing them up. I mean, they qualify for challenges through promotion relegation in stage 2. So we only really get to see them in stage 3. Still very early days for that squad. And again, a few teams have sort of mentioned they seem like pretty decent competitions. Just early days for that team. Whereas this Qbert Academy roster are predominantly known names, right? Quite stacked, really.
Yeah, very much so. You know, Redux, Nismo, some of the best players that we've had in Challengers for a while now that are still in the how has this guy not been on a tier 1 team?
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
that
you've got
conversation still.
QOR alumni T-Dog on that roster as well. Was that early round action. Again, Sheriff kill there, showstopper. Had Nerve not cleaned them up, there was a real chance that Sad would have been able to convert that Raze ultimate into a round win, which would have been absurdly disruptive, given that the economy for QOR has never really been able to establish itself. I think they've had 1 alive, 2 alive in all of their winning rounds. So
This is cool. So Timotino, he's popping that dimensional drift over towards A with the Viper wall up, making it seem like there's going to be a lot of presence there, while the rest of the team, they head in towards B main. He has a teleport to get back to B main with his team as well if he needs to.
And Zerona tried to buy some time with that fault line, but QOR very quickly get back into the site. Isn't aftershock timing? This is pretty good. That is going to hurt. Yep, Logan not going to be able to survive it. Hunter's Fury as well for Dip, and this is speculative. What? Okay, catch on Snarly, just randomly lurking the other side of the map. A lot of information, but there's still a spike to be diffused here. Flashpoint pushes Darkest off the line. He can flash Nerve back onto it, though, and keep fighting for this. Another flash. Here's the Rolling Thunder, though, for the attack side. This gets awkward. Zerona caught inside that. Shocked out at the feet of Darkest. A bit of damage, but they're going to get up close. It almost got to half there for Zerona, but Timotino explodes for 3. Beautifully done by the Canadian, and 4 on the board for QOR.
He was just relaxed over in the Baby Door, waiting for a moment to pounce after using that dimensional drift to sell that A presence early on, get the free B site. Cool execute coming out from QOR. Love to see that. And they scale back in off the Rolling Thunder nicely. That Hunter's Fury Aftershock was pretty cool, though. It syncs up perfectly. You know, Logan would have been able to survive if it weren't for the Hunter's Fury. He would have gotten hit once by the Aftershock and then gotten out of it, but it gave Sad the free kill. The advantage wasn't enough.
Competitive game so far, as was sort of heralded, I think, by our analyst desk. If they are closest game, at least, of challenges thus far, but that's not saying too much. There's a big group up here by Sad on the other side of this. Look, they are really varying their defensive setups here. Viper wall comes up. Oh my goodness, the Sheriff's going to work. That's 2 quick ones. And somehow Sad are able to extricate themselves from this situation, even with the salvos coming in from Logan. Nerve, they want to recheck this smoke again, but Sad have just fallen back to a second line. Tuzi dodges the paranoia and finds 2. Oh, there's the makings of a dirty, thrifty round here, folks. It's up to Logan. And a Rolling Thunder, just in case he had pushed out, but no. He's still playing a little bit further back. This Aftershock does threaten. Logan wants to take the fight, though. He says, well, there's no point. Cat's out of the bag anyway.
These guys better win the round after that. They've invested a lot into this 3v1. The whiffed Rolling Thunder. You have to win this.
Is Logan up against 3. One player takes contact, the other 2 swing. It's just not winnable, Wyatt. What a thrifty here for Sad. They got close over the last couple of rounds, and finally they break through.
Their aim has definitely been on point. They've gotten a hell of a lot of share of headshots early on in the half. They are looking like they got their extra warm-up time in. Just that double swing, triple even. Or attempting, that was the flash coming in actually, but yeah, well done pressuring A-Man so close. That's got the economy in a terrible position now for QOR. Rifle stolen away.
Yeah, still can buy, but they've just not had a clean round, Wyatt. Whereas Sad can build on this. They actually have enough money to potentially buy in the next, but Snarly just goes ham on them. They push out a B. Snarly, one of the core members from last year, he's heard this as well. Zerona's coming, Snarly takes 3. Wow, that is, geez, win a thrifty like that and then just run it down out of B. The dichotomy of Sad.
Zerona was making a little bit of sound there. He definitely thought he had a timing that he, in fact, did not have. Snarly just gifted a nice trio of kills on a silver platter. Good way to open the round up. I do want to see that on the replay. If there was any util that came through, I wasn't able to catch it quick enough. It came through for Sad to try and push out there. If that was just a pure dry contact peak.
That has turned this round into just a straight save for Sad Esports. Again, they can afford 4 guns in this next round. To have them taken away would be a problem. Timotino gets close. I don't really think QOR wanted to lose too many here either, but that's fine. Pretty clean round. Almost flawless had they not been looking to try and take some guns away. So this attack side campaign for QOR still looking pretty shipshape.
Forbes is going to pick up the operator. Full investment down to 0. Kitted out. They'll be able to drop a gun over for Dip as well. Benji's got the cash. Essentially everything on the line here, though.
Yeah, this is an inflection point. For Sad, at least. Look, 4 defense side rounds, I don't think they're upset about. Even 3 is salvageable. Confirms to put this operator to work. I just don't think there's going to be much action on the C side of the map. All towards A again, so there's every likelihood that Sad get forced into some form of retake. Snarly playing hard to get. There's the ever-present lurk threat on this side of the map.
Oh, does he want to explore further? Yeah, he does. That's a 3 pick. Now, Sad can try to play this for the retake. Actually, they have a lot of players gathered up here. Maybe they try to flood back in.
Ooh, okay, Tuzi just having a swing on that fine nerve, despite it being inside a smoke.
Oh my god, that was so sick. What the hell? They're like the double TP to get out of the Armageddon. That's crazy work.
And as a result, Sad got 4 to work with. Still, why this attack for QOR has fallen flat. Double face, he will get the job done. Tuzi's kind of clean with it.
Devious. Oh my god, I've never seen someone pull that off. That was so sick.
TikTok omen work there. Actually dirty. A great round in general. I mean, you have QOR swarming over the site. Let's see how this plays out. This is Tuzi here. Hit by the paranoia. 1 TP.
That is so sick, bro. I'm about to try that in a rank game and just absolutely feed my life away.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna go
he
for
jumps
it.
back as he TPs, right? That's perfect. Damn. Nicely done. Okay, Steho Yuku will force Sad back. Verbs are really up on this lane. The Viper Ball, obviously the antithesis to this operator play. Eventually, it's got to come down. Missed shot. Not going to get away with that one. Punished instantly. Go QOR, who's still been able to scrabble together a bit of a buy. A couple players on light armor and a Guardian for Nerve. Still they are equipped for another attacking round win.
Yeah, overextended himself in that corner, to be honest, and didn't have a flash or anything to get out. He just kind of panicked and wanted to leave. You know, maybe if Zerona was faster to send a flash, get some of those players blinded up, unable to spray accurately when he was crossing. Could have lived. All right, just pure confidence peak from Zerona, making up for the mistake with the no flash earlier.
And Timotino knows that the site is clear. Checks it with that dimensional drift. Shorty in hand, so maybe thought even about going up the rope and fighting inside the smoke, and might still consider that as an option. Plant only now, just coming in though. Fault line, Timo gets lit, and still Darkus comes to his rescue. He takes a ton of damage and has to get on out of there with the gate crash, excuse me, but Nerve has been more than serviceable in moments like this. Nice trading by QOR on the side. Kuzi out of the crosshair though, it ends up being a trade. It's up to Benji. That's a shorty, buddy.
That was well done from Timotino, just drawing that attention, fighting forward. Get some util expended on him, and then able to gate crash all the way back to safety. Has 2 other players on site, double swing while he's offering himself up as a juicy piece of bait further forward than the rest of the team. Good setup.
There's that missed shot by Ferbsa. Very easily punished.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to blame Serona for that, honestly. That's just the setup there is just so awkward for them.
Risky.
Just a miss, just not the ideal position for Ferbsa. If he was there, needed support. It's just tough spot.
Yeah, he's got the option to play it from stairs if he wants to. A bit safer. Punished. This time though, goes back there. The 10 spot. At least there's a rifle that will be salvaged. 1 for 1. Darkest also very close to a Rolling Thunder. That orb over on Mountain side will get him there.
Definitely frustrating to be lacking your Omen this early into the round, though. Not having the smokes for an execute later is going to be a painful experience.
Timotino has to get out, so it is going to be over towards C that the attention goes. Plenty of this Sentinel util over on this side. Obviously, something that QOR don't really have access to when it comes to their defense side. And here's Benji. He's out of it. He's out of the Rolling Thunder. Starting gets lit. Perfectly playing up the traps and not overextending into this, buying enough time for the rest of SAD to get here. Timotino get another miss with that operator, and QOR locked off the side. 35 seconds remaining, and look where the spike is. That trap wire also never got cleared. That Snarly got left. God help me, snarled up in.
They assumed that those traps were broken by the util that came in, but they were not. They were not, and paid dividends. Got the free kill, swings off the cage. Quality Cypher play to lock the site down, and again, yeah, just trying to hit into there with no smokes. You're cooked.
And you also, like, the Rolling Thunder just doesn't cover that side fully. You really want to send it at waterfall with holes. You have to try and catch someone, you know, close to the side. It's really hard to pull off. Timo's going to hit his operator, in theory. As a couple of players run towards their demises, and SAD, well, that makes this a pretty awkward buy round. Losing 2 of those rifles here. Looks like they're able to put something together.
Yeah,
maybe like, okay, 3.3 is fine. You've got rifle and half armor.
Yeah, rifle half armor, not going to have the drone, but all good. And Ferbsa at least still has that showstopper now.
They really prioritize, though, trying to get the op out of Timo's hands. Not
nice shots, to be honest. And he's just swinging and fast off the Viper wall. Positioned back rubble.
Lit there instantly. One way is going to make it hard for Timo to swing that at all. Ferbsa though down. There's a barrage of Teo util over towards Baby Door. Nerve sees Serona try and cross that Omen TP. Really problematic for SAD. It's unraveled them. They're just going to have to roll over and accept their fates in a round like this.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Nerve hitting that from the shadows to get the position all the way back was really nice. Didn't find anything, gets the first, but yeah, immediate trade out from Snarly. This should be all locked up. SAD tried to play a bit further forward in rubble. They hadn't done it much because against this Teo comp, it is so difficult, and that's exactly why.
Yeah, as a clone, Spike was within the confines of the Viper's pit anyway. But again, that round really came down to a lot of those first kills. Timo was able to get close, and despite being one weight off the rubble angle, there's like a free Teo util kill and a TP forward by Nerve that sets him up for another one.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you're caught in that corner behind the box over on the left-hand side when you're, by Baby Door, it's just so easy to get fault lined. You're right into the guided salvos. It's just so free for QOR. Overall, a good attack half from them. And, SAD, they ran it back. I mean, at the end of the day, they were able to string together a decent amount of rounds there.
Yeah, I'm not too upset if I'm there. Especially after like a bit of a slower start as QOR managed to get back into the game. They're strung 4 together. So 5 rounds on the attack side. Or defense side, rather, for SAD. And a real exploration here en masse for QOR. Straight up out of the B side. It's about to run into some resistance. Benji, good for 2, and a fault line's also going to come in here. That is going to leave Nerve a little stranded and will be forced to smoke themselves off. But you push this every day of the week, you know it's a kill for the taking. And there it is. They eventually run the Omen over.
Excellent utility to capitalize off of Nerve being caught so far overextended. Darkest, you can't catch that timing. 2Z too sharp with the ghost.
Timo forced entirely out of the action. So B-side plant with 4 players up, all pretty healthy here. Means SAD are threatening to equalize the game. Might be there with their second pistol win, I think, of this map. And it's going to be a double face here to seal the deal. 2Z at times looked excellent over this map. Even some nice little TP tech that we enjoyed on the back of A site a few rounds ago, but 3 kills in this pistol. Get SAD now in a position, to make this an even ball game.
Definitely have to give a shout to Benji for being able to get 2 kills in that situation. Didn't have any players around to support him. Facing down this triple push. Finds 2, and then the rest of the team, they capitalize off that nicely though. They get back in there rapidly to find the 3rd. Good pistol round win.
Okay, a standard one-way smoke here being thrown out by the defenders.
Cage triggered.
In theory, to give Nerve a little bit more equity over at C, or at least imply a position of strength that eventually just gets walked up on by SAD. Who take mound control. Looks like they take the orb and already pulling Div out as they know they're on a timer in rounds like this. And Benji taking down Timo means that there's not much threat of a push up from the defenders from A.
Gets an additional tag onto Logan, brings him up to half HP. A real oversight from the QOR players there, honestly, to not suspect that he could be moving over to Rubble. He caged the cross off. Caught totally unawares, Timatino.
And it's a pretty standard play, right? To smoke that cross for yourself or to cover it with some form of occluding util. And QOR had just been entirely pulled to A. SAD can walk into a completely open seaside. And they played around this anti-eco really, really well.
Should be so free. Yeah, they should be able to retain as much weaponry as they want. And at the moment, there's no one really getting too close to an ult that you would want them to be the specific player to go hunting. Like, that's definitely something you would look for in a situation like this. Maybe Zerona has the ghost. You want to get close to that Rolling Thunder. Only has 2 orbs now, but you wouldn't be mad at him trying to play a little bit more actively, take some of these duels.
Paranoia has to have hit at least 3 players. Tuesday with a big connection on QOR, who have to syncopate their push onto the side. Verbs are briefly flashed, but Zerona here gets to be the aggressor. Picks up Snarly for their troubles. And remember, this is really just a ruse. It is going to be a plant for Mound. And Nerve has to know it at this point. It's a matter of getting exits on the way out. Benji brings him down, and we, as predicted, have ourselves an even game.
And Benji just runs on in there to collect one of the dropped rifles, recovers the Guardian. Currently is the player closest to an ult, actually, for SAD Esports. You can definitely get some big value out of the Cypher ult when it's used at the right time, getting close to it. This was the play that really opened the entire map up. And again, yeah, just an oversight from the defenders, to be honest.
Yeah, an easy kill for Rip Benji that forces all of them to A. All right, round 15 on deck. Zerona, like you highlighted, looking to build up that Hunter's Rolling Thunder, almost halfway there. And another exploration out towards Mound by Nerve. Again, behind that one-way, they do get pretty active here. It's something that could be punishable in time. You can also counter-smoke this one-way if you should choose to.
We're getting some pretty solid info across the map. They're pressed up fairly far on A with Timatino. Nerve is peeking for some info and does get that. Knows that both initiators are towards the C site. That is some strong presence shown. Drawing rotates.
Every corner on this mound area is being cleared. Logan's drone gets a spot out. Benji might suffer some pressure here. His core might look to push out a B. His door opening. Darkest might be overextended for this. And yep, Zerona comes on in. Brutal stuff. There was a concussion there from the special delivery, but Zerona shrugs it off. Logan tried to come to the rescue of his other initiator. Now he's going to be under a lot of pressure himself. Cut in the corner, a one and done is all he gets. And core now down to 2. This gun round here in their second half, looking lackluster right now.
Core doing way too much in B main. They try to timing the salvo there, it just doesn't work out. Maybe Nerve could catch an opening kill here if someone's out of position.
Timo tries to flash himself out, or rather he flashes it for Nerve. Nice little 1-2 here. Paranoia comes in. Benji hit by it, but gets close enough to Timo to be able to see them. Now it's on Nerve. As they know, of course, that the Cypher is set up in Baby Door, but no one knows where Kuzi is. Okay, apparently Nerve does. He was half already. Gets off of it for now. He knows he has a bit of time. Cam pings him once more. Benji playing it as carefully as he can, but there's enough time for a defuse. Nerve absolutely bloody bails core out in that round. 4K and a clutch for the Omen. In a 2 versus what, 4?
I mean, yeah, it's the initial 3 players just dove headfirst off the cliffside, like straight into the rocks, like the scene from Midsummer. I mean, I don't know what was happening over there at the top of the round, man. Like, they were trying so hard to force getting a kill onto the lurking Cypher. They threw all those players away, but Nerve a little bit too experienced, too sharp with the shots. I mean, the headshot through the smoke was crazy. I really should not have given that round away. Tough loss.
I'm going to say Timo set him up pretty well with that flash out of Baby Door. Let him swing in and get rid of the breach, who was in a really problematic spot. So sad, though, still able to buy, of course. Core, though, starting to shore up their position a little bit more, albeit 4 half armors. Now we might have Sad scale up a little bit further on this C side of the map than we'd seen in the last few rounds. Nerves happen to give them this ground. And Benji's been really, really slow about this. A showing of A presence.
They're not set up for this. That could have been a great kill opportunity and still may be. Furpsa is weak trying to get out the way from the bullets. Barely manages to do so.
Created a bit of space, though, with that paint shell thrown in, allowing for Sad to try and take over this side. Here they come. Oh, that's a problem. Clone flash affecting Sad, but the dark cover really makes it half a nerve to see the wood for the trees. Here's that rolling thunder coming on in. Ferbs wants to try and take the fight. He's gotten his way into halls. Now the 2 versus 2. Flash for Zerona. Tries to take the fight. Runs out of bullets and gives Snarly a 3rd. But they're still going to make this defuse happen. Both Snarly and Ferbs are low. Neither have any util to work with. This is Gentleman's Valorant in the 1 versus 1. To put Sad even in this game. And Snarly's made the noise. Ferbster sees them. Surely Snarly knows! That's dirty! 2 back-to-back 4Ks for Nerve and Snarly. 2024 core alumni. Keeping them ahead in this match.
Oh my god. These rounds should not be going their way. Getting the kill stunned up with a classic. Again, just a purely cosmetic utility item. Stuns are not real. I think we saw Zerona get 2 kills while stunned earlier. They are not real. That is so sick, though. Ferbsa, I think, regretting being too happy to go for that fight. I mean, just swings immediately off the first tap. Completely read by Snarly. And the economy's broken. It was on the line that round for Sad.
We just criticized Core trying to do too much. Sad really in a hurry to push off that C site into post plant. Let themselves slip there in a 2nd round in a row. Nope, this time is set over towards this B side, and there's also a gate crash so that Timo can reinforce. Tuzi can sort of break this sort of one-way setup now by TPing across. Yeah, no crossfire opportunity, rather, especially when you can just gate crash out of there. So a free kill for Timo.
Gets right back into the C site, going to post up towards Bend. Sad have been trying to take advantage of the lack of Sentinel by just contacting into this site. We've seen them push through the smokes before. They did it just on the last round, and here they go.
Just don't check that. Nice for that corner. There's to be a cleanup now. Sad. Sussy economy coming into this round. Connie's by for the next one, but pretty unconvincing. Core seem to have found their measure to some degree. This one should be over shortly. 3 for Timo. He's multi-kills galore for Core.
It was a desperately needed clean round from Core. Every player was like sub 300 credits there, I believe, or just about. So they really needed that opportunity to stabilize their economy in an anti-eco. They do just that. That's got them in a pretty solid position now to close out this game. SAD are still in that economic danger zone. This round is going to be massively important. They have the Hunter's Fury to play with, maybe an opportunity for Benji to do something with his neural theft, but really, out of the timeout on Lotus of all maps, I am curious to see if they have something cooked up with Tuzi, their Omen, having From the Shadows, because that is an execute that we will see frequently on Lotus Attack, where you have your Omen teleport behind on usually the C site. It was actually Core, they did that on A earlier in the game.
Stairs,
Yeah, to get into stairs. So definitely, if I'm the defending team here, I am very weary about the potential of that Omen teleport execute.
And again, it's something you can play off as well. If they try and cancel the TP, then you can swing into it as one of the supporting players and take that frag. So it is a huge part of the strategy if you want to scale up your map control. And it's not often we spend too much time talking about Omen ult and its possibilities, but on a map like this, being so expansive, it is relevant. Is the satchel across there? Curbs it, unscathed, is able to get to rubble, but Nerve loses his. Tuzi's able to push up against this, and there's Hunter's Fury being thrown out as well again. Sada, so aggressive. They push so far into all of this. They get gunned down.
Unfortunately, they met their match because they had one player in the Hunter's Fury. Benji was watching the extremity, and Core were gathered up. Again, just with Tejo, Breach. It's such oppressive utility to fight for A that even with the Hunter's Fury, SAD just can't best that. And with the shots from Logan on top, I mean, those were kind of sick with the Guardian.
So another buy around for SAD here, threatening to collapse. That's
Lovely
huge for Dip.
Give me a corpse.
Yeah,
I know
I bet he would like
exactly
one.
where you are.
SAD definitely wanting to try and get a read on what Core setup is right now. Dimensional drift for Timo. Comes that util. Dip's able to get away from it. Timo's going to set up here over towards door and be joined by Snarly. Finally getting activated on that long, late flank. Here's that tree door coming open, and Timo, yep, has to at least make a trade. It's up to Benji now. Flash onto the side. Benji playing from upper. Tucked in here. It's a decent spot, but he can't see the spike. And there are already eyes trending in that direction. Benji has to drop and physically interfere with this. Logan got it a half already. This is looking harder and harder for Benji, but a second and 2 guns aimed at him. Means that Core can make yet another one happen, and they are running away with it on this defense side.
And Logan just opts to get off the spike to take a 2 versus 1. Armageddon, didn't get the kill, but it did push Dip into an uncomfortable position where he then had to fight the 1v2 in tree. That gives Core the perfect opportunity to just man advantage, trade things out. Really, though, that comes down to Logan, honestly. I mean, the defensive utility is so good for fighting A, but it's all for naught if he can't swing and get that second kill, crucially, with the Guardian. These rounds have been so close, and it's just Core coming out on top in just these tight situations with only a couple players alive. SAD have not been able to clutch up.
And Core just have the composure to deal with these flood attempts from SAD, whether they're in like retakes, they try to push it off the side, or last round at rubble, where they really try and get deep onto A.
Poison's off.
Experience and that aforementioned composure paying dividends. Snarly gets lit here. Just a customary brace of shock darts sent in Snarly's direction that he comfortably avoids. And SAD still have to figure out where they're supposed to go. Benji has not really been trying to penetrate too deeply into parts of this map, especially not on these eco rounds.
We're getting to the point in the round pretty soon where the gate crash is going to expire, but ultimately it doesn't seem like it's going to be relevant because Team Latino will just take it to go back, give up A. Things have been quiet with Sad just working up close. We want to go for this full execute.
Okay, Ferbs has the timing. Yep, Logan has the util in his hand. Still Benji though caught out in the open. Clearly blinded. And here comes Nerve yet again. Zerona falling to the second of those guided salvos. And once again, Sad Esports crew down to 2. Still no plant to speak of. Still no access to a site. If they try and bounce to C, Snarly will be lying in wait for them.
20 seconds left. They have to go through the poison orb. They should be cooked.
They're taking big damage. It's just easy. Just easy for him. Oh, the spike's up there. That's not good. That is cringe. And Snarly gets the job done. Sad have nowhere to go and nowhere to hide.
So that's the spike type moment. You hate to see it. Sad are really struggling to control over towards A, which was definitely expected going up against QOR's comp with the Taeho breach. But because of how easy it is for them to control A with those agents, there are rounds like this where they can just have Timatino go play close, has the gate crash to get away, and the rest of the players all drifted towards C and B. They were set up to counter that hit because of Timatino getting passive info on A.
Timo's deep. He can afford to be. Gets himself out of harm's reach there. And it's still going to be a push up for the defenders in that rubble direction. Really feels like a last hurrah here for Sad. They've got great ultimates to make use of.
And what do they try to re-clear at this point? You know, they have some sort of passive control of C. It's Tuzi basically just containing this angle. It looks like they want to explore towards A, though.
Only a minute to work with here. Tuzi getting ready to probably join the rest of the team. Maybe even TP to stairs. No, it's just a smoke setup.
Yeah, drone
This
comes out
allows
to clear
Sad out.
close.
Back to their old meticulous ways, are Sad. Checking everything here.
One suppressed.
It's a good hit. Finding out that the breach is over towards the A site with 35 seconds on the clock. That's going to draw a rotate.
Stairs is going to get smoked out here, and if you're a Baby Door, you are hearing Nerve creep up now. It's going to be a double swing here. Nerve is going to be insistent on a mental say in the corner. It's not checked. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but it's messier than Sad would otherwise have liked. They're trying to pivot over towards B, but that seems like a risky proposition. Darkest already found Zerona, and here's that rolling thunder for the defenders. 12 seconds left on the clock, and A has to be the option. Benji slowly extricates himself from Baby Door, and we'll be able to get the plant here if it's not going to be interrupted. Ferbs is going to be here just in case. Darkest is the greatest decoy, and Ferbs can't capitalize on the fact that he drew the aim away. Now we have a 2 versus 2 for the game. Snarly and Darkest are banged up. But Benji's seen better days as well. In the drop we go. God, Snarly's just been better at every turn. And Ferbs has to save this team. Fault line, they knew he was there. Snarly, too good. QOR, brilliant here on Lotus.
That was an excellent showing from Snarly. Across the entirety of the map, that Viper was getting a ton of value once the must-pick agent on the Lotus. Maybe coming back into the fold with G2 showing it off and America's QOR running their comp to much success. You can really clearly see the difference in the map control game that these two comps offer. QOR on defense with the Taeho breach, being able to just send out all of that oppressive utility early on. But in addition to that, the Yoru being able to take space off the back of it and hold it for so long, able to teleport away, is just such a nice little 1-2 combo to control areas of the map. And it made that defense look all too easy. It just allowed them to always rotate to the proper sites. The setups were great. That was a very impressive first map from QOR.
Yeah, really can see why they wanted to pick it here, Wyatt. They looked very clean and Sad with a bit more of an outdated composition, struggled to keep up with them, especially in that second half. Not a good attack side at all there from Sad. But it's a best of 3, much more to come, and Sad's map pick is buy-in. So stick around for that one after this.
A little bit early for it, but Dan, I hope that you have a humble pie in the oven, because if this series is any indication how this is gonna go, you might be wrong, and you're talking a big game. That was a strong core victory once we got that half.
There's no way we come
That's
back
crazy.
and we're already having this.
Up arms,
That's
yep.
crazy, Sierra. I see how it is. I remember this. No, actually, it was a good match. We talked about it being close. We talked about this being the closest match that we had on the main broadcast since yesterday, and it's building up to be exactly that. I mean, it was so back and forth between the two, especially in the first half. And at some point, it was that 7-7 where it was anybody's game. Then, I mean, we're going to talk about it. There was a crazy retake taking place. We just got to see a little bit of it. It was a 2v4, and ever since, SAT could not get a single extra round.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk a big game because it's fun, but there was definitely a point at which we did not know which way this was going to go. The teams were Roy just kind of step in step for a long time, and that was exciting. I think that we got to see a lot of highlights coming out from both until that one pivotal round.
Yeah, and I think it kind of goes in line with what the casters were talking about as well, right? They were mentioning the fact that it's sort of this old style with Sova Breach kind of clashing into this new meta with Tejo and Breach, right? And it really did show in the second half where it just looked a lot more dynamic, a lot more oppressive in the way they wanted to accomplish goals on the map, the way they wanted to set up their team fights and their retakes. Like, they just have so much to work with, and it really just at some point felt like an absolute comp differential mixed with, you know, Nerve popping off and a lot of these players popping off. It really just looked overwhelmingly one-sided in the second half.
I mean, right away, Dan, for this, if we're talking about things that are a little one-sided, sad, that's a pretty significant first kill lead for what ends up being a pretty flipped match score here.
Yeah. I mean, the retakes that we saw on that second half for this core were insane, were the reason why they closed it out. We talked about that round, but even towards the end, it seems like they're sad we're finally going to get the first round of the half after struggling for a little bit, or maybe the third round after struggling for a little bit, but the retakes for core were so clean, and it wasn't even, you know, the use of utility or that set retake that they had planned. It was just really, really good communication of, okay, who was going to swing first, and coming from different parts being overwhelming to what SAD were trying to do in the post.
Taking a look at the player performances as well coming out from this series, there was quite a few people that we highlighted going into this. We got to see some great kills from Ferbza off the bat. Timotino, we did see some great stuff from Roy, and I feel like we definitely didn't necessarily talk about the core duo coming out from core, who ended up stepping up big in this match.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the superpower of core, right? Is the fact that they have so many strong supportive players. Like we didn't even really mention Nerve much in the pre-show, but Nerve is a very strong player on the controller role. He's willing to take risks. He's sort of that sort of dynamic player that you want in what was traditionally a very kind of passive role. So I think core has the recipe to be a really dynamic team. They have the comms, they definitely have the team play, and it really did show here in this map where you could just clearly see the sort of their game plan coming to life.
Yeah, and again, this was one that, despite this end score, was actually decently close up to a point. And there was definitely moments where I thought SAD Esports were starting to slowly but surely get the better of core, but want to start moving on into what was that one pivotal moment. Because Dan, when we looked at this before this, as soon as the side swapped, this is hand in hand, but one round in particular, looking back at round 15, started that undoing of SAD Esports.
Sometimes you look at rounds and you look at post plans and you know things are about to get really messy, and I feel like that round 15 was one of them. It was a 2v4. Core were trying to go for the retake. You see how Nerve is pretty much playing by himself, and Stars isolating those duels makes it easy for the team. Even towards the end on that last kill, he had no communication, it seems like, on that last player being 1 HP. But this is the round where things were even, and ever since SAD could not win, and it is frustrating. It is technically a 1v4 if you count the kills, and SAD could not come back from this after.
Yeah, that one, Timotino, that was such a nice flash there, Roy. But Nerve, like, this started to be where, well, Nerve started getting a little shaken.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to point out the I mean, his name is Nerve, but he looked completely ice cold right here. His crosshair didn't even shake a single time in any of these situations. It really did feel like he was in complete control, even though he was in one of the most disadvantageous positions to be in, an almost 180-degree crossfire, guys. That is, I cannot be understated how stressful it is to be in that much of a disadvantage and still come out on top, looking like the aggressor, looking completely ice cold. And then, yeah, you guys are absolutely right. After this round, it was a complete roll from the core side. They looked energized, they looked completely in control, and they looked like their game plan was just superior in almost every way.
Yeah, because again, how close it was beforehand, but this is where afterwards I felt like SAD Esports, there started being kind of those little mistakes. Even one of the final rounds of the game where it was either Nerve or Snarly hiding in the corner and it wasn't cleared at the end when we're looking at Baby Door, and they just SAD run on through. All of a sudden there's a couple kills and things like that, that really, when you're going up a team that we've definitely said is competent, both of these teams are, those aren't mistakes that you can kind of get away with. And want to start going back to that core of core gaming here and look at Nerve and Snarly, because Nerve was the one that really got that underway, that unraveling of SAD Esports, and then Snarly Dan was able to keep that going on later in the match. Both a huge step up.
It's interesting, right? Because we're looking at both of the controllers on the map of Lotus, and we mentioned it towards the beginning, Roy. This map being played without a Sentinel, which is not something that we're used to seeing too much, and then you get to see this double controller actually worked out pretty well. I think in general, just a combination of utility and the things that they wanted to get away with on this round, they did pretty well. But these two guys, on top of that, they were just shooting and aiming better than anybody else.
I mean, yeah, you literally have one of the longest standing members of Core, Snarly, on a very supportive role, and he's dropping 153 ADR, 2.0 KDA, and then you have your other controller pretty much putting up star player performances. I mean, yeah, I think this script kind of writes itself for us. So I mean, they made our job pretty easy here on the desk. They did a phenomenal job, and it clearly showed.
100%, but the job's not done quite yet. No, we still got one, maybe two more maps in the series, and that was their own map pick. So now we're going to be heading on into the next of the series and start taking a closer look at Bind, which is SAD Esports pick. And going into it, even if there was a couple of different issues that there was for Lotus, one of the key things that was kind of chalked up to, Roy, was the composition. One's playing the cool stuff, the other's not necessarily keeping up with it. But Bind, both of them recently been playing with the Tejo, which I think bodes for a much better map too.
Yeah, and it makes complete sense, right? Because Tejo allows so much easy map control, especially with his rechargeable salvos. I mean, you could challenge hookah, you could challenge showers early, you could deny long B. There's just so much oppression happening on that with the Tejo utility on this map. It makes complete sense that both teams would lean into it. But I mean, this is the narrative for the previous map was old style versus new style, but now it's kind of new style, both clashing on this map. So it's really going to come down to the game plans and the individual performances.
I gotta say, I don't really understand why SAD is going with this map. They played it just a few days ago, 3 days ago, against YDZ, and they lost 3-13. So it's not really clear to me why they're playing it. Sometimes we do see teams willing to maybe change the composition, but it's been 3 days, and we already talked about it. We had that question about the first map. Things remain the same, and yeah, they're bringing this to hope, but that is not a loss and not a VOD that you want to have out before this official match of Challengers.
If it makes anyone feel better, Core also had a pretty bad loss here 3 days ago with their new comp, so... Wow. Hey, at least we're gonna keep it even here. Well, we'll see if there's any switch ups or how this comp is gonna be shaking up as we head into the agent select. I mean, if SAD Esports are picking it, I'm curious if maybe they felt that one day was a little bit off for them if we're looking at a change. But the Tejo is the same. There was one key little piece that I knew that was different, and Dan, it's going to be the Vise Snarly for Core.
Yeah, and on the other side, Benji's still going to be playing this deadlock that we saw on that match that we just brought up. But Timotino continuing to play with this Yoru as well is really interesting. That Yoru versus the race for Frupsat, and that duel that we talked about towards the beginning of the day.
I absolutely love the lean into the Yoru, to be honest. I feel like the agent has been overtuned for so long, but there really hasn't been any players that have been so outstandingly good with Yoru to the point where it's been so, exactly, it's a very difficult role to play. But I think with the introduction of Tejo, whose utility is so easy to use, it kind of fills the gaps. Like you have the extra, you have the extra explosives to pressure positions and sort of zone players, and then now you're leaning into the breach as well, which pairs extremely well with the Yoru. And then you have Vice on the other hand, so they have like a setup / pressure the map sort of play, and on the other hand, if you try to react on the other side of the map, you're going into the Vice and you're going into the global Astra utility, which is going to make it incredibly awkward to sort of find your timings and your reactions on this map that is generally pretty fast paced.
And when I've been seeing this Tejo, it has been so broken with the breach. So SAD Esports instead opting for the Sky. I'm intrigued about that. We know of the recent history of these two. Well, time to see if there's been any adjustments though. Map 2 in this series. Let's head back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thanks, gang. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this talk, Wyatt, about the Yoru pick here again from Timo. And I feel like, God, Yoru on buy was one of the first sort of instances where we used to see it used by teams like Sentinels, right? Tens would play it, make a bunch of noise in showers, and then like gate crash across the map to help his team attack the B side. So now we're starting to see Yoru just look kind of ubiquitous on a lot of these maps, especially in the hands of Timotino.
And it is nice having an agent that can be in positions where the Tejo utility is going to be needed to be used to clear him out, and then you can teleport away. Well, Zerna just cooks him.
You're right, Wyatt.
Not a real ability.
The stun, not a real ability.
Oh, come on.
Did you see that?
Spike
Oh, I'm not sure.
I think that was just fortuitous timing.
That's insane. That is absolutely mental. Okay, what a dream start for SAD on this map. Timotino trying to go for some shenanigans. B-Long getting caught out by Zerona, who was stunned. Then that from Tuzi. Well, I'm sitting up in my chair now. You have my attention. Much rests on Darkest's shoulders here. All that utility use, but no other option really but to try and stick this over towards the A side, and Ferbs is lying in wait.
This shall be a pretty interesting matchup in regard to a couple of the decisions made with the comps that differ. The Sky really stands out to me as an interesting choice. You certainly on paper would prefer the breach here. It's like what we have seen with TSM the other day, how effective they were running this comp where they ran over Winthrop. They had that deadlock, but the breach just syncs up with everything so nicely. And the Tejo having the drone replaces the dog that a Sky usually would have, is one of the reasons that you want to have Sky on this map. Clear out showers. So I'm interested to see what kind of value they can extract from the Sky, essentially. Like,
it feels like very much that old school composition with the Tejo twist, just because they feel like they need that. Interesting. Zerona looking at the trajectory of those salvo shots. Realizing Darkest is also there for the taking over towards B-Long. SAD being pulled every which way right now, but not overcommitting into anything. And Dip holds a strong line. Snarly tries to walk up there on the A side of the map, but all the action here is over towards Hookah. SAD, though, has sniffed this out. Only Nerve and Darkest left to work with now. And that's going to be an orb at least for Darkest's troubles as they get closer to that Rolling Thunder. Ferbsy hears all of this now and knows there's about to be some action.
That is just about as clean as it gets. A lot of good weaponry to bring into the bonus, and quality weaponry, honestly, for a bonus round.
Especially with 3 light armors on the board, right?
Yeah, that's going to be a major issue if QOR want to get all of their utility proper, which it seems that they do. Dangerous. Dangerous in the face of an outlaw.
It's all about Ferbs, though, being put in a position to get the most value out of that weapon. It looks like they're going to play the B side instead. Again, might get busy. So most of the concentration of core players, though, is over towards Hookah for the time being. There is some of this deadlock util set up to shut that down. Zerona swings out, caught in a grab. Well, there'll be no help for them here. Timo just gets that one for free, essentially. Takes a little bit of damage. This is going to draw a barrier out from Timo. Ferbs finally is poised to get some value out of this outlaw. Ooh, shoulder peaked. Has to get away.
Oh, could be a timing for Benji. Timotino too swift with it. Was definitely a standout on map 1. Living up to some of the hype that the desk was deservedly giving him coming into this series.
It looked like such a good round here for SAD to win on a bonus, especially with this weapon in the right place, in theory. Okay, not bad. That's one for Ferbson. That's all they're going to have with that Outlaw. Damn, there's a lot of this util. This Astra sucks, also pretty scary. Salvo comes in over the top. It's going to be Snarly, who covers the backside perfectly. And that first buy for Core, squeaky clean. Only one weapon given up.
A little trap setup play in Hookah with the Sky Flash is not that explosive. That Yoru clone definitely got in the way as well for Zerona trying to swing, but just swinging for yourself off of a Sky Flash is not ideal. Yeah, and then caught in the grav well because of it. Had nowhere to go, couldn't retreat. Punished hard for it.
Back to it.
There's an application of, Yoru just getting out of that sight line, being able to, gate crash onto the B site, get past Octagon, and being able to push the Outlaw player up close. Ferbson can only really just react by getting that one killer, and they were overwhelmed.
Core taking some very early control of Hookah, working towards B long. These site anchors are going to have a lot of work to do. Zerona trying to back up. You can see Benji wants to throw a grab net off the timing here, but blinded up and caught.
Okay, Trailblazer does connect. Zerona going to flash themselves out into this. What am I watching? Zerona seems so tense playing this part of the map. It's like overheats the last couple of rounds, or at least trying to go for these big plays. It's another one that just doesn't work.
Timotino punishing them so hard, gets into the site as well, finds the third. I'm definitely struggling with this Sky so far when you think about the fact that a breach in that situation could just fault line every player in long, could stun the players trying to get out of Hookah to really stop that push in its tracks when one half of the split push is stunned. But it's just not the case. It just results in Sad awkwardly trying to fight together towards long.
In fairness,
it's tough.
I get it. They have flashed, and I think at least one of those core players is stunned up by the Trailblazer. But there's a reason why they also increase the gun up time for Sky after a flash is deployed. Is that it's harder now to play off of your own util, especially going into 3 players. It's tough as Zerona to come out. You've got to kill them all, really. After losing a player, that's the only way it feels really worth. Otherwise, it's just a trade.
That long fight just got really awkward with the timing, with the dog being used as well. Couldn't even try to go for a trade. And that is the economy broken. And Core's is rolling. They have not dropped too many players up until this point, outside of those obviously losing the pistol and the eco. But since they've been buying up, their economy has been pretty strong.
They've dropped 1 to 2 guns around over the last couple. Here's the util dump. Sad going to push out here behind this Teho. Set up. Timo, okay. No interest in gate crashing out. They could have at any point escaped, but they have confidence that the backup is going to be there. Coming out of connector. And away we go again towards B. Sad down to 2.
They are making it look quite effortless at the moment. The fault line coming through from Darkest was nail in the coffin on that effort to fight out of Hookah. One of those hero rifles still remains for Tuzi, but probably just going to be a very sad and monotonous save for him.
Chances Snarly finds it as well. Stinger gets a gun, takes Logan low. Core's economy already just chilling. Again, this is a round where they're going to lose not 1, 2 guns. 2 guns in the end. Tuzi's able to keep the rifle into the next. Not great for Sad. Honestly, they've really been struggling. They try and vary the pace there, Wyatt. They dump their Teho util over to connector. They push out of Hookah. And they're not ready for the Yoru to be sat in the corner. And then by the time the Yoru gets the kill, the rest of Core have recovered and can actually back them up.
That situation definitely could have been an example of, and was to some extent, how good the Yoru is right now at going up against the Teho, being able to play in a position like that, and could have teleported out if necessary while taking that initial fight, drawing out the utility, and then the teammates could have swung for a market to clean it up, but didn't even need to teleport. Able to just play tucked in the corner, swing off the fault line.
That's because the fault line's coming. Ordinarily, I think you take that first kill and you probably gate crash out. You could just swing off this fat breach util. Not the cleanest end of the round for Core, but hey, they got some money to spend. It's fine.
right, everything invested for Sad. They need to stabilize here, or economically things are going to get so out of control. Will be a real uphill battle. B-site has been fully controlled by QOR elsewhere. Snarly goes down from the showers push.
There's 2 players pushed up there for Sad. They really wanted to just negate that low pressure that Snarly's been trying to apply over the last few rounds. Here we go, time to hit the side though. Nicely done. That sonic sensor actually gets a lot of value there for Benji, but they end up falling to one of those salvos. This will be a plant here, or will it? No, okay. Dip is going to delay that further, buying time now for those defenders to come back through spawn side. Tuesday opts not to throw up a Nebula yet.
Drone is down.
Here it is.
Good drone for some info. Surprised Ferbsa didn't try to nade default, to be honest. They can't just take the spike. They want to go out. It's not even a tap right now, but that's going to be a free kill. Great rocket.
Stunning stuff. Nerf can't do more than just the 1 kill. So Sad, fight back. Again, really have to play a different style round with that push up through showers to get an early lead, but they're able to convert it.
And luckily, some of that deadlock utility found connections over towards B as well. Yeah, that initial push in showers, definitely the key.
There's a rolling thunder, but yeah, Teemo's hit by a ton of that util. Stunned up by the sonic sensor by the looks of things. Ferbsa, we're not sure how they know there's a player there, but they make the right choice about where they send that showstopper. Here's a push B long for Sad, and Logan will be slower to pick up this line. If at all. The gate crash here, now back towards B long, so more of a split now. Less of that presence towards Hookah. An overload for B long. 3 players here for QOR. Verona tries to turn that flash. They're going to have the hot foot either way. Logan's going to take them down, but they know they have to plant their feet to get the 1-for-1. It's like a GrafNet connection, potentially. Benji's able to deal with the breach and trade. Now all 3 defenders from that A site were thinking about heading over to B, but they hear this TP.
Yeah, Sad are gathered up, trying to work back into the A site, re-clear. Dip's trying to play forward towards triple, 1 away from his Armageddon. Could have an explosive finale to this round. Few ultimates in play, 2 players, 1 orb away. And everyone gathered up towards the A site.
Sad are reading a pump fake here from QOR wired through the TP.
Yeah, I was going to say, I say that, and the noise cut has
You are divided.
just baited Sad to walk away, be more concerned about the B site as well, but it is there with the spikes going down.
There's nothing for Tuesday to see here.
Spike planted.
Logan's able to walk away from that salvo. Dip not able to interrupt the plant. Razorvine going to deny any access right now to U-Haul. Tuesday has to check shower. This all needs to be re-cleared. Sad have no control of this part of the map, and here comes that Armageddon. No chance of a touch here on the spike for the time being. Ferbsa and Tuesday playing, though, inside that Nebula. They have a Cosmic Divide of their own. They try and set it up. Here comes Sad. Ferbs is low, might be used as the decoy now. Gravwell going to pull the defuser off. And Nerva's getting ready to flood into this. Logan takes Ferbsa. 2 left here for Sad to work with, and Dip salvages it. Unreal. With enough time to get the defuse. That's about as messy as it gets, but Sad. Dig their heels in and find another hard-fought one.
Yeah, I'm curious if there was some kind of confusion there with Snarly going a bit earlier, going down, and then just left his teammates into that uncomfortable 2 versus 3 where eventually they have to press the issue and go through the Cosmic Divide that was placed perfectly to try and get the stick onto the spike.
Here's how this goes down. This is from a different view. Here's that swing through the wall. Dip is in the corner. They just don't see him. Okay.
Yeah,
It's messy.
With the time wasted, they were concerned about a rewrap. Never came. But all good. The round is converted regardless to couple hero rifles over for QOR as they try to get into this A site. Ferbs playing on defense, just trying to get out of the way of the dimensional drift. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's the Aura Bridge combination. They set Teemo up with a fault line. He at least could force them back to vents. He can't get any deeper than that. Teemo's okay. Has the gate crash out. Mind you, as a Bucky, so finds himself in a bit of an awkward spot. Can try and embed himself on the A site in some fashion. Sad somehow survived that onslaught, getting back at the site. Kick up the Seekers, and there's a Seal Garden now in play.
QOR, we might not want to be in lamps. They're getting out of there, trying to fight forward ahead of the Armageddon that might come through.
Yep. Okay. Catch it. That would have been a grab net, I think, that Benji was trying to throw. QOR anchoring this side beautifully. But here come those stingers, going to work. Teemo finally gets some Bucky value in vents, and it's up to Zerona in a 1 versus 2. They're both low. Zerona has a better weapon. Time, they're not really on their side. Had to check these corners. And Darkus can flash into this fight. That's half, and Zerona opts to stick it. No other choice. A disappointing result for Sad, who, frankly, disengaged really well from their very heavy util dump onto the A side.
Yeah, they baited out all of the util excellently. They avoid all of it. They're set to go for the retake, but man, they slowed the pace of the game down far too much. It allowed for the players that were in lamps to get enough time to realize, oh, we should probably not be in lamps, and actually let's press the issue because we're about to get Armageddon. All of that util just needed to come in way swifter from Sad. Too slow from them. Punished for it.
Here we go again. This time, same play. It's going to be the clone into Hookah. This time, it's not a grab well on that ledge that catches Zerona, but a Nebula thrown up. This as well, because there wasn't much backup there, excuse me, for Benji, who would have been there. Again, it's a B split. Sad on nothing but pistols, mind you. So at best, they can try and extract some weaponry, folks, but it's a big ask. And that seems like overkill, but hey, who am I to judge?
Definitely somewhat confused about what the players on B were doing there. Things became very disconnected, despite a decent amount of mid-round information being gained for Sad in other areas of the map around Hookah and Shower. But listen, regardless, they're on an eco. This should just be easy cleanup for QOR, no matter how they played it.
It's less clean, more effective there for Starly and Hookah. Verbs and DP really don't have any way of getting in. QOR just want to get this one done, apparently. Something in the oven, perhaps? Flawless round here in round 9.
Darkus wanted to take those fights as well because he was just a couple orbs away from getting the Rolling Thunder. So even though their economy wasn't incredible to end that round and they want to keep those guns, they also realize the value of getting the Rolling Thunder into this round where Sad's economy is going to be on the line entirely. So that was a good little decision at the end there to ensure that they'll have that big utility piece to actually win this critical round.
On our other stream here, Nightblood Gaming over against YFP, a squad that we were pretty excited to just see how they were emerging here in Challengers. Nightblood really only, I guess, came to our attention during stage 3 of VCL last year, and honestly, like, pretty solid run. They end up losing to YFP in those finals. I think it was like lower final.
It was the lower final, yeah. In the lower final, YFP Nightblood beat Nightblood in stage 3. Word soup.
They were fighting for the right to get pooed on by rankers, so it was an interesting tournament there. But yeah, maybe a bit of a grudge match there for Nightblood against the team that eliminated them. Pretty close affair on Bind, as is this matchup. QOR only 1 round to their favor. Sad call a timeout here after dropping 2 in a row after a pretty unconvincing eco round where you said, yeah, things break down a little bit here on this B side. We're not really sure what happens for Sad.
Yeah, entirely disconnected there. Pretty unfortunate. All right, here's the full buy, though. I just want to see what QOR are intending on doing with this Rolling Thunder. How does Sad play around this? It looks like they want to just go fast to this A site. That's at least one player caught in lamps trying to escape.
Razorvine's all over the place here. Snarly's going to make it really hard for Sad to move freely across this side. Dip opts not to give it up, though. He's sitting backside, doesn't go in events whatsoever, but there's going to be 3 guns trained at him in a couple of moments. And Tuzi wants to try and link up with Benji here, at least from U-Haul, so he opts not to show himself yet. He's actually got himself into a cheeky little backstab position. This is checked for, though, by Logan. There's already another player running into halls behind him. Again, this is a buy-up for Sad. They call a timeout for a round just like this, and Snarly makes it look all too easy. Again, the avalanche of util on A is too much.
Timotino is genuinely an excellent aimer. That first century kill was fantastic. A very cool execute from QOR as well, integrating some lineups with the Vice Razor Vines, getting those mollies back sight, while the Rolling Thunder comes in from the front, forces them into the Razor Vines even.
See, this is how it plays out towards the end of the round. Just no site presence. I feel like if there's an opportunity there for Tuzi to make some impact, then fine. But again, that's another buy round that goes, again, falls flat. Zerona's used to the clone play by this point.
Yeah, and frankly, I really would have preferred just see Sad play the breach. If this guy is just not offering any stopping power on defense when these big executes are coming in, you can't really set effective trap plays with the fault line and some of that other utility that syncs up so nicely with it. I do think QOR's comp is just straight up better.
Yep.
I think they've comp diffed them in both maps so far, and that cannot be ignored.
Deadlock U2 is set up here towards B-Long is unlikely to get a ton of value. Teemo again, just simple gate crash into the site, gets past that elbow line and able to fight for control of the site itself. And again, it's a player advantage here for QOR. The weaponry, terrible for Sad. Zerona has been completely circumvented, ignored with his Bucky inside hookah.
Planted.
Probably a safe guess from QOR to expect that there's something ratty happening here. So Zerona has no choice but to pick themselves up and get to work.
QOR really read this well. Teleport comes through, nade. Not ideal. Snarly, oh my god, was on that passive angle, just gets cooked.
Pretty nice recovery there from Ferbsa. Here comes Tuzi though. Just as Logan had util in their hand, eventually able to punish them with the stinger now as they run roughshod over the side itself. Nerve and Dark is playing off of it. Doubling up over towards Octagon here. And eventually that grab well is going to be interrupting the defuse. There's too much post-plant util to work through. Ferbs is healthy. Tuzi gets to the half here. The spray has to be good. Ferbs, it keeps their attention and in fact gets rid of them. That was a straight thrifty round there for Sad. Horrendous weaponry. And they get it done.
Last round
Ferbsa bailed them out, getting that kill onto Snarly over by Market outside of hookah. Just getting the rifle off that too, and then it actually opens up an opportunity for Zerona to get in the game, get in the mix. Otherwise, he would have just been trapped in a hookah entirely. Is at least able to escape, create some space for everyone else to get out.
I think, yeah, Tuzi just got off the defuse there, right?
Yeah, they just weren't able to stick it.
Oh, despite Ferbs killing the last two players, I'm not sure what happens there. Maybe Tuzi doesn't think they have time. It looks like they have time. Ah, I don't know, man. That is... It's a backbreaker. But here's the buy anyway for Sad. They got a lot done, and they also really cut that economy of QOR down to size.
I'll handle this.
That's tough.
He's had a pretty high first blood rate in this game. I will tell you that. Spots out Ferbsa as well, who's just running with a showstopper. Will not be finding a target with that.
Wait, he heard something over towards... Oh, yes, got him.
What a
He
snipe.
hears him come out of drift. That is so brutal. The sound cue gives him all the information he needs to send that showstopper over and claim the kill. Right.
Oh my god. Bro's looking like the hang.
He just can't help himself, can he? He just can't help himself. I'm supposed to be the old guy here, bro. That's crazy. Nice recovery from Sad, though.
That was a nasty double swing.
Yeah, I mean, again, because there's so much of this deadlock util, right, that they still have to push into.
Guys,
But Darkus
can we
somehow is able
not
to extricate
throw?
himself in this situation. This shouldn't be happening. Surely Ferbsa puts this to bed. As our heart rate returns to normal, it's the end of the half, and QOR have a slim lead.
That's when someone in the voice comm says, losable? Like, what? Huh? What are we doing? Oh my god. Chaotic last couple rounds.
This is a ridiculous half.
I still want to see what happened on the other one of why they couldn't get onto the spike. Was there another grab? That was just such a weird situation.
Possibly.
But,
All we know is that Tuzi gets off of it.
yeah.
I can't tell us because I think they need to fight. Because I think, I don't know about you, bro, but they had it half. No, that's brutal. Ah, great grab well. I mean, this is really nice. There is a lot of like anti-flood utilities on that B side of the map, right? You even notice there's like a sonic sensor that isn't tripped at that point, but yeah, that plus the Astra suck gave Sad enough time to reinforce and just gun them down there from small side.
No escape.
Aggression was the... Nebula gets recalled by QOR, trying to fight towards long, and there's that stun as well.
Yeah, it was like that Leviathan double hold at top of B-Long. Gets kind of broken down as for whatever reason, Nerve wants to get out of there. A lot of util's been drawn out of the attackers, though. They have basically none left.
Yeah, that's a lot of gray if you look over on their side of the screen. I mean, there was so much used from QOR as well, but it's all just recyclable utility. They get so much value out of the fault line from the arc rows.
And again, they've suffered no casualties here. They've been able to set up like a razor vine below Hookah. Looks like Sad have eyes for this A site now instead. Logan is there with all that Teho util. Timo also has a Sheriff. Okay, spotted out here, pushing across the site. We have the guy to salvo from Dip, probably was just clearing out U-Haul. Which Timo was set up in? He's actually pulled back over towards, over towards Vent. And that's now been covered by that deadlock wall. That's the issue. Playing against this comp, the post plant is hard to get through. Here's the salvo. Timo's going to get himself into U-Haul now pretty quickly, but Logan actually gets the freebie. Benji is amongst it. Caught in the fault line, potentially. Looked like both initiators had a hand in that elimination. And Timo's just dishing it out now. Gets himself up short, roaming across the site. Tuzi's there, not ready for this push, and that is 3 with the Sheriff. The Canadian stunning us in another pistol round as QOR keep their nose out in front.
It's just sickening play from Timotino. This guy is looking like the real deal. Having a duo of him and Darkest on this team, that is really nice. And you got a couple very experienced players within the Challengers scene. Nerve has more recorded games on VLR than I think I've seen of any other player. I can't find someone with more recorded games. Like, for instance, GMD, he's been playing since the beta. He's been competing forever, playing in Challengers, in Tier 1 at various points. He's played 320 matches recorded. Nerve has played 532. This dude's playing every tournament there's ever been ran. It's
a perennial grinder, man. That's wild. Okay, hard hit here from Sad, but Logan is ready to receive. Darkest here, Sad back behind that. Concuss inside that smoke, but Logan that controller shower. He's able to find yet another kill. Spike loose here. Timo forced to back up. Awkward angle to play here with the Outlaw, and yeah, probably not going to get away with that kill. Sheriff's up close, are nasty, and it's up to Tuzi. His position known. Has the Outlaw to hand, but a immense job to pull off. And Snarly is on this late wrap. There's no need for Nerve to push out and take this, but chunking Tuzi down to 13 seems well worth the risk. Where do they go from here? Maybe try and get into the tower themselves. Nerve still making some noise up there.
Making noise, and yeah, so rare. Too easy. All too easy. QOR stabilizing. They lose some guns, not the cleanest, but more importantly, they get that round win.
I mean, this Outlaw looks good enough.
Almost doubling up, since they can once again exploit the lack of cash on the Sad side.
Yeah, I mean, they forced Stingers in the second round, right? Instead of just taking their licks and sitting back with a weaker buy, so now it's Sheriffs and stuff all armor, and the round that makes that Outlaw once again super relevant, and it's in the right spot too, Wyatt.
Flash. Let's drive him off the line for a moment. Oh my god, this guy is just nasty.
And honestly, this is a bet of Sad's own making. Around they can't afford proper armor. I won't say easy, because Timo still had to challenge that guiding light. Is rewarded with 2 kills.
And Nerve there felt like he could catch a great timing after the teleport. Did catch the timing, but just got swatted away by a sick shot with the Sheriff. The wall gets triggered, but no one in front of it, just baited out.
Tuzi's quite deep here on the A side of the map. Logan, though, aware that, that Astra or Vice, depending on what side you're on, is going to be roaming pretty far and wide. At B side, you're just not getting into if you're Sad at this point. It's not happening. Tuzi still has all of this smoke util. Can quite easily, block off vents and heaven. I don't know if they're sure if they
30
have
seconds
control of
left.
showers or not. He's just going to walk into this, though, and losing the Astra here. Okay, that would have been devastating. So much util for this post-plant, but Logan's actually gone down. It's too risky to go and get the rifle, but this now puts Sad with a decent chance for the round.
I'm looking at Timatino with a dimensional drift. He just picks up the rifle as well, trades it out with Darkest, who's now the holder of the Outlaw. But that all could get all of the valuable information. Could be a great distraction as well for Snarly, who's trying to get a timing off the flank.
Okay, here's that drift. And Timo is in U-Haul, sees nothing. Okay, Benji just takes a breath there before taking the shot, apparently. Now the net is closing on Sad. Definitely feels like they've put on a timer, and that is a beautiful little fault line. Yeah, even with the opponent's blinded, Zerona is not going to be able to win that out. It's going to be up to Tuzi now. And you feel like there's so much riding on this round, even if it is a half-buy save round. Tuzi, Snarly, can't dodge this. What a clutch with the Sheriff. And Timotino just looks on. Can't do a thing about it.
Just the delay offered by the Gravwills at the end from Tuzi, who is the easy MVP of that round. Getting that kill onto Logan and Spawn with the snap Sheriff flick. That's the kill that evened things up into the 3 versus 3, making this round doable at all anyway. God, that is so sick.
What a round from Tuzi. That first kill is obscene enough in itself. Pushing that far in towards Venson, just killing a player with a rifle. Logan has to be kicking himself after that one. But the clutches, man, look what Sad had to do to mimic a fraction of Core's power to win these rounds. It is something else.
Off that, they've broken Core's economy. This is their chance to get back into the game. Sky flashes. Perfect. Nerve does not know where the hell he's at.
Snarly already getting ready to try and set up some kind of crossfire, but Core just don't have the weaponry here to be particularly competitive. Not that that held Sad back in the previous round. We might be diving in through this TP. But they haven't cleared that part of the map at all, and Logan would have been ready to feast. It's still on the table. Nothing happening over at that B side. That's Logan has to herald the TP play, and guess who's in the corner? It is Logan, but the Seekers spot him out. Oh, awkward. The antidote in Zerona's hands to someone ratting in that corner. So it's an unscathed mob of Sad players swarming over the A site now.
I was about to say, this would be a great time to pop the Seekers in the mid-round to go and hit the opposite side of the map. They do exactly that. Great decision. Great shot.
That's very clean.
Yeah, it gets one off that showstopper into the next round. This could be the snowball for Sad, the momentum that they finally need into this game. Just find him an orb somewhere. You can get a great execute off with the Cosmic Divide, the Armageddon.
And not badly from Timo. Still had a rifle in that round. Can't say the same for the rest of the team, though. Looking pretty clean with it on that A hit. Seek is pretty important. Logan probably in a one and done regardless, but anything to have slowed Sad down would have been a boon for the defenders. Oh, it's a big showers take. This is about to get ugly. Timo, I think, spotted out by that Trailblazer there. Able to avoid the Armageddon and still maintain that showers position. That's relevant. Here comes Sad straight down short, but there's, of course, a Razorvine in their way, and some of that Astra util is being used to slow them up. But they're all here. They're all alive. And there's still that Sky threatening to push into shower. Aftershock here. Dip is clear of it. It's a must-win for Timo. Ends up being a trade. We'll have to accept it. Still no plant, mind you. And still a chance to die back through the TP. And that's what Snarly is waiting for. Here's a tap. Dip is going to plant. And that Sperps are just getting straight up caught outside that smoke. And no chance of that showstopper dream this round.
Yeah, completely overextended. Armageddon comes through. Can Core try to scale back into the site? Tuzi forced out of lamps as well. They're taking this a little bit slow. They're weary about a shower rewrap. And the clock is already dwindling.
This Teho util doesn't actually get them any real value. It's so deftly dodged by Tuzi. Benji is at the spot, of course. Logan has to go and test this. Not fun to have to do it in the retake. Tuzi has a crossfire. It's easy. It's so simple. Okay, Dip. Not even trying. That's fine. Sprays Darkest out on the run, and it's up to Nerve. Not to be. Sad have evened up this game.
Core have been a little too slow on these retake efforts. They need to get onto the spike. a lot sooner to get the grav well expended from Tuzi, who's just sitting there waiting to click the button. And the more time you waste, you're just going to make it tougher for yourself when he has that lying in wait. Not a fan of the pace the core played out there. They need to accelerate. SAD have gotten right back into the game. They only even needed to use one ult there too. They came in with 3, and it only required the Armageddon to win to get that showers. I mean, they didn't even get the showers control. Matter of fact, off the back of it, they just tried to find the kills and showers with it. Didn't end up happening. Didn't end up mattering.
The core have that Armageddon. I think they sent it over towards U-Haul. And then they also throw a guided salvo there as well. It doesn't, they're just hoping it forces a player out into the open. It doesn't at all. Tuzi just dodges them. Both forms of that util was supposed to clear U-Haul and they just didn't. So that was a crossfire that had to be walked into by core as they wanted to check A short.
Yeah, there's just no player trying to wrap through. It's too slow with the 2 rotates and spawn. They got to pick it up out of this timeout. Ideally, even if they lose this round, they just want to get these ults out of SAD, get them off the table when you know they need to do this full buy again.
Throwing next.
Here it is, round 18. And SAD 1 round away from parity. GravNet line up in towards Octagon. Doesn't catch anyone. And core, keep an eye on these very dodgy weapons. They have no showers control, no short control. They are grouped up somewhere in between.
Trying to go for this showers repush. Tuzi's playing it very safe, just containing this area of the map. Doesn't want to throw his life away. Oh, dink through the wall.
I mean, to me, that's almost karma for what Tuzi did a couple rounds ago to Logan. Pushing into vents and just straight up killing them. There is Verbster across that A site, finds Darkest. That's the breach now out of the picture. So no ability to really disrupt a fast hit. Snarly knows that this is now probably one of the most important positions on the map. In the event that SAD are rotating in this direction, and he would be right.
And he actually found a kill, though. This
30
is a
seconds left.
tough angle, and
He's out of
just
there.
has to run. Yeah.
This showstopper likely heads over towards spawn site. No sound being made. I think he's been heard. Yep, Snarly inside container. Does get pinged out. Nerve moves up right into that corner. It might just be Logan's kill that matters in this round. Time is quite short in fairness. Timo on an angle that's being watched by multiple pairs of eyes. Will be taken down to 32 and forced right out of the action. We're going to have an even game on our hands, and SAD have really made their comeback on this attack side.
Really, the only thing of note for core is that they got the showstopper used from Ferbsa, but SAD are also more than okay with using that to lock up the anti-eco, and breach that B site and find the opener. Game-defining round coming up as Timatino is investing in the operator. Economy will be totally flattened if they can't win this round and get to 10.
I will not die today.
Okay, so Rolling Thunder, Timo's actually picked up this operator now just to play the gate crash, escape, play on the extremity for contact line. But yeah, we've been seeing flashes consistently going up bit long, so there's always something to force him off the angle potentially.
Oh, and there we go. Classic. Fault line, missiles. Forces the SAD players out. Shower Timo is so aggressive and punished for it.
Oh, he's going to be kicking himself about that one. He played directly into SAD's hands. Look what the spike is. Look at they are. They are not trying to push any part of the map. They are playing this default setup. They were happy to give up showers there indeed. And Timo just took the bait, pushed way too far into them, and has handed that operator over.
Similar situation out to the prior round where it's Snarly on his lonesome, ready to absorb the entire hit. It's 4 players. SAD through Buffy long. Annihilation to try to get into the site. Won't be able to find a target, but it will force the defenders away.
Rolling Thunder by the defenders. They're trying to buy a little bit of time for Nerve, I think.
30 seconds left.
And that option now is no longer available to them. TP's over towards the A side. as the pivot has been called. Herbster lingers, Darkest though, almost expecting it. And maybe some frustration bubbling to the surface here for QOR, who've been stifled at basically every turn. Logan has a chance here to get up past this divide. It's been watched for though by Zerona. That is their third of the round. After a horrendous start to this map, Wyatt, Zerona has been a factor.
They really are just allowing QOR to play into them. They're letting the game come to them, and it is getting them free kills. QOR are pressing so aggressively to take early duels, take early space. And SAD have been content to give it to them, re-clear, or, you know, in the case of Timatino, pushing all the way down long, just punish with the aim.
And that's it. QOR just have to wait this one out. Money's been terrible. They've not been able to string these rounds together at all. So it's 2-gun save. And I hope that they can stop SAD at this next turn, whose economy has been burgeoning, who likely are going to buy for much of the rest of this map, if not all of it. Darkest at least is able to get a consolation, a third kill extracted, and that operator will be saved.
The rest of the team, though, relegated to some tough weaponry. Bucky, couple sheriffs.
If that flank can work out there for Nerve, right? Time bought by the Rolling Thunder. Defenders throughout on the B site. Could have been a different story.
Comes that standard GrabNet lineup going into Octagon. Timatino trying to pull up with the operator again and just getting caught. Yeah, playing so aggro. It's just not working out, that style of play right now.
He's really going. He's not holding extremities for contact picks at all. He's walking up and hoping to find something, getting into an unexpected position. Logan here is tucked. There is a lot to spot this out. Trailblazer here would shake Logan out of this position. Seeker's also just as good at that. Logan's forced to beat a fighting retreat. Now stuck in that corner trying to deal with the drone. He gets flattened. He never really had a chance in this round. Snarly, gotta respect this util coming in, knocked down to 30. This is a nightmare for QOR. And it's one they're not soon going to wake up from. At least that operator somehow was picked up by Nerf. Don't know where that ended up. You may as well try and save it again. Snarly brought down to 0 this round. It's going to be a really awkward round 21 for QOR as well. It just doesn't get any easier for this squad. That's one small step towards a salvagement of this round, but there's so much more to be done. A double swing in towards Darkest is going to unravel them pretty quickly. Nerf can only spray through that smoke. As another one goes by the wayside, for QOR, it's going to have been at least 5 rounds, if not more, in a row for SAD.
Nerf's got to get out of here, but regardless, he knows he's going to be hunted across the map. He does go down. SAD have way too much cash to not risk every single gun they have just to take the one op away. Genuinely worth it, no matter how many kills Nerve would have gotten there.
6 in a row, Wyatt. Look, you said at the start, in round 15, you said this might be the start of a snowball. Some momentum build up for SAD. And that is exactly how we have seen this play out. And frankly, QOR haven't helped themselves, right? A lot of this pushes up by Timo, who had a great start to this game, now look a little silly. QOR are being countered. SAD are happy to slow down these early rounds and catch them out.
I definitely appreciate how good the ultimate usage has been from SAD on this half. That's been really fantastic. That was another round where the Seekers get really good value in the mid-round to just try and get players out of those dug-in positions on an eco where they're going to be playing one-and-dones. What's going on in this other game, though? YFP, they took map 1. Early days on map 2 Pearl, though.
Yeah, I mean, that map 1 score ends up being a 13-10. So relatively close, but, you know, Thief has a pretty sick game, drops 320 ACS, so can't complain. Very, very strong defense side from YFP on Bind.
With this comp right now from SAD, though, I would really like to see them slowing down the individual aggression, setting up more trap plays with the breach, and playing for big retakes that are with some more pace. The retakes were a little too slow. They need to speed those up And we need to stop playing so individually focused. Let's lay some traps with the comp that we have.
You've got this breach Taeho set up. There's just so much you can do in an early round that doesn't necessarily involve you risking it all. That at least is the idea. Trailblazer here. Yeah, clears out Hookah entirely, and it's Snarly who's forced to give up that ledge position.
Nervous, just jump peeking, letting the attackers know where they should be looking, and not in the corner where Snarly is playing with the judge. A judge that does not look like it's going to be doing all that much. Unless Sad attempt to re-push through Hookah.
Okay, this is better though. Slower round, by far from Core, and a dimensional drift now from Timo Tino. Bear in mind, an operator means that they can't exactly just pop out of this and go ham. It's a bit awkward. Through the TP now.
30 seconds
They have good showers control here, but Hookah's definitely going to be overrun. Now you can start to make use of this sort of brief Taeho util if you need to. Timo had an opportunity there, but it just didn't quite line up for him. Darkus is set up with some of that aforementioned util, and just before they have a chance to let it go, Sad explode. That is brutal for Core. There's no coming back from a round like this, and Sad are going to go to map point. Snarly, nothing to do, like you mentioned. Only a judge in this round and no opportunity to make use of it. They're the worst rounds in Valorant. Feels like you never really had a say. And now Sad can continue to leverage their gigantic economy to try and take more weapons away. And that's what Dip does.
This should be the game. The economy for Core is horrendous. Sad just take one brief, a moment of pause there where every single player has their gun out as the smokes drop, holding all the proper angles, win all the duels. Was it 7 in a row at this point on the attack side? I mean, I don't really need to say it, but man, their play with this comp, definitely better on attack than defense. It was looking so awkward how they were trying to play with the sky, especially around B. But otherwise on the attack side, been getting some great value with the agent. I definitely like how Zerona's been playing it.
And it ends up being another classic Sad Core slugfest that goes to a map 3. Saw that recently in one of the Fun Haver Invitationals. Snarly. Okay, not too shabby. Just as those salvos were coming down in front of him, he's able to pluck Zerona's head off. Again, still slow around for Core. They back up. Look at how much space they're giving. And they forced into this round. They'll be forcing into the next as well. So the cleaner they can make this, the more of a possibility of an overtime is on the table.
So I just want to cut noise here. They still have to deal with the sheer wall octagon, which is going to be very unfortunate if they try to just pop into one big execute. Core have rotated 4 players to B.
And they seem adamant about playing here. They've got no foothold over at A, so here they come. Annihilation gets thrown out. Looks like there might have been a catch on that one. Yep. We have a cocoon in play. Snarly going to go down. I think that's Timo inside of it. And Sad. What an execution. Timo eventually gets drawn to his death, and it's up to Darkest.
Spike planted.
Oh, buddy, it has been a brutal defense half for Core. They have looked rough. And that's the game, folks. We're going to a map 3. Sad Esports show up on their map pick.
Yeah, what can you say? That was just a lights out attack. That last round, so sick. The noise cut didn't even work. It got red. They drew 4 players to B. But then as the smoke drops, they explode out of Octagon together. Little sheer wall be damned. Annihilation used immediately to catch 1 player is going to be crucial. 1 had to be caught by that ult, and was. They just burst into the site together, win out the duels with the superior guns after that. That was a great execute against all odds in a 4v5 and 4 players on the site. That was some impressive stuff. I was very worried about Sad after the first half with the Sky comp. Was not loving how they were playing the defense, but they made me a believer on attack for sure.
And you can see so many rounds that we saw Core go back to like playing around in corners, you know, standing in U-Haul with a Bucky or something similar where, you know, that Sky util is actually really good. And Trailblazer clears them out. There's a round where they pivot over towards the A side and they have the Seekers to catch a player stuck in a corner in showers with the Sheriff. So a couple of moments where the Sky comp is able to shine, and in general, Sad look vastly improved after that first map. So Fracture will be the decider. After this break, we'll catch up with our desk, break down map 2, and then head into it.
All right, we're about to have our first game 3 here in Challengers on the main broadcast after a nice little run coming out from said esports. Dan, we got a map 3. It's still anyone's game at this point.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. You know, you just have to believe in the long run. I can lie. I did got a little scared after that first map. I thought I was gonna be wrong, but we're still on the way to get this prediction right. And honestly, I think it was a close game once again. It seems like it was more that second half where things changed around quite a lot. QOR, they could only get that first and second round of the second half, and that was it. 8 rounds in a row that went the way of SAD on this attacking side. Played out so well, understanding how they wanted to work around the utility that they had, work around with this tech, work around for these post plans, and shine a little bit more compared to what we were seeing before.
Yet again, right, another case of it's close until it's not. We get the side swap and one team just starts like dominating, and I'm glad to see too this confidence coming out from SAD. They're able to catch out these members of QOR quite well, and just those mid-round adaptations too based off of that. Like this looked clean.
Yeah, I think the way SAD was utilizing their composition on their attack side made it incredibly awkward for the other team to even adjust, and even kind of, even if it was like what they were doing was obvious, it still felt hard to defend against because of the layers of utility, because of the amount of things like tools they have at their disposal to push off angles, pressure sites, pressure map control. And there just was so much to work with for SAD, and they look like a very well-oiled machine from the beginning of the round all the way into the post plant.
Yeah, and even pulling up the individual player performances, you know, Core, they had a couple first kills, but Sad really being able to bounce back from that. Looking at this, we got to see a big step up across the board. And Core, even if things didn't go well on that second half, still then being able to pull together some impressive stats. But if you're looking at the ACS star, which I know that's the first thing you're always go to, well, it's Tuesday here.
Yeah, it was pretty good, and once again we continue to highlight these controller players that have been doing so well. I mean, we mentioned it for Core in that first map. This one was a opportunity, and it goes back also to the post plans that we just talked about. We saw 8 out of 9 post plans go the way of SAT Esports, and it was because of that annoying utility that you have to deal with Tuesday. Also, Benji doing the same, having the missiles recharge and going again for dip. It made it so annoying for Core to even grab that space, and that's crazy because with this Euro, Roy, we talked about it before. It's a Euro that can sometimes be very overwhelming, can be really good on this map, but it seems like SAD was denying those chances every single time.
Yeah, and I really do want to highlight how well SAD was utilizing their utility. And we have a round here, round 7, particularly where they were retaking with the Astra utility, with the Astra wall to section off the site. And then they use the Tejo ult to push off the site perfectly. It was like very well set retakes that they had planned out. And it's really these sort of rounds and these sort of moments that show you the level of layers that these players have. So the wall comes up. Now they have the ultimates for the retake coming up here shortly. Wait for it. There it is. So they're retaking the initial space. Okay, now all utils being used. There it is. That's a defensive Astra wall coming out right here. Look at that. The Tejo ult comes out as well. The Armageddon pushing everyone off completely. And now look, all of the core players are behind the Astra wall. There's really no way for them to know what's happening on the other side, putting so much pressure. And you can just tell that they're practiced and they're prepped for this composition. And it's really no surprise that they chose this map to where they wanted to go on the second map.
Yeah, it is really cool to see, and we get to see the best use of this Tejo utility for these post plans and how these retakes also want to work out when you're playing around this timing. That in scenarios like this one, everybody's trying to get those trades, get those kills, and I really like the Armageddon. And again, this Astra at the beginning of the round, or at the beginning of this plan, that was what was really helping out so much. So there's a couple of things that they're cooking up that we haven't really seen before for other teams, and I want to see more of it.
I mean, when we're highlighting that round and you're calling out that Astra wall here, Roy and Tuesday being able to just really be a standpoint, it was not just the util, but really being able to put up impressive numbers in the server, really being able to do it all. Yeah,
I mean, you have a zoomer on the controller roll putting up just a casual 190 damage, almost damage per round. Just like something slight for the boy, but like, yeah, it makes things easier. It really helps when you have these off star rolls kind of popping off. You have your controller dropping star player stats. You have your duelist playing pretty well. Things become much easier. Then you have Dip layering the IGLing, that he's layering the strategy as well as the utility, and now you have what is a very clear reason to why they picked this map, even though Dan was doubting in the beginning.
Okay. I didn't expect the little dig at the end there. I'm not gonna lie.
I had to throw it in there. It's been building up.
He's like, we cannot make it through an analyst section without, like, just a little, just in
I'm
case.
just waiting to be right at the end, so it's okay.
Oh,
I mean,
patience.
Dan might get the laugh, like the last laugh in all of this. We still have one more map ahead of us. Our first game 3 here in Challengers so far here on the main broadcast. And we are heading to none other than Fracture. Core starting on the defense. Both teams have played on this pretty recently, Dan, but a big conversation we've had is this Tejo versus non-Tejo. And recently, SAD have gone in that direction, and Core, they haven't. Whether they switch it up for today, though, that'll be huge.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to be playing here. SAD, as you said, I mean, both of the teams have played this map recently, but we specifically, I want to talk about SAD and this Yoru once again being played out. It feels like, I don't know if I like the Yoru here. I think there's a couple other ways to get more value out of these composition with Tejo. I mean, we just talked about kind of the complete opposite on Bind, but I think I have my questions in Fracture, and if SAD are gonna keep playing this, or going back to the race.
Hey, I mean, if we're talking about the duelist and we have the Yoru on one end, Timotino, we talked a lot about him today as well, and even if there wasn't the win in the last map, and even if there was a couple of aggressive push-ups, now this was a map, if they do stick to something more recent, Roy, played the Neon last time. So I would be intrigued to see that coming on out, especially with how he's been shooting today.
Yeah, I imagine the Neon probably still works really well in the current meta, especially with the amount of kind of explosive utility that could get rid of the gadgets. And that usually is what makes playing Neon annoying, right? Like the Cypher traps, the KJ mollies, these things make it a little awkward to scale on the site. But now with the extra added utility and explosives that can just clear up your pathing onto the site, I think playing the Neon would be pretty easy. And that's probably also the reason why they're leaning into the Yoru as well, as they don't really need the extra explosives now when you have Breach and you have Teho who's able to take care of KJ ults, they're able to take care of gadgets and even bullying map control. It makes the duelist role so much more flexible, and you can lean into your player's strengths instead.
That'll be if we get to see QOR go over to the Teho, because we've gotten to see that they're not unwelcome to using it, but with their most recent fracture, they didn't. So that'll be, I don't know, that'll be quite interesting. But then with how these teams have stacked up within this series as well, I mean, Dan, you're saying trust the process. Roy, how are you feeling with what we've seen from these two teams now headed into this map 3?
I can see. Oh no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I just want to say it's so funny that we're like choosing sides on like this is like grand finals. I don't even know why we're doing this. I mean, we're sticking with it. We're sticking with it until the end.
Yeah, why not? We don't need things to be civil over here. Let's fight. Let's fight for our teams. You know.
Let's go. No, I think there's a reason why Sierra was flip-flopping, is because this match is incredibly close. I mean, both teams have shown their strengths and both teams have shown their weaknesses, and I think it's very hard to say that one team is going to win over the other. And I think it's really just going to come down to who's going to be performing better, who's going to be calling a little bit better, and how much can they squeeze out from the ult economy going into Fracture, where there's 4 ultimate orbs instead of 2.
Great points. Now, let's head over to our agent select as we get ready for Fracture in our game 3. Make it all dramatic. Cue the little drum roll here. But yeah, the fact that these teams have been putting in a lot of work, Dan, into the server, little indications, and it looks like we're sticking to the same, if I'm recalling right.
But this is different. This is different because now it's not Dip the one playing the Yoru, it's actually Ferbs that playing the Yoru. That's different from last time that they played it just a few days ago. So sad, they just changed the roles a little bit. Dip is instead going to be playing the Teho. And on the other side, it's also interesting because for the past 2 maps, we've talked about QOR playing this Yoru. Now it is the other way around. Timotino's still playing on this Neon. And as Roy was mentioning, what is interesting about these orbs is we've seen since yesterday how much these orbs are helping for the post play, or even just to take the sides be so overwhelming. I mean, we're seeing round 3s where the Rolling Thunder is ready, and that is something that I'm going to be looking forward to what Zerun is able to do on the side of stat on attack.
We've really gotten to see the highlights from both of these teams and the adjustments that they've been able to make throughout this series. And now with Fracture on the horizon, cannot wait to see just a little bit more. So for the final time today, it's time to toss it over to our casters, Uber and Wyatt.
All right, Wyatt, we came into this game sort of heralding these 2 teams as being mid to lower table teams last year in Challengers. Whether or not that's the case this year, we definitely got what we wanted in terms of a proper series. This has delivered. Both QOR and SAD have looked really good on their particular map picks. And now it goes to Fracture. We get to see a KO back here on Fracture. Neon, of course, look from QOR. And SAD have switched up their Yoru play.
QOR have a very, not that it's bad inherently by being old, but it is an older Fracture look. This is a classic kind of comp. Coming through with one of, I think, maybe or at least one of the original maps where Neon was getting a bit of play. The KO was super common on here back in the day, whereas SAD have the much newer look, at least, with the Teho. The Cypher is an interesting pick. It's an early fight in arcade regardless.
Still, that pressure now just coming into that tower direction, but they don't check for Timo, who's able to emerge and take 2 kills while everyone's busy looking in Darkest direction. It ends up being a 2-for-1 trade, and Darkest still wants to fight for this. There was a fault line clearly involved there. Maybe a setup for Logan. This leaves SAD down to only 2 players, but Dipper's gotten to the site proper. Darkest gives up this ground, knows that they really need to gain this numbers advantage. And Dip's going to start getting pressure from the site itself. Still no plant. That spike is sat out towards Arcade, and Snarly is able to make sure it's unrecoverable.
A crucial fight to win from Snarly. Smoke going to be placed down, pretty much end any hope that Dip has of trying to win this round. It would require a true miracle. Maybe somehow finds a kill with the missiles, then hits some crazy headshot flick. It's going to take something magical.
30 seconds left.
And again, you can follow the trajectory of those guided salvo shots, and you'll know exactly where the tail is. So it ends up being only one for Dip. He's able to take one with the Ghost. The core now look to settle into this defense side after a solid pistol win.
I swear, if you crouch behind that box at Arcade, if they're hitting there, you get an instant 2K free every time. That spot is so goated for some reason. It's just never gets checked.
Yeah, it reminds me of the spot in Art on Pearl. It always seems like that defense side player that's like crouching behind it seems to get too much value.
Then you just get a little bit of help from Heaven. Dark is swinging in as well. Of course, starting this map off on the right foot after a disastrous meltdown on the second half of Bind.
Oh, yeah. That's one they've hoped to put out of their minds well and truly. Snarly and Logan have a pseudo high-low set up here. Okay, they're ready for the push from Dish. That was a pretty short stint in the round for Ferbs, who's the first to pop his head up and the first to lose it. Over on that B side of the map, it's Timo Zeno with a Outlaw here. So obviously with that mobility, able to kind of be wherever needed. We've seen Neon still played, right? Despite nerfs. Someone like Arsena, for example, claiming that she still is strong in her own right. Darkest doesn't fully commit to checking that corner, is definitely punished for it now, but it's unlikely you get out of this. Benji flattened by that judge. And Timo there, that position that Patience plays off.
He has been more than partial to purchasing that Outlaw as much as possible, or as much as it's relevant. Anytime he can
30 seconds
get that weapon off against the bad buy, he's been taking the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, they're denying this orb away from Dip if they can. They don't want that Armageddon online too early.
Orb max.
Here's the salvo, forces Timo to drop down. Okay.
And he got
and he
the
gets
orb.
Unreal, bro.
That's
Guy's
tough.
getting everything. Okay, surely. Dip put to bed, but yeah, got what he came for, I think, in this round, as at least the Outlaw will be recovered and taken into the next.
Someone knocked that breach
Be
on his
more
ass.
than happy to take that. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Neon plays out as far as agent pick rates in 2025. Valorant pro teams have definitely displayed a habit of broken agent gets nerfed, everyone abandon it immediately and move on to something else. And then there will be one team that continues to play it and make people realize, oh, actually, well, I mean, she is still pretty good and viable. And maybe that'll happen with Neon. We are at the everyone abandoned Neon ASAP stage. We'll see if maybe someone can still make her viable, relevant post-nerfs, because she is still good.
Yeah.
It's just how good is she now?
Issue is maybe she's just not broken. We'll see that slide.
Camera taking
Accuracy, getting a look.
trick shots.
Okay, Darkest.
A
For whatever
slight
reason.
miscalculation.
Yes. We'll go with that. Definitely
He does end
is,
up getting one orb, though. Not the intended way, but he does get the orb.
Sure. Yeah. When you exit the round, you are given that orb. Just, yeah, it's a head scratcher for sure. Core have been pretty meticulous up until this point. I guess Darkest just expects there to be a swing off contact. I don't know. That one is yeah. We'll let it go. A side though pretty well held here. Core well and truly prepared to anchor this. But this wrap around here, yeah, via rope here is a little bit scary. They're going to get encircled. Here comes the Armageddon up on the side there, and there's nowhere that Logan really could have gone. Benji now out into the open nerve, going to be pinched on two sides, and has no choice but to self-immolate. He has to run. He knows he's going to get pinched either way. It looks ridiculous, but you see he has no choice. There's just no one watching from upper rope at all on the side of Core to slow this down.
Now, the only hope they may have had was their one player in Dish, but he was just smoked off. That was Snarly over there. And the two players on site. Yeah, that's tough when you're getting crushed from sand and main and there's an Armageddon going down in your face. A little unfortunate. Positions got completely wrecked in that situation.
All right. back up on your feet. It's just a bit of an unlucky round here for QOR in general. This is...
Yeah, it started off on a tough note. And unfortunately,
no road control.
Bro just planked.
Bro just takes the knee.
You just...
Oh, dear.
What
a silly series. These two always end up getting into a slobber knocker, to be fair. Yeah, we got to buy. QOR obviously still with decent weaponry. Guardian here for Nerve. A little sussy, but it's fine. Uzi just taking a foray here over towards dish direction. Darkest handled that well enough, but elsewhere, it was actually Timo that fell. He was in an odd spot, to be fair. He pushed all the way out of A.
Honestly, though, I'll take that trade. Neon for Brim, 40 seconds into the round. Pre-execute. Now they have to go in without smokes. Can't be too bad at that as a defender.
You saw the limitations of Yoru there, right? Sort of having to flash himself into that situation, but didn't have any ability to break crosshair placement outside of that, so just kind of dies as he tries to entry. Till though, look how QOR spread very thinly across this battlefield have left A completely open. So Sad have a fighting chance. And they've got, again, the breach, Teho.
Last player standing.
That's pretty clean from Darkest. Got out of there with 10 health. Now he can have all the util in the world. You really don't have enough to stand on as one of these attack side players. Just a bulldog. Money, of course, to Sad, so the next round is a buy either way. And if Zerona can get out of here with a couple of guns dropped, then he's going to be feeling pretty good. But a 4-gun end round here for QOR, and maybe Nerve getting an upgrade means that, yeah, they're chilling. Nerve's looking for it, and it's going to get pinged out for him. So 4 rifles coming out of this one.
I thought it was well done. They keep it clean. That kill from Darkest was really excellent on the 4 versus 2 retake. Dip trying to take a risky fight, an aggressive fight, but has to in that situation to make an attempt at evening things up. It was really just killing Tuzi early in the round as well. That it's just going to put Sad in a pretty miserable spot. Yeah, forced to execute without smokes. Yeah, hate to see that. Snarly's gone ahead and set up towards the B site. Couple kill trips. One gets some arcade info as well if they're not watching it too aggressively. Has the cam for arcade deep, actually. So it's going to be a tough setup to crack for Sad. That does look like they intend on going to B.
Yeah, like I said, you could wrap your way in through tunnel, but it's not very time efficient. We've got no presence from the top of the map through arcade as attackers.
Smoke's down.
Here they go, making their way through. Nerve does see the clone cross here and tries to throw a molly down on midway. Snarly's fallen. Attacker's already getting a foothold now and a plant. As Timo's just a little late to the party, and again, he's caught out by Benji once more. Logan, though, overloads that position, deals with him. Flash on Zerona, just a little bit of him peeking around the corner. But eventually Dip will shut him down. Still, numbers are even at this point. And QOR are quite a long way away from the site. Down to 2. Nerve could creep on up here, but geez, there's not a lot of support for him. Yeah, Dip speculating there's a player inside the smoke here, but from like 4 different angles, Sad can emerge in this post plant, and Darkest is may as well try and get out of here with a gun. He will strips Dips from his grip, and off we go.
Would love to see how Ferbsa got that entry kill onto Snarly. I wonder if he did the little trick play where you throw out a flash as you emerge from the gate crash and the clone is walking in. I think that might have been what happened, and he just cooked the Cypher, tucked into sight, opens it up. Those trap wires that could have gotten value got absolutely 0 of it. This was that flank later in the round that just ultimately didn't matter. Sad already had too much of a man advantage. Ferbsa had another flash to swing out of tower, doubled up. Pretty well played.
Might be a faster hit here to try and overwhelm holes. Yep. Fault line immediately deployed here. On the other side of the door is Logan. Ferbsa wants that ropes control by the looks of things. Logan has to have known that the Ori slipped past them, so we'll be listening out for the sound cue as Ferbsa will just come from the dish direction. Flash heralds their arrival. And all of QOR pull back towards defender spawn side of the map here. Now, looking to inch back out into A proper. And Ferbs has no backup there. There's just no action from the Hall side because they're smoked off. Rolling Thunder comes through, but most of Core are clear of that. They're not out on the site in the open. Sad now starting to run out of options. And Molly doesn't prevent them from moving out onto the site, but it stops them from getting out into the open itself. Pretty average last few rounds from Timo. Sad do emerge for a player advantage. Now Snarly is going to be lit with a Cyber Cage to contend with. This is going to be very, very difficult for Core to stop Sad from evening up the game. Now here's that Teho util to force Snarly out of the affair. And here's at least one of the players with the ability to buy again, but Dip will have his gun.
Oh, Core just wanted to get back in and flood so quickly that it just ended up being a situation where all the players on either team were just staring at each other. It was before Sad were even attempting to tap the spike. So when they were getting out of main, duels just didn't go their way. I mean, I like the proactivity, but ultimately they couldn't win the crucial fights. Got traded out. This was a really cool play also to get that advantage, the little pop flash, get the kill onto Ferbsa. Like to see that.
Snarly, the sole B-side player right now, facilitating for a dish push-up for Core. Again, it's the kind of round you may as well throw caution to the winds and mix it up. So the hero rifle stays over on the B site, which was being tested, but looks like just an orb take.
Yeah, maybe a little apprehensive to go for the spam with the Vandal. Doesn't want the tracers to be spotted and just sprayed down when he is that hero rifle, like you mentioned. Rather keep it in his hands for a better situation.
Yep.
Might not have a better situation, though. Sad working A main. Core want to get there to try to fight, but just classic. And just another classic. just classics. That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, that was a rough round for Core to lose that previous one, especially after being in a pretty good shape, just kind of dropping the spaghetti out in the open on that A site. And you found Snarly. That was that solo player, and that was also the hero rifle now out of Core's hands. Leaves them only with Nerve and Timo to work with, and they only have the classic Sheriff combination. That's the latter, the big iron clatters to the ground, and Nerve. Maybe I hope that there's an orb to take. Maybe they're going to salvage Snarly's weapon. This all seems so unlikely. No. They get gunned down real quick.
That was a important round for Sad as far as just getting their economy in line, having a clean anti-eco. A few of their players were just essentially down to 0 at that one, so going to put them in good position to try and string more rounds together. They have an opportunity to break Core's economy, get ults out of them. This is one of those pivotal rounds that you arrive at in Valorant where if you win, you might be able to deplete the team of ults and money. Really run away with the half.
Similar opening. This time, though, Core group up in this smoke and will flash themselves out as well with the relay bolt. Batuzi's in the corner. They're not going to check this. Still, fierce push up from Core gets them at the 2v2 scenario. And there is a neural theft behind that. It's going to reveal all you need to know. Tuzi found 3 in the end, stuck in that corner. And heads over to B to link back up here with the Cypher.
Has a Molotov for the post plant. That's going to be obnoxious for Logan to deal with. It's just going to put extra pressure on him to be forced to defuse. And at that, these post plant positions are really cool. Flipping the map and playing from spawn, love that.
Last player standing.
Okay, Logan's able to pick Benji out, though. That's the canteen player down. Logan has to expect that there's some action, but Tuzi not opting to try and take the trade in the crossfire means that Logan can only guess where they are. A crossfire, the crosshair, excuse me, in the right place. And that Molly.
Shut up and let me work.
He's got to do it. He's got to go for it, Logan. Oh, that's so annoying. Tuzi has just kept him busy long enough, and he'll have to parry with the spike here. Not too shabby. A hard-fought round there for Sad, but that was, again, Core's gun.
Well played by Tuzi at the end there. Was worried when Benji went down. Not sure what prompted his swing. Losing that 1v1 was isolated. Give an opportunity to Logan. And from that angle, honestly, there's just not really a chance to get a decent molly onto the spike. So it required Tuzi to outplay him with the jiggle peaks.
So that was Core, like, they wanted to fully commit to the push out towards Tree on B side. It looked fine. We saw, like, Timo's trying to get something going. As the Neon on this defense side, trying to make something happen. Sliding forward into the fight, but got caught by your boy Tuzi, just tucked in a corner. Then when it's been really crucial in some of these important rounds to have a clutch moment, Tuzi has stood up. I think back to bind that 3K with the Sheriff. And that really took the wind out of Core's sails on that particular game. So, yeah, timeout here. Definitely need to see that. Verbs are going over towards the operator here, obviously on the Yoru. And it's Sheriff Stinger for Core. Just not a lot to write home about here. Last time they had this kind of buy, they grouped up and pushed out to Dish and found nothing and then just slowly died and lost the round.
I'm definitely looking for Timotino to step it up as we get out of the timeout. I mean, so far in this series, by far the player taking the most first engagements. He has 9 first kills and 9 first deaths. He's really been sending it in the early rounds. He has to start converting more first bloods for the team.
Yeah, we see that as well. It's something that Sim does a lot, right? Often takes those first engagements and often finds himself pretty even in that metric. Few duelists just have that style. This older school composition from Core has been unraveled a couple of times by, again, this Yoro, this Teho look. Sad have gotten all the way up through tunnel into arcade here.
Snarly has had some struggles anchoring this site on his own, has been really overwhelmed. The Yoru's been such a nuisance, and with just the Sheriff, it's even tougher than on the prior rounds. He had to step up in these situations.
Is an Armageddon. This is going to have to force Snarly to move. It's in the perfect spot to shake him off the site. He does want to hold his nerve despite seeing clones and gate crashes come past him, and he actually gets that kill on Dip. Not too shabby considering the weaponry situation here for Core, but eventually the rubber has to hit the road. The nose has to hit the grindstone. And the better weapons prevail.
Well, I mean, barely. The HP was so low. Benji really has to step up at the end to hit that clean 2-piece to close things out, or they're more than in a dangerous situation. Pretty crazy that Snarly was able to get off the site alive. I was certain he was going to get spanned down. And I think it's Tripwire caught Dip. That's how he was able to get that kill. Pretty crazy sequence of events.
That's bizarre considering the Trip actually caught the Yoru clone. So you would have thought they would have been able to clear it, but I guess there's just too much going on.
Spike down, beats. One enemy remaining.
All right.
Nice adjustment on the second there. Operator for Timotino.
That's a clone. Relay bolt fired off to make sure no one picks up that angle.
Can't imagine Sad are too thrilled about trying to get into this op, but if they do go here, that Rolling Thunder will be quite nice.
He's just pushing up again. We saw this so many times on Bind and was punished in the same fashion. Yeah. Now Sad have found a burst of speed and they're hitting the ropes area of the map, and Nerve has not been able to pick up that line. It's going to be smoked off from upper. He might have to commit. He's also stood on a molly, if I'm not mistaken. Took some damage, but eventually the smoke clears and he finds 2. Now Nerve drops. Spike out in front of him there. Double face to fight through, and Ferbser has his 3rd. Leaves Snarly with it all to do, and Sad really have the measure of Core in this attack side. They have the pace. They also know when to slow it up and wait for Core to push into them.
Yeah, they really just allow that overextension again. It's Timotino is unfortunately given his life away in far too many early rounds since the second half of Bind really is when it began. It's been on defense, and a lot of it with the off. Just really trying to get onto the forward angles, not letting the attackers come to him. He hasn't found success with that.
He's probably preempting the Teho util that would force him off the line, Wyatt. So I get it, but it's causing him to run into harm's way and easily be exploited by Sad. 4-round lead here for Sad, and then wasting no time on putting some pressure down on Arcade. Tower's theirs for the taking as well. But you'll notice that from the south of the map, Benji has not been all that aggressive. This will allow Core to get out into tree, potentially into tunnel.
And with Nerve being caught in the dimensional drift, just gunning it through sight, they'll be able to get in. Benji finds the perfect timing. Why not neural theft? Why not just ensure this 8th round?
He's been a rat. I mean, Benji has been, that's his 13th kill of the map, I think. He's found so much success here, being that solo player, though. the rest of SAD is pivoting around.
You don't always see a ton of Cypher on this map either, but he's making it look really good.
Enemy remaining.
And here it's just pure contact. Simple as that. QOR have no option but to try and hold corners, swing out. The fundamentals, though, getting completely unraveled.
Last round before
And that's 4 guns kept out of the round. 8 rounds in total for SAD. Maybe chilling with a 9-3 half.
Biggest thing in the advantage, or there could be an advantage for QOR to squeeze out one last round, get the 4th, is the ult orb status. If they can try to get one over to their brim or their breach, they'll be, I think, one off of having the ult. So many players are so close. That is really what I'm looking at to be the catalyst for a round conversion here.
Bench is at the top of the map. He's going to hear this action coming his way. Oh, he spotted him. Interesting. There's a well. Okay, he gets out with 1 kill there, which is astonishing in and of itself.
It really is. It really is. They also got that orb over to Nerve, so he's one away from the orbital strike at this point.
But the remainder of SAD over towards halls now. And they can take control of rope. They can take control of halls. So there's a reasonable A split at their disposal here, but opening the door gives away their presence. And for now, they're on the noise cut plan. That'll probably be a fake TP. Okay, a little bit scary there, I think, for Snarly. Yep, gonna be stunned up, and Ferguson actually takes the TP in there. Gets the better of the Cypher, and now Logan has a lot of work to do. He'll take his 1 kill and back off the site. Set this up for a post-bind here, in which SAD have used most of their util. They do have a molly, though.
Which will more than likely be turned off by the null command. No reason for Darkus not to just let that rip on entry.
Last round of the half and all. Darkus needs to just stay alive.
Orbital strike.
Pretty good. They're going to run into his sidelines. And Nerve gets 2 of them with it. Beautiful. Okay, QOR salvaged things a little bit towards the end of this half. Darkus never had to pop that ultimate in the end. And they'll take a 4-round half.
And there was just trying to play to getting close to those ultimates, getting Nerve the orb earlier in the round. Just needed to find 1 kill, and they convert. That was a tough half, though. It really was. SAD were playing that well. The executes with the Yoru were really cool. The site anchors were just having a nightmare of a time.
Time to jump.
Here's that gate crash actually used. Despite the stun, of course, actually catching on to Ferbster. That is a beautiful way to finish off the half. Good ultimates available for QOR there to secure the round. Now, a very important pistol, as you'll notice, SAD were able to string together 7 of those attack side rounds in a row.
Very reminiscent of their attack side on the last map, where they had that comeback. This time it's just propelled them into the lead. They need to close this out. We're definitely going to be calling on Timatino to step it up right now on this attack side.
Okay, I think Dip might have got a nice little stun off that. It's unclear. Ooh, deals with Timo beautifully. 3 kills. He's got to be satisfied with that. That's a pretty darn good round for the Tejo. And now the rest of SAD set up and ready to receive this push onto B. There are 2 players headed tree side.
Serrano's just ready to aftershock, but he finds a timing Logan with the util out. That is disastrous. And now he just has to live, wait for his teammates to go up B main.
Keeps some tabs on Darkest while he's at it. Who's been spotted out once more. SAD getting the pistol here. That is it's a backbreaker. Said it a couple times today, but that one is brutal. Tough to fight back from after SAD had such a good attack side half. And it really is those 3 kills picked up by Dip at the start of the round and set them on a collision course of success.
It should be the end days. All of that utility from the SAD comp. Just being pulled into B main. Dip able to fight close because of the guiding salvos. It's just so strong for fighting for early map control, man. It's just so good. This is another map that might just serve the statistics that I'm seeking of the non-mirror match. One team has a Tejo win rate.
Confirmation bias much, but that's all we've seen so far.
I love when my bias is confirmed. Gotta be one of my favorite things for real.
Sheriff bias here for most of QOR. Gate crash left on the A side, so the Ferbs are obviously getting to hold halls for free. A lot of action for the attackers as they all, with the exception of their Cypher, group up into tunnels here. There's nothing at the top of the map here for Sad to help them pincer this, to catch it out. It might even look to, God forbid, link up with Snarly later. Now they're giving the game away. Spray here through the smoke. Catches on to Logan pretty heavily, takes him down to 6. Still, at some point, QOR had to find a way to get through all of this.
They found my wife.
Yes, can't jump over that. Just wanted to double check.
Clear the trip anyway. Logan, mind you, still very low. QOR slowly inching up their control of this part of the map. They've still got to go B. And Null Command might have caught Zerona, but it's unclear.
Oh, I think Tuesday got that spot onto Snarly, but just seeing the Cypher not exactly going to command or rotate. Dip posted up on the heaven angle. Benji as well.
He's done more than enough. Benji out on the site though. Okay, handles darkest. There's another one for Benji. 3 in the round. Logan very low. Chunk down after that first engagement, but time is so short. Logan has to go for a plant here. There's no choice. He's dealt with them. That'll be the round. QOR. They get through tunnel, which is all well and good, but they don't really scale any further into the site until it's too late.
They really take their time. There was no reason for Sad to ever rotate off their positions. Good hold from Benji with the Bulldog. Probably would have gotten one more if he just had a couple more bullets left in the chamber. 17 for 8 has really come to life on the final map of the series. Try and get Sad over the finish line. Get them into that 1-0 section of the Swiss stage. We've been talking about it a lot over the last couple of days, but I do think it's important to repeat how different the format is this year with it being in Swiss and how much that has impacted the meaning of every match. Each match is so much more important than they were in the past. That's a great kill from Ferbsa.
And I think it's also important to point out as well that it doesn't get any easier if you win. You know, you're constantly getting paired up against...
It's harder.
Yeah, higher ranked opponents.
Nice. You beat QOR. Have fun playing M80 next week.
Yeah. Swiss formats have a tendency to try and push like a bell curve, right? All right, there's Tuesday going down. QOR here. Go the 1-for-1. Timo drops immediately eliminated. This Neon is just struggling to find value. Herbs are up on high. See Snarly flashed himself onto it. 9 health for this Cypher. Again, it's a disastrous, a gun round, by the way, for QOR. Disastrous start to it. What is the plan supposed to be?
At this point, hit the most lightning fast jiggle peek headshots of his entire career. I believe that might be the plan.
Yeah. Hit the most devious lick you'd ever seen
in recorded human history.
Yes.
And
we may speculate, we may editorialize. But it's all for the love of the game and a good story, folks. 11-4 is the scoreline. This has been just such a dominant map here for Sad. That was the gun round shut down for QOR, by the way. Blinkety missed it. It was over so quickly as they tried to pinch A. Now, they're forcing, and they will continue to do so if they want a chance of winning this map and series.
Good anchoring from Ferbsa. It was him as well that had that kill on the early round push towards Dish to get some control of that part of the map, force to re-clear, fall back. All right, QOR, this is basically last chance saloon. They've got to win this round. They are fully invested with a Stinger, a Bulldog. They have to go off.
Null Command for Darkest. Got the one pretty quickly, but he's been knocked already. Still, the suppression is important. Dipto deals with Timotino. Again, just a 1-for-1. At best, he's creating space and trading himself.
Oh, my God.
Oh, buddy. I'm about ready to throw the book at this one, folks.
Match point.
Ouch.
Yeah, Zerona's ready to call SAD Esports management and ask for a raise after this map.
Oh. Yeah, we'll whip the flexes out, folks. This one is close to being done again. The force of the last round still allows QOR to buy up. Let's see how this plays out. It's Benji on the site. This is during Null Command, mind you. That is very, very good at cross-firing, anchoring these sites.
And the double cage position was really cool, too, to get an isolated fight. Benji has just been a force on Fracture. He really has.
And he has to pop it in advance as the Null Command comes in, too.
Darkus is over towards A main, just trying to draw some attention, cause a distraction with the 0 point, and then regroup with the Cypher Snarly. It's a split effort onto B. Benji, again, needs to step up.
Timo won't check this corner, guarantee you. Yep, here it is. Mineral theft for Benji. He's going to see everything now. He knows the pinch is coming in. 2 from tree, 2 in tower already. Another smoke though is going to cut off core as they try and approach, and Sad want to try and wrap here towards Arcade. Being careful about it because there is some vigilance for core towards that tower direction. Nerve picks the angle back up again, but it's just a Guardian. It's awkward. Now you cannot go 1v2 with the Guardian. Almost impossible.
Enemy remaining.
And core are a lifeless mess. They are primordial ooze waiting to be scooped up. And that's the game, folks. A 13-4 scoreline is Sad. Win their opener here in Challengers. Go 1-0.
That was a close series for a minute there. Not at the end. Sad, so dominant on Fracture. The Tejo, yet again, wins the day. But I'm not just going to point to that as the reason for victory. Though they did have some great early round fights, their executes on attack were lovely, integrating the Yoru, his gate crashes to get into the site and disrupt the anchors, and then when it swapped over to the defensive side, the anchoring from Benji was just so sick. That was a really impressive win from Sad. Love to see him come out the gate swinging. Like, there's some players on this team I was really excited to see again. Furbs was definitely one of them. So impressed with the win, and like I said, it only gets harder from here in the Swiss system. They have M80 awaiting them. They have a TSM awaiting them.
Cuban
the
Academy
Burger
awaits
Boys, who are apparently low-key the GOATs. They beat Shopify. It's a lot of good teams.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, for core, a very difficult map. They lose both pistols, I think, you know, on Lotus as they come into the series, and I think they only win one on that bind here. So puts them behind the 8 ball a little bit. Fracture just looks a little uncomfortable. They can't string together those early defense-sided rounds after they do end up winning the pistol. Second half's just a wash. Absolutely brutal stuff.
Neon
We've got a lot to talk about.
May not be back. That's what I've discovered. If you want to overreact to that one map, the nerfs worked.
Yeah, it didn't look good. A lot of those corners, though, just weren't checked. Timotino just got ratted on a number of those rounds, but that's how you deal with that aggression, that push-up. You wait for people to come into your crosshairs. I'd like to talk about here after today's matches. We're going to go to a quick break, and then Adesk will break down this 3-map banger and look ahead to the rest of our matches this week.
All right, first 3-game set, and it's going to be SAD Esports to take the win. And Dan, right away, I'll pass the mic over to you. Congrats.
All right,
It's
have your
another
moment.
day of winning. I mean, when am I gonna stop? I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning against this analyst desk that were trying to fight me. And I told you guys I was playing here for the long game, and I was right. I was right.
You and SAD Esports are one because they were playing for the long game too. There was a couple questions after the very first map, and I think a lot that were answered as we went on to the series. And when we look at this fracture, I mean, we got the comp differences. We got a SAD Esports Roy that was looking super strong. Like, this was some pretty defining gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we had our, our doubts in the first map, and even in the second one, it was still pretty close, all things considered, despite the second half. But coming into this third map, you can clearly see that their game plan was extremely well refined. They knew exactly how they wanted to approach the map. They had their set execute. They had their ideas. Even the lurkers were, they understood their timings and sort of the map flow, and you could just see that it coming into this third map that it was a completely different level of comfort for SAD, which, I mean, it makes sense because the last time they played this map, it wasn't even the full roster. It was a completely different, they had a different player and their roles were scrambled. So we kind of had this idea that maybe they weren't that comfortable on this map, but no, now that everyone's on their main roles, they look so good.
Especially when the last time they played it and they had a sub Herbs that was the missing piece. He was someone that we've talked about so much on the day, just being such a strong key piece of this team. So being able to see the full strength of the roster now, being able to get this first win in Challengers, I mean, Dan, it's looking good for the team. That's definitely the right note you want to kick things off on.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want, and it is one of the points that we touched on at the beginning of the day is, okay, we have these two teams, QOR and SAD, that last year we always put kind of in the mid-table. We don't know if they were going to make it through, if they're going to make it higher than we expected, succeed expectations, but what we saw today was a SAD that was able to adapt on the fly, and as Roy was saying, have a clear plan on what they wanted to do on this map of Fracture. I think it's very different to what we saw before, where it was kind of more adapting in the round, but here, the set executes, the set plays are crucial to win this map. It's so hard to play around if you don't know how you're going to work around the map control. And that is, I mean, something that we saw throughout from the beginning to end. And the score says is a 13-4.
Yeah, and you were talking about evolving and adapting, but they weren't only evolving and adapting in the moment. Even their meta interpretation of how they wanted to play the map and the compositions that they chose going into this map as well is pretty on point. I mean, we kind of got the stats on Twitter, right? Tejo versus non-Tejo mirrors is very clear. Tejo is winning. If you're not running the Tejo breach right now, you're almost trolling, it feels like, because of how strong the utility that you have and how layered it can be throughout every phase of the round.
And going one step ahead of that too with the Yoru, which is something that it seems like Frupsa had to learn and the team had to learn by themselves. It's not that the Yoru is meta on this map and we're seeing it by every single one of the teams. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the Tejo by a few teams, but the Yoru is a specific pick that it seems like is working well for Frupsa, and it helped out so much with these executes.
And not only that, but someone we haven't really talked about at all in the series, but got the MVP, so I do have to give nods over to them, was Benji. Benji, someone who we've gotten to see before in this team, looking back at stage 3 here, Roy, and really being able to have a nice performance on the Cypher. So a nice little way to end off the day for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's some light when your Sentinel player has 6 first bloods in a 19 round, what is this, 16 round game? I don't even, math is hard, but like, you have 6 first bloods on the Sentinel role. They're not even playing for you. You're just that good at your role that you're finding all these picks and finding absolutely perfect timing on every single play. Yeah, it helps. It definitely helps.
It makes it a little light mode. That's 100% for sure. But it's time to say goodbye to you two for now and instead say hello to Dip, who is on call for our post-match interview. First off, congratulations on the win. Nice start to Challengers. How are you feeling after that?
Thank you. Now we're feeling good. Feeling good.
Definitely glad to hear. SAD Esports going into this season is a little bit of a different roster than we've gotten to see from the past. I'd love to know in this off season, kind of that rebuilding, especially like losing member Darkus being on that other side.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, everything like this entire roster was like very last minute because Darkus ended up switching over to QOR, I think with roughly a week left before roster lock. I think a little less. So like this was kind of like a last minute roster, putting bits and pieces together with no time. Haven't had much prac. So yeah, I mean, I'm fortunate that we had the time to prac and come out to win.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but these other individuals on the team that are joining in, even if it wasn't too much time before roster lock, you played with them in the past, right?
Yeah. No, they're kids I know. One of them is on my college team. I mean, we all played college together. I played college with Darkest as well. 4 of us are on the same team in collegiate, excluding 1 from SAD. So, I mean, that helps. That definitely does help. But
right. I mean, we got to see things come together, so that was great. And I want to talk a little bit about that third map, because that was a really strong victory. And I want to know, from your opinion, what it came down to. From us, it kind of looked like Tejo was a really big part of that, this composition difference. And what do you think? They're at a disadvantage because of that.
Yeah, I think Tejo definitely played a small part of it. I think Tejo is very strong, especially on small maps like Fracture, Split, Bind. I don't know. I mean, Fracture is one of the only maps like we have a lot of practice on. Like that is a map, that and Bind, like were 2 maps that we're pretty well versed on. Lotus, that's like the 2nd time we've ever played it. And I mean, it helped a lot that every time they would crunch into our Sentinel, Benji was always good for a first blood and the information. So that made it really easy on us.
Yeah, Benji had a great performance. So
yeah, he did. He had 6 first bloods, I think, which is crazy for Sentinel. Yeah.
No, he was crushing it out there. And I mean, the team overall crushing it. So now I have to ask you, put you on the spot. How do you think SAD Esports stacks up to all the other teams that we have this stage for Challengers?
I think we stack up well. I mean, we have a lot of young kids on the team that are like hungry to improve and get better at the game. I think over time, with more practice, we'll just continue to get better.
I mean, you're talking about how last minute a lot of this was, but still a strong victory. So I believe it. Dip, thank you so much for chatting. Congratulations again.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. As for us, back over to our analyst desk one last time for the day. Love the additional shout out there for Benji, because Benji definitely deserved it. But yeah, I mean, Roy, considering that how they're saying, like, there's a couple teams that have said like, hey, a lot of things are last minute, but I couldn't tell that by how they played out there today.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that he said that too. It honestly looked like they were pretty well drilled, but it kind of does make sense, right? Because they've been a team for so long. And I mean, I think the first week is where things kind of start to fall in place, right? But I think week 2, week 3, that's really where we start to see the actual strength of these teams when they get more comfortable and more time to get reps under their belt. That's really when we're going to see the most competitive part of VALORANT. And of course, towards the end of the split, they should be in full form and ready to challenge their spot.
Yeah, and it was definitely really nice being able to see these teams that maybe didn't give themselves enough credit in how fast things come together really be able to come to light. But Dan, that's it for our first week of Challengers. How are you feeling about this year so far?
I'm feeling pretty good. I really like what I'm seeing for the teams. I think it's early on, and a lot of teams, like Roy just said, are still getting the practice, maybe not having as much time to practice before. But I think Challengers right now is allowing you to play that, because you're playing a little bit more matches. The whole year is going to be a little bit longer. So I mean, even for the teams that had a slow start, it seems like it's okay for them to do it right now. And I don't think there's one team where I'm just extremely concerned about, you know, as we had last year, teams having no wins until like half the year. I think that's going to change this year. And the whole overall level, it just went up. And you can see it in the game.
It's exciting stuff for sure. But unfortunately for us, that is it for the day. There's still one match happening on those watch parties in the side stream. It's YFP going up against Nightblood. So if you need a little bit more VALORANT, definitely check that out as it's in map 3. But that is it from us. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you guys for crushing it. We'll see you next week.
Catches that Arbo. No, he's going to be pressured from the right side. Flashpoint goes, going to get them in brain. No cop the flash on the top. A minute with Kigo, I think. Here's that Armageddon coming on through. Garba has absolutely nowhere to go. I think there was a special delivery as well from Weezy to make things even harder for the breach. Ghost will be revealed. Inside sewer and oh, buddy, there is a large amount of ordnance being leveraged here. Ghost going to try and hold it. Down by Guy. Gets the 3K. The round is still online. 4 points of health left. And B-Dog is on the chase, but Ghost is giving his team a chance.
B-Dog can hear the rotate.
That is brutal.
Chilling in mid. Should be able to catch the rotate. Kaiser check this. No, he doesn't. Just distracted, trying to get into heaven too quickly.
All right, Brain has to flash himself in and go for it, but Bao just rips to the new one. Clearly unbothered. And there it is, folks. Split goes to Giannis here. Paint shell's pretty nasty and immediately goes to get slapped down. These stingers need to be made use of here for Kikimori. Brain, the only one who's able to find anything with it. 3 versus 2, and Arbo is the sole player on upper for the time being. It should really be a matter of course now. Arbo looking to try and challenge it. B-Dog handles him, and it's just Kaiser. Clean as a whistle for M80. A 13-1 finish to the series. Split was a little bit closer here, but it's very, very hard to see how Kikimori was supposed to find their edges early. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but it's messier than sad. But otherwise, of like they're trying to pivot over towards B. But that seems like a risky proposition. Darkest already found Zerona, and here's that rolling thunder for the defenders. 12 seconds left on the clock, and A has to be the option. Benji slowly extricates himself from Baby Door, and we'll be able to get the plant here if it's not going to be interrupted. Verbs is going to be here just in case. Darkest is the greatest decoy, and Verbs can't capitalize on the fact that he drew the aim away. Now we have a 2 versus 2 for the game. Snarly and Darkest are banged up. But Benji's seen better days as well. Into drop we go. God, Snarly's just been better at every turn. And Verbser has to save this team. Fault line is in U-Hall, sees nothing. Okay. Benji just takes a breath there before taking the shot, apparently. Now the net is closing on Sad. Definitely feels like they've been put on a timer, and that is a beautiful little fault line. Yeah, even with the opponent's blinded, Zerona is not going to be able to win that out. It's going to be up to Tuzi now. And you feel like there's so much riding on this round, even if it is the half-buy save round. Tuzi, Snarly, can't dodge this! For Benji, he's going to see everything now. He knows the pinch is coming in. 2 from tree, 2 in tower already. Another smoke though has got to cut off core as they try and approach him. Sad. Want to try and wrap here towards Arcade. Being careful about it because there is some vigilance for core towards that tower direction. Nerve picks the angle back up again, but it's just a Guardian. It's awkward. No, you cannot go 1v2 with the Guardian. Almost impossible. And core are a lifeless mess. They are primordial ooze waiting to be scooped up. And that's the game, folks. A 13-4 scoreline is Sad. With their opener here in Challengers, go 1-0.
That was a close series for a minute there. Not at the end. Sad, so dominant on Fracture.
Catches that Arbo.